the most important tool that he required to implement it. Junior was pleasantly surprised by his flexibility and by his audacity. He was indeed a new man, a daring adventurer, and by the day he grew more formidable. The purpose of life was self-fulfillment, per Zed, and Junior was so rapidly realizing his extraordinary potential that surely he would have pleased his guru. Sliding Victoria's chair away from the table, he turned her face to him. He adjusted her body so that her head was tipped back and her arms were hanging slack at her sides. Beautiful she was, both of face and form, even with her mouth gaping wide and her eyes rolled back in her skull. How bright her future might have been if she had not chosen to deceive. A tease was, in essence, a deceiver, promising what she never intended to deliver. Such behavior as hers was unlikely to lead to self-discovery, self-improvement, and fulfillment. We make our own misery in this life. For better or worse, we create our own futures. "I'm sorry about this," Junior said. Then he closed his eyes, held the revolver in both hands, and at point-blank range, he shot the dead woman twice. The recoil was worse than he expected. The revolver bucked in his hands. Off the hard surfaces of cabinets, refrigerator, and ovens, the twin reports crashed and rattled. The window panes briefly thrummed. Junior wasn't concerned that the shots would attract unwanted attention. These large rural properties and a plenitude of muffling trees made it unlikely that the nearest neighbor would hear anything. With the second shot, the dead woman tumbled out of her chair, and the chair clattered onto its side. Junior opened his eyes and saw that only the second of the 2 rounds had found its intended mark. The first had cracked through the center of a cabinet door, surely shattering dishes within. Victoria lay face up on the floor. The nurse was no longer as lovely as she had been, and perhaps because of early rigor mortis, her grace, which had initially been evident even in death, had now deserted her. "I really am sorry about this," Junior said, regretting the necessity to deny her the right to look good at her own funeral. "But it's got to appear to be a crime of passion." Standing over the body, he squeezed off the last 3 shots. Finished, he detested guns more than ever. The air stank of gunfire and pot roast. With a paper towel, Junior wiped the revolver. He dropped it on the floor beside the riddled nurse. He didn't bother to press Vanadium's hand around the weapon. There wasn't going to be a wealth of evidence for the Scientific Investigation Division to sift through anyway, when the fire was finally put out. Just enough charred clues to allow them an easy conclusion. 2 murders and an act of arson. Junior was being a bold boy this evening. Not a bad boy. He didn't believe in good and bad, in right and wrong. There were effective actions and ineffective actions, socially acceptable and unacceptable behavior, wise and stupid decisions that could be made. But if you wanted to achieve maximum self-realization, you had to understand that any choice you made in life was entirely value-neutral. Morality was a primitive concept, useful in earlier stages of societal evolution perhaps, but without relevance in the modern age. Some acts were distasteful, too, such as searching the lunatic lawman for his car keys and his badge. Continuing to avert his eyes from the battered face and the 2-tone eyelids, Junior found the keys in an exterior pocket of the sports jacket. The credentials were tucked in an interior pocket, a single-fold leather holder containing the shiny badge and a photo ID. He dropped the holder on the top of the clubbed, smothered, shot nurse. Now out of the kitchen, along the hall, and up the stairs, 2 at a time, into Victoria's bedroom, not with the intention of snaring a perverse souvenir, merely to find a blanket. In the kitchen again, Junior spread the blanket on the floor, to one side of the blood. He rolled Vanadium onto the blanket and drew the ends of it together, fashioning a sled with which to drag the detective out of the house. The cop weighed too much to be carried any distance. The blanket proved effective. The decision to drag him was wise, and the whole process was value-neutral. An unfortunately bumpy ride for the deceased, along the hallway, through the foyer, across the entry threshold, down the porch steps, across a lawn dappled with pine shadows and yellow moonlight, to the graveled driveway. No complaints. Junior couldn't see the lights of the nearest other houses. Either those structures were screened by trees or the neighbors weren't home. Vanadium's vehicle, obviously not an official police sedan, was a blue 1961 Studebaker Lark Regal. A dumpy and inelegant car, it looked as though it had been designed specifically to complement the stocky detective's physique. When Junior opened the trunk, he discovered that fishing gear and 2 wooden carriers full of carpenter's tools left no room for a dead detective. He would be able to make the body fit only if he dismembered it first. He was too sensitive a soul to be able to take either a handsaw or a power saw to a corpse. Only madmen were capable of such butchery. Hopeless lunatics like Ed Gein out there in Wisconsin, arrested just 7 years ago when Junior had been 16. Ed, the inspiration for Psycho, had constructed mobiles out of human noses and lips. He used human skin to make lampshades and to upholster furniture. His soup bowls had once been human skulls. He ate the hearts and selected other organs of his victims, wore a belt fashioned from nipples, and occasionally danced under the moon while masked by the scalp and face of a woman he had murdered. Shivering, Junior slammed the trunk lid and warily surveyed the lonely landscape. Black pines spread bristled arms through the charry night, and the moon cast down a jaundiced light that seemed to obscure more than it illuminated. Junior was free of superstition. He believed in neither gods nor demons, nor in anything between. Nevertheless, with Gein in mind, how easy it was to imagine that a monstrous evil lurked nearby, watching, scheming, driven by an unspeakable hunger. In a century torn by 2 world wars, marked by the boot heels of men like Hitler and Stalin, the monsters were no longer supernatural, but human, and their humanity made them scarier than vampires and hell-born fiends. Junior was motivated not by twisted needs, but by rational self-interest. Consequently, he opted to load the detective's body into the cramped back seat of the Studebaker with all limbs intact and head attached. He returned to the house and extinguished the 3 blown-glass oil lamps on the living-room coffee table, out as well the silk-shade lamp. In the kitchen he fussily avoided the blood and stepped around Victoria to switch off both ovens. He killed the gas flame under the large pot of boiling water on the cooktop. After clicking off the kitchen lights, the hall light, and the light in the foyer, he pulled shut the front door, leaving the house dark and silent behind him. He still had work to do here. Properly disposing of Thomas Vanadium, however, was the most urgent piece of business. A sudden cold breeze blew down out of the moon, bearing a faint alien scent, and the black boughs of the trees billowed and rustled like witches' skirts. He got behind the wheel of the Studebaker, started the engine, did a hard 180-degree turn using more lawn than driveway, and cried out in terror when Vanadium moved noisily in the back seat. Junior jammed on the brakes, slammed the gear shift into park, threw open the door, and plunged from the car. He spun around to face the menace, loose gravel shifting treacherously underfoot. Chapter 38. Baseball cap in hand, he stood on Agnes's front porch this Sunday evening, a big man with the demeanor of a shy boy. "Mrs. Lampion? That's me." His leonine head and bold features framed by golden hair should have conveyed strength, but the impression he might have made was compromised by a fringe of bangs that curled across his forehead, a style unfortunately reminiscent of effete emperors of ancient Rome. "I've come here to—" His voice trailed away. Considering his formidable size, his clothes ought to have served an image of virile masculinity: boots, jeans, red flannel shirt. His ducked head, slumped posture, and shuffling feet were reminders, however, that many young boys, too, dressed this way. "Is something wrong?" Agnes encouraged. He met her eyes, but at once shifted his gaze to the porch floor again. I've come to say how sorry I am, how miserably sorry." During the 10 days since Joey's passing, a great many people had conveyed their condolences to Agnes, but until this man she'd known all of them. "I'd give anything if it hadn't happened," he said, earnestly, and now a tortured note wrung wet emotion from his voice. "I only wish it had been me who died." His sentiment was so excessive that Agnes was speechless. "I wasn't drinking," he said. "That's proven. But I admit being reckless, driving too fast in the rain. They cited me for that, for running the light." Suddenly she understood. "You're him." He nodded, and his face flushed with guilt. "Nicholas Deed." On her tongue the name was as bitter as a dissolving aspirin. "Nick," he suggested, as though any reason existed for her to be on a first-name basis with the man who killed her husband. "I wasn't drinking." "You've been drinking now," she softly accused. "Had just a few, yeah, for courage to come here, to ask your forgiveness." His request felt like an assault. Agnes almost rocked backward as though struck. Will you forgive me, Mrs. Lampion?" By nature she was unable to hold fast to resentment, couldn't nurture a grudge, and was incapable of vengeance. She had forgiven even her father, who had put her through hell for so long, who had blighted the lives of her brothers, and who had killed her mother. Forgiving was not the same as condoning. Forgiving did not mean that you had to exonerate or forget. "I can't sleep half the time," Deed said, twisting the baseball cap in his hands. "I've lost weight. I'm so nervous, jumpy." In spite of her nature, Agnes could not find forgiveness in her heart this time. Words of absolution clotted in her throat. Her bitterness dismayed her, but she could not deny it. "Your forgiveness won't make any of it right," he said. "Nothing could, but it might start to give me a little peace." "Why should I care whether you have any peace?" she asked, and she seemed to be listening to a woman other than herself. Deed flinched. "No reason. But I sure never did mean you or your husband any harm, Mrs. Lampion. And not your baby either, not little Bartholomew." At the mention of her son's name, Agnes stiffened. There were numerous ways for Deed to have learned the baby's name, yet it seemed wrong for him to know it, wrong to use it, the name of this child he had nearly orphaned, had almost killed. His alcohol-soured breath washed over Agnes as he asked, "How's Bartholomew doing? Is he okay? Is the little guy in good health?" Jacks of spades, in quartet, rose in her mind. Remembering the ringleted yellow hair of the fateful figure on the playing cards, Agnes fixated on Deed's blonde bangs, which curled across his broad brow. "There's nothing here for you," she said, stepping back from the door in order to close it. "Please, Mrs. Lampion?" Strong emotion carved Deed's face. Anguish, perhaps, or anger. Agnes wasn't able to interpret his expression, not because he was in the least difficult to read, but because her perceptions were skewed by sudden fear and a flood of adrenaline. Her heart seemed to spin like a flywheel in her breast. "Wait," said Deed, holding out one hand either beseechingly or to block the door. She slammed it shut before he could stop her, whether he had intended to stop her or not, and she engaged the deadbolt lock. Beveled, crackled, distorted, divided into petals and leaves, Deed's face beyond the leaded glass, as he leaned closer to try to peer inside, was the countenance of a dream demon swimming up out of a nightmare lake. Agnes ran to the kitchen, where she had been working when the doorbell rang, packing boxes of groceries to be delivered with the honey-raisin pear pies that she and Jacob had baked this morning. Barty's bassinet was beside the table. She expected him to be gone, snatched by an accomplice who had come in the back way while Deed had distracted her at the front door. The baby was where she had left him, sleeping serenely. To the windows, then, drawing all the blinds securely down, and still irrationally she felt watched. Trembling, she sat beside the bassinet and gazed at her baby with such love that the force of it ought to have rocked him awake. She expected Deed to ring the doorbell again. He did not. "Imagine me thinking you'd be gone," she said to Barty. "Your old Mamma's losing it. I never made a deal with Rumpelstiltskin, so there's nothing for him to collect." She couldn't kid herself out of her fear. Nicholas Deed was not the knave. He had already brought all the ruin into their lives that he was going to bring. But a knave there was, somewhere, and his day would come. To avoid making Maria feel responsible for the dire turn of mood when red aces were followed by disturbing jacks, Agnes had pretended to take her son's card-told fortune lightly, especially the frightful part of it. In fact, a coldness had twisted through her heart. Never before had she put faith in any form of prognostication. In the whispery falling of those 12 cards, however, she heard the faint voice of truth. Not quite a coherent truth, not as clear a message as she might have wished, but a murmur that she couldn't ignore. Tiny Bartholomew wrinkled his face in his sleep. His mother said a prayer for him. She also sought forgiveness for the hardness with which she had treated Nicholas Deed, and she asked to be spared the visitation of the knave. Chapter 39. The dead detective, grinning in the moonlight, a pair of silvery quarters gleaming in the sockets once occupied by his eyes. This was the image that plied the turbulent waters of Junior Kane's imagination when he sailed out of the driver's door and came around to face the Studebaker, his heart dropping like an anchor. His dry tongue, his parched mouth, his desiccated throat felt packed full of sand, and his voice lay buried alive down there. Even when he saw no cop cadaver, no ghoulish grin, no two-bit eyes, Junior was not immediately relieved. Warily he circled the car, expecting to find the detective crouching and poised to spring. Nothing. The dome light was on in the car because the driver's door was standing open. He didn't want to lean inside and peer over the front seat. He had no weapon. He would be unbalanced, vulnerable. Still cautious, Junior approached the back door, the window. Vanadium's body lay on the car floor, wrapped in the tumbled blanket. He had not heard the lawman rising up with malevolent intent as he had imagined. The body had simply rolled off the back seat onto the floor during the too sharp 180-degree turn. Briefly, Junior felt humiliated. He wanted to drag the detective out of the car and stomp on his smug, dead face. That would not be a productive use of his time. Satisfying, but not prudent. Zed tells us that time is the most precious thing we have because we're born with so little of it. Junior got in the car once more, slammed the door, and said, "Pan-faced, double-chinned, half-bald, puke-collecting creep." Surprisingly, he received a lot of gratification from voicing this insult, even though Vanadium was too dead to hear it. Fat-necked, splay-nosed, jug-eared, ape-browed, birth-marked freak. This was better than taking slow, deep breaths. Periodically on the way to Vanadium's house, Junior spat out a string of insults, punctuated by obscenities. He had time to think of quite a few, because he drove 5 miles per hour below the posted speed limit. He couldn't risk being stopped for a traffic violation when Thomas Vanadium, the human stump, was dead and bundled in the back. During the past week, Junior had undertaken quiet background search on the prestidigitator with a badge. The cop was unmarried. He lived alone, so this bold visit entailed no risk. Junior parked in the 2-car garage. No vehicle occupied the second space. On one wall hung an impressive array of gardening tools. In the corner was a potting bench. In the cabinet above the bench, Junior found a pair of clean cotton gardening gloves. He tried them on, and they fit well enough. He had difficulty picturing the detective puttering in the garden on weekends, unless there were bodies buried under the roses. With the detective's key, he let himself into the house. While Junior had been hospitalized, Vanadium had searched his place with or without a warrant. Turnabout was satisfying. Vanadium clearly spent a lot of time in the kitchen. It was the only room in the house that felt comfortable and lived in. Lots of culinary gadgets, appliances, pots and pans hanging from a ceiling rack, a basket of onions, another of potatoes. A grouping of bottles with colorful labels proved to be a collection of olive oils. The detective fancied himself a cook. Other rooms were furnished as sparsely as those in a monastery. Indeed, the dining room contained nothing whatsoever. A sofa and one armchair provided the seating in the living room. No coffee table. A small table beside the chair. A wall unit held a fine stereo system and a few hundred record albums. Junior examined the music collection. The policeman's taste ran to big band music and vocalists from the swing era. Evidently either Frank Sinatra was an enthusiasm that Victoria and the detective shared, or the nurse purchased some of the crooner's records expressly for their dinner engagement. This was not the time to ponder the nature of the relationship between the treacherous Miss Bressler and Vanadium. Junior had a bloody trail to cover, and precious time was ticking away. Besides, the possibilities repulsed him. The very thought of a splendid-looking woman like Victoria submitting to a grotesque like Vanadium would have withered his soul if he had possessed a soul. The study was the size of a bathroom. The cramped space barely allowed for a battered pine desk, a chair, and one filing cabinet. The unmatched suite of bedroom furniture, cheap and scarred, might have been purchased at a thrift shop. A double bed and one nightstand, a small dresser. As was true of the entire house, the bedroom was immaculate. The wood floor gleamed as though polished by hand. A simple white chenille spread conformed to the bed as smoothly and tautly as the top blanket tucked around a soldier's barracks bunk. Knickknacks and mementos were not to be found anywhere in the house, and until now Junior had seen nothing hanging on the barren walls except a calendar in the kitchen, a cast bronze figure, fixed to lacquered walnut in want of raw dogwood, suffered above the bed. This crucifix, contrasting starkly with the white walls, reinforced the impression of monastic economy. In Junior's estimation, this was not the way that a normal person lived. This was the home of a deranged loner, a dangerously obsessive man. Having been an object of Thomas Vanadium's fixation, Junior felt fortunate to have survived. He shuddered. In the closet, a limited wardrobe did not fully occupy available rod space. On the floor, shoes were neatly arranged, toe to heel. The upper shelf of the closet held boxes and two inexpensive suitcases, pressboard laminated with green vinyl. He took down the suitcases and put them on the bed. Vanadium owned so few clothes that the two bags had sufficient capacity to accommodate half the contents of the closet and dresser. Junior tossed garments on the floor and across the bed to create the impression that the detective had packed with haste. After being imprudent enough to blast Victoria Bressler 5 times with his service revolver, perhaps in a jealous rage, or perhaps because he had gone nuts, Vanadium would have been frantic to flee justice. From the bathroom, Junior gathered an electric razor and toiletries. He added these to the suitcases. After carrying the 2 pieces of luggage to the car in the garage, he returned to the study. He sat at the desk and examined the contents of the drawers, then turned to the file cabinet. He wasn't entirely sure what all he hoped to find. Perhaps an envelope or a cash box with folding money, which a fleeing murderer would surely pause to take with him. Suspicions might be raised if he left it behind. Perhaps a savings account passbook. In the first drawer he discovered an address book. Logically, Vanadium would have taken this with him, even if on the lam from a murder rap, so Junior tucked it in his jacket pocket. When his search of the desk drawers was only half completed, the telephone rang. Not the usual strident bell, but a modulated electronic brrr. He had no intention of answering it. The second ring was followed by a click, and then a familiar droning voice said, "Hello, I'm Thomas Vanadium." Like a spring-loaded novelty snake erupting from a can, Junior exploded up from the chair, nearly knocking it over. but I'm not here right now." Swinging toward the open door, he saw that the dead detective was true to his word. He wasn't here. The voice continued, issuing from a device that stood on the desk beside the phone. "Please don't hang up. This is a telephone answering machine. Leave a message after you hear the tone, and I will return your call later." The word "answerphone" was imprinted on the black plastic casing of the machine. Junior had heard of this invention, but until now he'd never seen one. He supposed that an obsessive like Vanadium might go to any lengths, including this exotic technology, to avoid missing an important call. The tone sounded as promised, and a man's voice spoke from the box. "It's Max, your psychic. I found the hospital here. Poor kid had a cerebral hemorrhage arising from a hypertensive crisis caused by eclampsia, I think it is. Baby survived. Call me, huh?" Max hung up. The answer phone made a series of small robot mouse noises and then fell silent. Amazing. Junior was tempted to experiment with the controls. Maybe other messages were recorded on the machine. Listening to them would be delicious, even if every one of them turned out to be as meaningless to him as Max's, a little like browsing through a stranger's diary. Finding nothing more of interest in the study, he considered searching the rest of the house. The night was in flight, however, and he had a lot to do before it swooped straight into morning. Leave the lamps burning, the door unlocked. A murderer, frantic to vanish while the victim remained undiscovered, wouldn't be worried about the cost of electricity or about protecting against burglary. Junior drove boldly away. Zed counseled boldness. Because he kept imagining the stealthy sounds of a dead cop rising in vengeance behind him, Junior switched on the radio. He tuned in a station featuring a top 40 countdown. The DJ announced song number 4 for the week, the Beatles' She's a Woman. The Fab Four filled the Studebaker with music. Everyone thought the Mop Tops were the coolest thing ever. But to Junior, their music was just all right. He wasn't stirred to sing along, and he didn't find their stuff particularly danceable. He was a patriotic guy, and he preferred American rock to the British brand. He had nothing against the English, no prejudices against people of any nationality. Nevertheless, he believed that the American Top 40 ought to feature American music exclusively. Crossing Spruce Hills with John, Paul, George, Ringo, and Dead Thomas, Junior headed back toward Victoria's Place, where Sinatra was no longer singing. Number 3 on the charts was Mr. Lonely by Bobby Vinton, an American talent from Canonsburg, Pennsylvania. Junior sang along. He cruised past the Bressler residence without slowing. By this time, Vinton had finished, commercials had run, and the number 2 song had started, Come See About Me by the Supremes. More good American music. The Supremes were Negroes, sure, but Junior was not a bigot. Indeed, he had once made passionate love to a Negro girl. Harmonizing with Diana Ross, Mary Wilson, and Florence Ballard, he drove to the granite quarry 3 miles beyond the town limits. A new quarry operated by the same company lay a mile farther north. This was the old one, abandoned after decades of cutting. Years earlier, a stream had been diverted to fill the vast excavation. Stockfish were added, mostly trout and bass. As a recreational site, Quarry Lake could be judged only a partial success. During the mining operation, trees were cleared well back from the edge of the dig, so that much of the shore would be unshaded on a hot summer day. And along half the strand, signs were posted warning ungraded shore, immediate deep water. In places where lake met land, the bottom lay over 100 feet below. The Beatles began singing the number 1 song, I Feel Fine, as Junior turned off the county highway and followed the lake road northeast around the oil-black water. They had 2 titles in the American Top 5. In disgust, he switched off the radio. The previous April, the lads from Liverpool had claimed all 5 of the top 5. Real Americans like the Beach Boys and the Four Seasons were forced to settle for lower numbers. It made you wonder who had really won the Revolutionary War. No one in Junior's circle seemed to care about the crisis in American music. He supposed he had a greater awareness of injustice than did most people. On this chilly January night, no campers or fishermen had staked claims along the lake. Because the trees were far enough back to be lost in the night, the immediate shore and the pooled blackness that it encircled appeared as desolate as any landscape on a world without an atmosphere. Too far from Spruce Hills to be a popular make-out spot for teenagers, Quarry Lake was a turn-off for young lovers also because it had a reputation as haunted territory. Over 5 decades, 4 quarry workers had died in mining accidents. County lore included stories of ghosts roaming the depths of the excavation before it was flooded, and subsequently the shoreline after the lake was filled. Junior intended to add one stocky ghost to the party. Perhaps on a summer night in years to come, at the edge of the light fall from his Coleman lantern, a fisherman would see a semi-transparent vanadium providing entertainment with an ethereal quarter. At a point where deep water met the shoreline, Junior drove off the road and onto the strand. He parked 20 feet from the water facing the lake and switched off the headlights and the engine. Leaning across the front seat, he lowered the passenger's window 6 inches. Then he lowered the driver's side window an equal distance. He wiped the steering wheel and every surface that he might have touched during the drive from Victoria's to the detective's place, where he'd acquired the gardening gloves that he still wore. He got out of the car and, with the door open, wiped the exterior handle. He doubted the Studebaker would ever be found, but successful men were, without exception, those who paid attention to detail. For a while he stood beside the sedan, letting his eyes adapt to the gloom. The night was holding its breath again, the previous breeze now pent up in the breast of darkness. Having risen higher in the sky during the past couple hours, the gold coin moon reminted itself as silver, and in the black lake its reflection rolled across the knuckles of the quiet wavelets. Convinced he was alone and unobserved, Junior leaned into the car and shifted it out of park. He released the handbrake. The strand was inclined toward the lake. He closed the door and got out of the way as the Studebaker rolled forward, gathering speed. With remarkably little splash, the sedan eased into the water. Briefly it floated, bobbling near shore, tipped forward by the weight of the engine. As the lake flooded in through the floor vents, the vehicle settled steadily, then sank rapidly when the water reached the 2 partially open windows. This Detroit-built gondola would swiftly navigate the Styx without a black-robed gondolier to pole it onward. The moment that the roof of the car vanished beneath the water, Junior hurried away, retracing on foot the route he had driven. He didn't have to go all the way back to Vanadium's place, only the dark house where he'd left Victoria Bressler. He had a date with a dead woman. Chapter 40. Not in a mood to garden, but wearing the proper gloves, Junior clicked on the foyer light, the hall light, the kitchen light, and stepped around the clubbed, smothered shot nurse to the range, where he switched on the right oven, in which an unfinished pot roast was cooling, and the left oven, in which the dinner plates waited to be warmed. He cranked up a flame again under the pot of water that had been boiling earlier, and glanced hungrily at the uncooked pasta that Victoria had weighed and set aside. If the aftermath of his encounter with Vanadium had not been so messy, Junior might have paused for dinner before wrapping up his work here. The walk back from Quarry Lake had taken almost 2 hours, in part because he had ducked out of sight in the trees and brush each time he had heard traffic approaching. He was famished. Regardless of how well prepared the food, however, ambiance was a significant factor in the enjoyment of any meal, and blood-stained decor was not, in his view, conducive to fine dining. Earlier he had placed an open 5th of vodka on the table in front of Victoria. The nurse, no longer in the chair, sprawled on the floor as if she had emptied another bottle before this one. Junior poured half the vodka over the corpse, splashed some around other parts of the kitchen, and spilled the last on the cooktop, where it trickled toward the active burner. This was not an ideal accelerant, not as effective as gasoline, but by the time he threw the bottle aside, the spirits found the flame. Blue fire flashed across the top of the range and followed drips down the baked enamel front to the floor. Blue flared to yellow, and the yellow darkened when the blaze found the cadaver. Playing with fire was fun when you didn't have to attempt to conceal the fact that it was arson. Atop the dead woman, Vanadium's leather ID holder ignited. The identification card would burn, but the badge was not likely to melt. The police would also identify the revolver. From the floor, Junior snatched up the bottle of wine that had twice failed to shatter. His lucky Merlot. He backed toward the hall door, watching as the fire spread. After lingering until certain that the house would soon be a seething pyre, he finally sprinted along the hall to the front door. Under a declining moon, he fled discreetly 3 blocks to his Suburban, parked on a parallel street. He encountered no traffic, and on the way he stripped off the gardening gloves and discarded them in a dumpster at a house undergoing remodeling. Not once did he look back to see if the fire had grown visible as a glow against the night sky. The events at Victoria's were part of the past. He was finished with all that. Junior was a forward-thinking, future-oriented man. Halfway home he heard sirens and saw the beacons of approaching emergency vehicles. He pulled the Suburban to the side of the road and watched as 2 fire trucks passed, followed by an ambulance. He felt remarkably well when he arrived home, calm, proud of his quick thinking and stalwart action, pleasantly tired. He hadn't chosen to kill again. This obligation had been thrust on him by fate. Yet he had proven that boldness he'd shown on the fire tower, rather than being a transient strength, was a deeply rooted quality. Although he harbored no fear of coming under suspicion for the murder of Victoria Bressler, he intended to leave Spruce Hills this very night. No future existed for him in such a sleepy backwater. A wider world awaited, and he had earned the right to enjoy all that it could offer him. He placed a phone call to Caitlin Hackachek, his trollish and avaricious sister-in-law, asking her to dispose of Naomi's things, their furniture, and whatever of his own possessions he chose to leave behind. Although she had been awarded $250,000 in the family settlement with the state and county, Caitlin would be at the house by dawn's first light if she thought she might make $10 from liquidating its contents. Junior intended to pack only a single bag, leaving most of his clothes behind. He could afford a fine new wardrobe. In the bedroom, as he opened a suitcase on the bed, he saw the quarter, shiny, heads up, on the nightstand. If Junior were weak-minded enough to succumb to madness, this was the moment when he should have fallen into an abyss of insanity. He heard an internal cracking, felt a terrible splintering in his mind, but he held himself together with sheer willpower, remembering to breathe slowly and deeply. He summoned enough courage to approach the nightstand. His hand trembled. He half expected the quarter to be illusory, to disappear between his pinching fingers, but it was real. When he held fast to his sanity, common sense eventually told him that the coin must have been left much earlier in the night, soon after he had set out for Victoria's house. In fact, in spite of the new locks, Vanadium must have stopped here on his way to see Victoria, unaware that he would meet his death in her kitchen, and at the hands of the very man he was tormenting. Junior's fear gave way to an appreciation for the irony in this situation. Gradually he regained the ability to smile, tossed the coin in the air, caught it, and dropped it in his pocket. Just as the smile curved to completion, however, an awful thing happened. The humiliation began with a loud gurgle in his gut. Since dealing with Victoria and the detective, Junior had taken pride in the fact that he'd kept his equanimity, and, more important, his lunch. No acute nervous emesis as he'd suffered following poor Naomi's death. Indeed, he had an appetite. Now, trouble. Different from what he'd experienced before, but just as powerful and terrifying. He didn't need to regurgitate, but he desperately needed to evacuate. His exceptional sensitivity remained a curse. He had been more profoundly affected by Victoria's and Vanadium's tragic deaths than he had realized. Wrenched, he was. With a cry of alarm, he bolted to the bathroom and made it with not a second to spare. He seemed to be on the throne long enough to have witnessed the rise and fall of an empire. Later, weak and shaken, as he was packing his suitcase, the urge overcame him again. He was astonished to discover that anything could be left in his intestinal tract. He kept a few paperbacks of Caesar Zed's work in the bathroom, so that time spent on the John wouldn't be wasted. Some of his deepest insights into the human condition and his best ideas for self-improvement had come in this place, where Zed's luminous words seemed to shine a brighter light into his mind upon rereading. On this occasion, however, he couldn't have focused on a book even if he'd had the strength to hold it. The fierce paroxysms that clenched his guts also destroyed his ability to concentrate. By the time he put his suitcase in 3 boxes of books, the collected works of Zed and selections from the Book of the Month Club in the Suburban, Junior had rushed twice more to the bathroom. His legs were shaky, and he felt hollow, frail, as if he'd lost more than was apparent, as if the essential substance of himself was gone. The word diarrhea was inadequate to describe this affliction. In spite of the books he'd read to improve his vocabulary, Junior could not think of any word sufficiently descriptive and powerful enough to convey his misery and the hideousness of his ordeal. Panic set in when he began to wonder if these intestinal spasms were going to prevent him from leaving Spruce Hills. In fact, what if they required hospitalization? A pathologically suspicious cop, aware of Junior's acute emesis following Naomi's death, might imagine a connection between this epic bout of diarrhea and Victoria's murder and Vanadium's disappearance. Here was an avenue of speculation that he did not want to encourage. He must get out of town while he still could. His very freedom and happiness depended on a speedy departure. During the past 10 days he'd proved that he was clever, bold, with exceptional inner resources. He needed to tap his deep well of strength and resolve now more than ever. He'd been through far too much, accomplished too much, to be brought down by mere biology. Aware of the dangers of dehydration, he drank a bottle of water and put 2 half-gallon containers of Gatorade in the Suburban. Sweaty, chilled, trembling, weak-kneed, watery-eyed with self-pity, Junior spread a plastic garbage bag on the driver's seat. He got in the Suburban, twisted the key in the ignition, and groaned as the engine vibrations threatened to undo him. With only a faint twinge of sentimental longing, he drove away from the house that had been his and Naomi's love nest for 14 blissful months. He clenched the steering wheel tightly with both hands, clenched his teeth so fiercely that his jaw muscles bulged and twitched, and clenched his mind around a stubborn determination to get control of himself. Slow, deep breaths, positive thoughts. The diarrhea was over, finished, part of the past. Long ago he had learned never to dwell on the past, never to be overly concerned about the worries of the present, but to be focused entirely on the future. He was a man of the future. As he raced into the future, the past caught up with him in the form of intestinal spasms, and by the time he had driven only 3 miles, whimpering like a sick dog, he made an emergency stop at a service station to use the restroom. Thereafter, Junior managed to drive 4 miles before he was forced to pull off the road at another service station, after which he felt that his ordeal might be over. But less than 10 minutes later, he settled for more rustic facilities in a clump of bushes alongside the highway, where his cries of anguish frightened small animals into squeaking flight. Finally, only 30 miles south of Spruce Hills, he reluctantly acknowledged that slow, deep breathing, positive thoughts, high self-esteem, and firm resolve weren't sufficient to subdue his treacherous bowels. He needed to find lodging for the night. He didn't care about a swimming pool or a king-size bed or a free continental breakfast. The only amenity that mattered was indoor plumbing. The seedy motel was called Sleepy Time Inn, but the grizzled, squint-eyed, sharp-faced night clerk must not have been the owner, because he wasn't the type to have dreamed up cute spellings for the sign out front. Judging by his appearance and attitude, he was a former Nazi death camp commandant who fled Brazil one step ahead of the Israeli Secret Service and was now hiding out in Oregon. Racked by cramps and too weak to carry his luggage, Junior left his suitcase in the Suburban. He brought only the bottles of Gatorade into his room. The night that followed might as well have been a night in hell, though a hell in which Satan provided an electrolytically balanced beverage. Chapter 41. Monday morning, January 17. Agnes's lawyer, Vinnie Lincoln, came to the house with Joey's will and other papers requiring attention. Round of face and round of body, Vinnie didn't walk like other men. He seemed to bounce lightly along, as if inflated with a mixture of gases that included enough helium to make him buoyant, though not so much that he was in danger of sailing up and away like a birthday balloon. His smooth cheeks and merry eyes left a boyish impression, but he was a good attorney and shrewd. "How's Jacob?" Vinnie asked, hesitating at the open front door. "He's not here," Agnes said. "That's exactly how I hoped he would be." Relieved, he followed Agnes to the living room. "Listen, Aggie, you know I don't have anything against Jacob, but—" "Good heavens, Vinnie, I know that," she assured him as she lifted Barty, hardly bigger than a bag of sugar, from the bassinet. She settled with the baby into a rocking chair. "It's just, the last time I saw him, he trapped me in a corner and told this god-awful story, far more than I wanted to know, about some British murderer back in the 40s. This monstrous man who beat people to death with a hammer, drank their blood, then disposed of their bodies in a vat of acid in his workroom." He shuddered. "That would be John George Hay," Agnes said, checking Barty's diaper before nestling him tenderly in the crook of her arm. The lawyer's eyes appeared as round as his face. "Aggie, please don't tell me you've started to share Jacob's enthusiasms." No, but being around him so much, inevitably I absorb some details. He's a compelling speaker when the subject interests him." "Oh," Vinnie agreed. "I wasn't bored for a second." "I've often thought Jacob would have made a fine school teacher." "Assuming the children received therapy after every class." "Assuming, of course, that he didn't have these obsessions." Extracting documents from his valise, Vinnie said, "Well, I've no right to talk. Food is my obsession. Look at me. So fat you'd think I'd been raised from birth for sacrifice." "You're not fat," Agnes objected. "You're nicely rounded." "Yes, I'm nicely rounding myself into an early grave," he said almost cheerfully, "and I must admit to enjoying it." "You may be eating yourself into an early grave, Vinnie, but poor Jacob has murdered his own soul, and that's infinitely worse." "Murdered his own soul. An interesting turn of phrase." "Hope is the food of faith, the staff of life, don't you think?" From his mother's cradled arms, Barty gazed adoringly at her. She continued, "When we don't allow ourselves to hope, we don't allow ourselves to have purpose. Without purpose, without meaning, life is dark. We've no light within, and we're just living to die." With one tiny hand, Barty reached up for his mother. She gave him her forefinger, to which the sugar-bag boy clung tenaciously. Regardless of her other successes or failures as a parent, Agnes intended to make certain that Barty never lacked hope, that meaning and purpose flowed through the boy as constantly as blood. "I know Edom and Jacob have been a burden," said Vinnie. "You having to be responsible for them—" "Nothing of the kind." Agnes smiled at Barty and wiggled her finger in his grip. "They've always been my salvation. I don't know what I'd do without them." "I think you actually mean that." "I always mean what I say." "Well, as years pass, they're going to be a financial burden, if nothing else. So I'm glad I've got a little surprise for you." When she looked up from Barty, she saw the attorney with his hands full of documents. "Surprise? I know what's in Joey's will." Vinnie smiled. "But you have assets you aren't aware of." The house was hers free and clear of mortgages. There were 2 savings accounts, to which Joey had diligently made deposits weekly through 9 years of marriage. "Life insurance," Vinnie said. "Well, I'm aware of that, a $50,000 policy." She figured that she could stay home, devoting herself to Barty for perhaps 3 years before she would be wise to find work. In addition to that policy, said Vinny, there's another. He filled his lungs, hesitated, then exhaled the air and the sum with a tremor. 750,000, $750,000. Certain disbelief insulated her against immediate surprise. She shook her head. That's not possible. It was affordable term insurance, not a whole life policy. I mean, Joey wouldn't have bought it without... He knew how you felt about having too much life insurance, so he didn't disclose it to you. The rocking chair stopped squeaking under her. She heard the sincerity in Vinny's voice, and as her disbelief dissolved, she was shocked into immobility. She whispered, My little superstition. Under other circumstances, Agnes might have blushed. But now her apparently irrational fear of too much life insurance had been vindicated. Joey was, after all, an insurance broker, Vinny reminded her. He was going to look out for his family. Excessive insurance, Agnes believed, was a temptation to fate. A reasonable policy, yes, that's fine. But a big one, it's like betting on death. Aggie, it's just prudent planning. I believe in betting on life. With this money, you won't have to cut back on the number of pies you give away, and all of that. By all of that, he meant the groceries that she and Joey often sent along with the pies, the occasional mortgage payment they made for someone down on his luck, and the other quiet philanthropies. Look at it this way, Aggie. All the pies, all the things you do, that's betting on life. And now you've just been given the great blessing of being able to place larger bets. The same thought had occurred to her, a consolation that might make acceptance of these riches possible, yet she remained chilled by the thought of receiving a life-changing amount of money as the consequence of a death. Looking down at Barty, Agnes saw the ghost of Joey in the baby's face, and although she half believed that her husband would be alive now if he had never tempted fate by putting such a high price on his life, she couldn't find any anger in her heart for him. She must accept this final generosity with grace, if also without enthusiasm. All right, Agnes said, and as she voiced her acceptance, she was shivered by a sudden fear for which she couldn't at once identify a cause. And there's more, said Vinnie Lincoln, as round as Santa Claus and cherry-cheeked with pleasure at being able to bear these gifts. The policy contained a double indemnity clause in the event of death by accident. The complete tax-free payout is $1.5 million. A cause now apparent, the fear explained, Agnes held her baby more tightly. So new to the world he seemed already to be slipping away from her, captured by the whirlpool of a demanding destiny. The ace of diamonds, 4 in a row. Ace, 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 ace. Already the fortune foretold, which she had strived to dismiss as a game with no consequences, was coming true. According to the cards, Barty would be rich financially, but also in talent, spirit, intellect. Rich in courage and honor, Maria promised, with a wealth of common sense, good judgment, and luck. He would need the courage and the luck. "What's wrong, Aggie?" asked Vinny. She couldn't explain her anxiety to him, because he believed in the supremacy of laws, in the justice that might be delivered in this life, in a comparatively simple reality, and he would not comprehend the gloriously, frighteningly, reassuringly, strangely, and deeply complex reality Agnes occasionally perceived, usually peripherally, sometimes intellectually, but often with her heart. This was a world in which effect could come before cause, in which what seemed to be coincidence was, in fact, merely the visible part of a far larger pattern that couldn't be seen whole. If the ace of diamonds in quartet must be taken seriously, then why not the rest of the draw? If this insurance payoff was not mere coincidence, if it was the wealth that had been foretold, then how far behind the fortune did the knave travel? Years? Months? Days? "You look as if you've seen a ghost," said Vinny. And Agnes wished the threat were as simple as a restless spirit, groaning and rattling its chains, like Dickens's Marley come to Ebenezer Scrooge on Christmas Eve. Chapter 42. The Sandman was powerless to cast a spell of sleep while Junior spent the night flushing away enough water to drain a reservoir. By dawn, when the intestinal paroxysms finally passed, this bold new man of adventure felt as flat and limp as roadkill. Finally sleeping, he had anxiety dreams of being in a public restroom, overcome by urgent need, only to find that every stall was occupied by someone he had killed, all of them vengefully determined to deny him a chance for dignified relief. He woke at noon, eyes gummed shut with the effluence of sleep. He felt lousy, but he was in control of himself, and strong enough to fetch his suitcase, which he'd been unable to carry upon arrival. Outside, he discovered that some worthless criminal wretch had broken into his Suburban during the night. The suitcase and Book of the Month selections were gone. The creep even swiped the Kleenex, the chewing gum, and the breath mints from the glove compartment. Incredibly, the thief left behind the most valuable items, the collection of hardcover first editions of Caesar Zed's complete body of work. The box stood open, its contents having been explored in haste, but not a single volume was missing. Fortunately, he'd kept neither cash nor his checkbook in the suitcase. With Zed intact, his losses were tolerable. In the motel office, Junior paid for another night in advance. His preference in lodgings didn't run to greasy carpeting, cigarette-scarred furniture, and the whispery scuttling of cockroaches in the dark, but though feeling better, he was too tired and shaky to drive. The aging fugitive Nazi had been replaced at the front desk by a woman with messily chopped blonde hair, a brutish face, and arms that would dissuade Charles Atlas from challenging her. She changed a $5 bill into coins for the vending machines, and snarled at him only once in strangely accented English. Junior was starving, but he didn't trust his bowels enough to risk dinner in a restaurant. The affliction seemed to have passed, but it might recur when he had food in his system again. He bought cracker sandwiches, some filled with cheese and some with peanut butter, Redskin peanuts, chocolate bars, and Coca-Cola. Although this was an unhealthy meal, cheese and peanut butter and chocolate shared a virtue. They were all binding. In his room he settled on the bed with his constipating snacks and the county telephone book. Because he had packed the directory with the Zed collection, the thief hadn't gotten it. He had already reviewed 24,000 names, finding no Bartholomew, putting red checks beside entries with the initial B instead of a first name. A slip of yellow paper marked his place. Opening the directory to the marker, he found a card tucked between the pages. A joker, with Bartholomew in red block letters. This was not the same card he'd found at his bedside, under 2 dimes and a nickel, on the night following Naomi's funeral. He had torn that one and had thrown it away. No mystery here. No reason to leap to the ceiling and cling upside down like a frightened cartoon cat. Evidently, last evening, prior to keeping a dinner date with Victoria, when the taunting detective had illegally entered Junior's house and placed another quarter on the nightstand, he had seen the directory open on the kitchen table. Deducing the meaning of the red check marks, he inserted this card and closed the book. Another small assault in the psychological warfare that he'd been waging. Junior had made a mistake when he smashed the pewter candlestick into Vanadium's face after the cop was already unconscious. He should have bound the bastard and attempted to revive him for interrogation. Applying enough pain, he could have gotten cooperation even from Vanadium. The detective had said he'd heard Junior fearfully repeat Bartholomew in his sleep, which Junior believed to be true, because the name did resonate with him. However, he wasn't sure he believed the cop's claim to be ignorant of the identity of this nemesis. Too late for interrogation now, with Vanadium bludgeoned into eternal sleep and resting under many fathoms of cold bedding. But, the heft of the candlestick, the smooth arc it made, and the crack of contact had been as hugely satisfying as any home run swing that had ever won a baseball World Series. Munching an almond joy, Junior returned to the phone book, with no choice but to find Bartholomew the hard way. Chapter 43. Onward through this Monday, January 17, this momentous day, when the ending of one thing is the beginning of another. Under a sullen afternoon sky in the winter-drab hills, the yellow and white station wagon was a bright arrow, drawn and fired not from a hunter's quiver, but from that of a Samaritan. Edom drove, happy to assist Agnes. He was happier still that he didn't have to make the pie deliveries alone. He wasn't required to torture himself in search of pleasant conversation with those they visited. Agnes had virtually invented pleasant conversation. In the passenger seat, Barty was cushioned in his mother's arms. At times the boy cooed or gurgled, or made a wet chortling sound. As yet, Edom had never heard him cry or even fuss. Barty wore elfin-size knitted blue pajamas, complete with feet, white rickrack at the cuffs and neckline, and a matching cap. His white blanket was decorated with blue and yellow bunnies. The baby had been an unqualified hit at their first 4 stops. His bright, smiling presence was a bridge that helped everyone cross over the dark waters of Joey's death. Edom would have judged this a perfect day, except for the earthquake weather. He was convinced that the big one would bring the coastal cities to ruin before twilight. This was different earthquake weather from that of 10 days ago, when he'd made the pie deliveries alone. Then, blue sky, unseasonable warmth, low humidity. Now, low gray clouds, cool air, high humidity. One of the most unnerving aspects of life in Southern California was that earthquake weather came in so many varieties. As many days as not, you got out of bed, checked the sky and the barometer, and realized with dismay that conditions were indicative of catastrophe. With the earth still tenuously stable beneath them, they arrived at their 5th destination, a new address on Agnes's mercy list. They were in the eastern hills, a mile from Jolene and Bill Clefton's place, where 10 days ago Edom had delivered blueberry pie along with the grisly details of the Tokyo-Yokohama quake of 1923. This house was similar to the Cleftons. Though stucco rather than clapboard, it had gone a long time without fresh paint. A crack in one of the front windows had been sealed with strapping tape. Agnes added this stop to her route at the request of Reverend Tom Collins, the local Baptist minister, whose folks unthinkingly gave him the name of a cocktail. She was friendly with all the clergymen in Bright Beach, and her pie deliveries favored no one creed. Edom carried the honey-raisin pear pie, and Agnes toted Barty across the neatly cropped yard to the front door. The bell-push triggered chimes that played the first 10 notes of That Old Black Magic, which they heard distinctly through the glass in the door. This humble house wasn't where you expected to hear an elaborate custom doorbell, or even any doorbell at all, since knuckles on wood were the cheapest announcement of a visitor. Edom glanced at Agnes and said uneasily, "Strange." "No, charming," she disagreed. "There's a meaning to it. Everything has a meaning, dear." An elderly Negro gentleman answered the door. His hair was such a pure white that in contrast to his plum-dark skin it appeared to glow like a nimbus around his head. With his equally radiant goatee, his kindly features, and his compelling black eyes, he seemed to have stepped out of a movie about a jazz musician who, having died, was on earth once more as someone's angelic guardian. "Mr. Sepharad?" Agnes asked. "Obadiah Sepharad?" Glancing at the plump pie in Edom's hands, the gentleman replied to Agnes in a musical yet gravelly voice worthy of Louis Armstrong. "You must be the lady Reverend Collins told me about." The voice reinforced Edom's image of a bebop celestial being. Turning his attention to Barty, Obadiah broke into a smile, revealing a gold upper tooth. "Something here is sweeter than that lovely pie. What's the child's name?"
"Bartholomew," said Agnes.
"Well, of course it is."
Edom observed amazed as Agnes chatted up their host, going from Mr. Sepharad to Obadiah, from the doorstep to the living room, the pie delivered and accepted, coffee offered and served, the two of them pleased and easy with each other, all in the time that it would have taken Edom himself to get up the nerve to cross the threshold and to think of something interesting to say about the Galveston hurricane of 1900 in which 6,000 had died. As Obadiah lowered himself into a well-worn armchair, he said to Edom,
"Son, don't I know you from somewhere?"
Having settled on the sofa with Agnes and Barty, prepared to serve comfortably in the role of quiet observer, Edom was alarmed to have suddenly become the subject of conversation. He was also alarmed to be called son, because in his 36 years the only person ever to have addressed him in that fashion had been his father, dead for a decade, yet still a terror in Edom's dreams. Shaking his head, his coffee cup rattling against the saucer, Edom said, "No, sir, no. I don't think we've ever met till now."
"Maybe. You sure do look familiar, though."
"I've got one of those faces so ordinary you see it everywhere," said Edom, and decided to tell the story of the tri-state tornado of 1925. Perhaps his sister intuited what Edom was about to say, because she didn't let him get started. Somehow Agnes knew that in his younger days Obadiah had been a stage magician. Artlessly she drew him out on the subject. Professional magic was not a field in which many Negroes could find their way to success. Obadiah was one of a rare brotherhood. A music tradition was deeply rooted in the Negro community. No similar tradition in magic existed.
Maybe because we didn't want to be called witches," said Obadiah with a smile, "and give folks one more reason to hang us."
A pianist or saxophonist could go a long way on his talent and self-instruction, but a would-be stage magician eventually needed a mentor to reveal the most closely guarded secrets of illusion, and to help him master the skills of deception needed for the highest level prestidigitation. In a craft practiced almost exclusively by white men, a young man of color had to search for mentoring, especially in 1922, when 20-year-old Obadiah dreamed of being the next Houdini. Now Obadiah produced a pack of playing cards as though from a secret pocket in an invisible coat.
"Like to see a little something?"
"Yes, please," Agnes said with evident delight. Obadiah tossed the pack of cards to Edom, startling him.
"Son, you'll have to help me. My fingers have no finesse any more."
He raised his gnarled hands. Edom had noticed them earlier. Now he saw they were in worse condition than he'd thought. Enlarged knuckles, fingers not entirely at natural angles to one another. Perhaps Obadiah had rheumatoid arthritis, like Bill Clefton, though a less crippling case.
"Please take the cards from the pack and put them on the coffee table in front of you," Obadiah directed.
Edom did as asked. Then he cut the deck into 2 approximately equal stacks when requested to do so.
"Give them one shuffle," the magician instructed.
Edom shuffled. Leaning forward from his armchair, white hair as radiant as the wings of cherubim, Obadiah waved one misshapen hand over the deck, never closer than 10 inches to the cards.
"Now, please spread them out in a fan on the table, face down."
Edom complied, and in the arc of red bicycle patterns, one car revealed too much white corner, because it was the only one face up.
"You might want to have a look,"
Obadiah suggested. Teasing out the card, Edom saw that it was an ace of diamonds, remarkable in light of Maria Gonzalez's fortune-telling session last Friday evening. He was more astonished, however, by the name printed in black ink diagonally across the face of the card. Bartholomew. Agnes's sharp intake of breath caused Edom to look up from his nephew's name. Pale she was, her eyes as haunted as old mansions. Chapter 44. With Bright Beach under assault by one miserable flu and by an uncountable variety of common colds, business was brisk this Monday at Damascus Pharmacy. The customers were in a mood, most of them grumbling about their ailments. Others complained about the dreary weather, the increasing number of kids zooming along sidewalks on these damn new skateboards, the recent tax increases, and the New York Jets paying Joe Namath the kingly sum of $427,000 a year to play football, which some saw as a sign that the country was money-crazy and going to hell. Paul Damascus remained busy, filling prescriptions until he was finally able to take a lunch break at 2:30. He usually ate lunch alone in his office. The room was the size of an elevator, but of course didn't go up or down. It went sideways, however, in the sense that herein Paul was transported into wondrous lands of adventure. A floor-to-ceiling bookshelf was crammed with pulp magazines that had been published throughout the 1920s, 30s, and 40s, before paperback books supplanted them. The All-Story, Mammoth Adventure, Nickel Western, The Black Mask, Detective Fiction Weekly, Spicy Mystery, Weird Tales, Amazing Stories, Astounding Stories, The Shadow, Doc Savage, G8 and His Battle Aces, Mysterious Wu Fang. This was only a fraction of Paul's collection. Thousands of additional issues filled rooms at home. The magazine covers were colorful, lurid, full of violence and eeriness, and the coy sexual suggestiveness of a more innocent time. Most days he read a story while eating the 2 pieces of fruit that were his lunch, but sometimes he lost himself in a particularly vivid illustration, daydreaming about far places and great adventures. Indeed, even the distinct fragrance of pulp paper, yellow with age, was alone sufficient to start him fantasizing. With his startling combination of a Mediterranean complexion and rust-red hair, his good looks, and his fit physique, Paul had the exotic appearance of a pulp fiction hero. In particular, he liked to imagine that he might pass for Doc Savage's brother. Doc was one of his favorites, crime fighter extraordinaire, the man of bronze. This Monday afternoon he longed for the escape and solace of a half-hour pulp adventure, but he decided that he ought to at last compose the letter he'd been meaning to write for at least 10 days. After using a paring knife to section and core an apple, Paul withdrew a sheet of stationery from his desk and uncapped a fountain pen. His penmanship was old-fashioned in its neatness, as precise and appealing as fine calligraphy. He wrote, "Dear Reverend White." He paused, not sure how to proceed. He was not accustomed to writing letters to total strangers. Finally he began. "Greetings on this momentous day. I'm writing to you about an exceptional woman, Agnes Lampion, whose life you have touched without knowing, and whose story may interest you." Chapter 45. Though others might see magic in the world, Edom was enthralled only by mechanism, the great destructive machine of nature grinding everything to dust. Yet wonder suddenly bloomed in him at the sight of the ace bearing his nephew's name. During the preparation of the cards, Barty had fallen asleep in his mother's arms, but with the revelation of his name on the ace, he had awakened again, perhaps because with his head resting on her bosom, he was alarmed by the sudden acceleration of her heartbeat. "How is that done?" Agnes asked Obadiah. The old man assumed the solemn and knowing expression of one guarding mysteries, a sphinx without headdress and mane. "If I told you, dear lady, it wouldn't be magic any more. Merely a trick." "But you don't understand." She recounted the extraordinary draw of aces during the fortune-telling session Friday evening. Out of a sphinx face, Obadiah conjured a smile that lifted the point of his white goatee when he turned his head to look at Edom. "Ah, so long ago," he murmured, as though speaking to himself. "So long ago. But I remember now." He winked at Edom. The wink startled and baffled Edom. Oddly, he thought of the mysterious, disembodied, and eternally unwinking eye in the floating pinnacle of the pyramid that was on the back of any $1 bill. In recounting the fortune-telling session, Agnes had not told the magician about the 4 jacks of spades, only about the aces of diamonds and hearts. She never wore her worries for anyone to see, and though she had made a joke of the appearance of the 4th knave on Friday, Edom knew that it had deeply troubled her. Either Obadiah intuited Agnes's fear, or he was motivated by her kindness to reveal his method after all.
I'm embarrassed to say what you saw wasn't real magician's work. Crude deception. I chose the ace of diamonds exactly because it represents wealth in fortune-telling, so it's a positive card that people respond well to. The ace with your boy's name was prepared beforehand, inserted face up toward the bottom of the deck, so a middle cut wouldn't reveal it.
But you didn't know my Barty's name when we came here.
Oh, yes. When he phoned, Reverend Collins told me all about you and Bartholomew. At the front door, when I asked the boy's name, I already knew it and was just setting up this little trick for you.
Agnes smiled. How clever. With a sigh, Obadiah differed.
Not clever. Crude. Before my hands became these great knuckled lumps, I could have dazzled you.
As a young man, he had performed first in nightclubs, catering to Negroes, and in theaters like Harlem's Apollo. During World War II, he'd been part of a USO troupe, entertaining soldiers throughout the Pacific, later in North Africa, and following D-Day in Europe.
After the war for a while, I was able to get more mainstream work. Racially, things were changing, but I was getting older, too, and the entertainment business is always looking for someone young, fresh, so I never made it big. Lord, I never even made it medium, but I got along okay. Until, by the early 1950s, my booking agent found it harder and harder to line up good dates, good clubs.
In addition to delivering a honey raisin pear pie, Agnes had come to offer Obadiah Sepharad a year's work, not performing magic, but talking about it. Through her efforts, the Bright Beach Public Library sponsored an ambitious oral history project, financed by 2 private foundations and by an annual strawberry festival. Local retirees were enlisted to record the stories of their lives, so that their experiences, insights, and knowledge wouldn't be lost to generations yet unborn. Not incidentally, the project served as a vehicle by which some older citizens in financial crisis could receive money in a way that spared their dignity, gave them hope, and repaired their damaged self-esteem. Agnes asked Obadiah to enrich the project by accepting a 1-year grant to record the story of his life with the help of the head librarian. Clearly touched and intrigued, the magician nevertheless circled the offer in search of reasons to decline, before at last shaking his head sadly.
I doubt that I'm the caliber of person you're looking for, Mrs. Lampion. I wouldn't be entirely a credit to your project.
Nonsense. What on earth are you talking about? Holding up his misshapen hands, knobby knuckles toward Agnes, Obadiah said,
How do you think they became like this?
Arthritis? She ventured.
Poker.
Keeping his hands high, like a penitent confessing sin at a revival meeting and asking God to wash him clean, Obadiah said,
My specialty was close-up magic. Oh, I pulled a rabbit out of a hat more than once, silk scarves from thin air, doves from silk scarves. But close was my love. Coins, but mostly cards.
As he said cards, the magician turned a knowing look toward Edom, eliciting from him a responding frown of puzzlement.
But I had greater facility with cards than most magicians. I trained with Moses Moon, greatest card mechanic of his generation.
On mechanic, he again glanced meaningfully at Edom, who felt a response was expected. When he opened his mouth, he could think of nothing to say except that at Sanriku, Japan, on June 15, 1896, a 110-foot-high wave triggered by an undersea quake killed 27,100 people, most while they were in prayer at a Shinto festival. Even to Edom this seemed to be an inappropriate comment, so he said nothing.
"Do you know what a card mechanic does, Mrs. Lampion?"
"Call me Agnes, and I assume card mechanics don't repair cards?" Slowly rotating his raised hands before his eyes, as if he saw them young and supple-fingered, the magician described the amazing manipulations that a master card mechanic could perform. Though he spoke without flash or filigree, he made these feats of skill sound more sorcerous than hairs from hats, doves from scarves, and blondes bisected by buzzsaws. Edom listened with the rapt attention of a man whose most daring act had been the purchase of a yellow and white Ford Country Squire station wagon.
"When I couldn't get enough nightclub and theater bookings for my magic act anymore, I turned to gambling."
Sitting forward in his armchair, Obadiah lowered his hands to his knees, and in thoughtful silence he stared at them. Then,
"I traveled city to city, seeking high-stakes poker games. They're illegal, but not hard to find. I cheated for a living."
He'd never taken too much from any one game. He was a discreet thief, charming his victims with amusing patter. Because he was so ingratiating and seemed only mildly lucky, no one begrudged him his winnings. Soon he was more flush than he'd ever been as a magician.
"Living high. When I wasn't on the road, I had a fine house here in Bright Beach. Not this rental shack I'm in now, but a nice little place with an ocean view. You can guess what went wrong."
Greed. So easy taking money from the rubes. Soon, instead of peeling off a little from each game, he sought bigger kills.
So I drew attention to myself, raised suspicions. One night in St. Louis, this rube recognized me from my performing days, even though I'd changed my looks. It was a high-stakes game, but the players weren't high class. They ganged up on me, beat me, and then smashed my hands one finger at a time with a tire iron.
Edom shivered. At least the tidal wave at San Rico was quick.
That was 5 years ago. After more surgeries than I care to remember, I was left with these.
He raised his goblin hands again.
There's pain in humid weather, less when it's dry. I can take care of myself, but I'll never be a card mechanic again. Or a magician.
For a moment none of them spoke. The silence was as flawless as the preternatural hush reputed to precede the biggest quakes. Even Barty appeared to be transfixed. Then Agnes said, "Well, it's clear to me that you won't be able to talk out your life in just 1 year. Should be a 2-year grant." Obadiah frowned.
"I'm a thief."
"You were a thief, and you've suffered terribly."
"It wasn't my choice to suffer, believe me."
"You feel remorse, though," said Agnes. "I can see you do. And not just because of what happened to your hands."
"More than remorse," the magician said. "Shame. I come from good people. I wasn't raised to be a cheat. Sometimes, trying to figure out how I went wrong, I think it wasn't the need for money that ruined me. At least not that alone. Not even that primarily. It was pride in my skill with the cards. Frustrated pride. Because I wasn't getting enough nightclub work to show off as much as I wanted to."
"There's a valuable lesson in that," Agnes said. "Others can learn from it if you care to share. But if you want to record your life only up to the card cheating, that's okay too. Even that far, it's a fascinating journey, a story that shouldn't be lost with you when you pass on. Libraries are packed with biographies of movie stars and politicians, most of them not capable of as much meaningful self-analysis as you'd get from a toad. We don't need to know more about celebrities' lives, Obadiah. What might help us, what might even save us, is knowing more about the lives of real people who've never made it even medium, but know where they came from and why." Edom, who had never made it big, medium, or little, watched his sister blur before him. He strove to contain the shimmering hotness in his eyes. His love was not for magic, and his pride was not in any skill he possessed, for he possessed none worth noting. His love was for his good sister. She was his pride, too, and he felt that his small life had precious meaning as long as he was able to drive her on days like this, carry her pies, and occasionally make her smile.
"Agnes," said the magician, "you better start meeting with that librarian now to record your own life. If you don't get started for another 40 years, by then you'll need a whole decade of talking to get it all down."
More often than not, in a social situation, regardless of its nature, there came a time when Edom had to bolt, and here now was the time, not because he floundered at a loss for words, not because he became panicked that he would say the wrong thing or would knock over his coffee cup, or would in some way prove himself foolish or as clumsy as a clown in full pratfall, but in this instance because he didn't want to bring his tears into Agnes's day. Recently she'd had too many tears in her life, and though these were not tears of anguish, though they were tears of love, he didn't want to burden her with them. He bolted up from the sofa, saying too loudly, "Canned hams." But at once he realized this made no sense, none, zip. So he searched desperately for something coherent to say. "Potatoes, corn chips," which was equally ridiculous. Now Obadiah was staring at him with that concerned alarm you saw on the faces of people watching an epileptic in an uncontrolled fit. So Edom plunged across the living room as though he were falling off a ladder toward the front door, struggling to explain himself as he went. "We've brought some. There are some. I'll get some if you wouldn't mind having some. We have boxes in the car, but I'll bring them in. Boxes of boxes. Well, not boxes of boxes, of course not. It's boxes of stuff. Stuff we brought in boxes." Yanking open the front door, lurching across the threshold onto the porch, he thought at last of the word he needed, and he cried out over his shoulder, "Groceries!" with triumph and relief. At the tailgate of the station wagon, where he could be seen by neither Obadiah nor Agnes, Edom leaned against the Ford, gazed into the beautiful gray sky, and wept. These were tears of gratitude for having Agnes in his small life. But to his surprise, he discovered in his heart that these were also tears for his murdered mother, who had possessed Agnes's compassion but too little of Agnes's strength, Agnes's humility but none of her fearlessness, Agnes's faith but not Agnes's abiding hope. A flock of seagulls cried down the vast sky. At first, Edom followed them by their exhilarated voices until his vision cleared, and then he watched as their wings, like white blades, sheared the gray woolen clouds. Sooner than he expected, he was able to carry the groceries into the house. Chapter 46. Ned, call me Neddy Nathic, was as slim as a flute, with a flute quantity of holes in his head, from which thought could escape, before the pressure of it built into an unpleasant music within his skull. His voice was always soft and harmonious, but frequently he spoke allegro, sometimes even prestissimo, and in spite of his mellow tone, Neddy at maximum tempo was as irritating to the ear as bagpipes bleating out bolero, if such a thing were possible. His profession was cocktail piano, though he didn't have to earn a living at it. He had inherited a fine 4-story house in a good neighborhood of San Francisco, and also a sufficient income from a trust fund to meet his needs if he avoided extravagance. Nevertheless, he worked 5 evenings a week in an elegant lounge in one of the grand old hotels on Nob Hill, playing highly refined drinking songs for tourists, businessmen from out of town, affluent gay men who stubbornly continued to believe in romance in an age that valued flash over substance, and unmarried heterosexual couples who were working up a buzz to ensure that their rigorously planned adulteries would seem glamorous. Neddy occupied the entire spacious 4th floor of the house. The 3rd and 2nd floors were each divided into 2 apartments. the ground floor into 4 studio units, all of which he rented out. Shortly after 4 o'clock, here was Nettie, already spiffed for work in black tuxedo, pleated white shirt, and black bow tie, with a red bud rose as a boutonniere, standing just inside the open door to Celestina White's studio apartment, holding forth in tedious detail as to the reasons why she was in flagrant breach of her lease and obligated to move by the end of the month. The issue was Angel, lone baby in an otherwise childless building. Her crying, though she rarely cried, her noisy play, though Angel wasn't yet strong enough to shake a rattle, and the potential she represented for damage to the premises, though she was not yet able to get out of a bassinet on her own, let alone go at the plaster with a ball-peen hammer. Celestina was unable to talk reason to him, and even her mother Grace, who was living here for the interim, and who was always oil on the stormiest of waters, couldn't bring a moment's calm to the velvet squall that was Nettie Nathick in full blow. He had learned about the baby 5 days ago, and he had been building force ever since, like a tropical depression aspiring to hurricane status. The current San Francisco rental market was tight, with far more renters than properties for lease. Now, as for 5 days, Celestina tried to explain that she needed at least 30 days, and preferably until the end of February, to find suitable and affordable quarters. She had her classes at the Academy of Art College during the day, her waitressing job 6 evenings a week, and she couldn't leave the care of little Angel entirely to Grace, not even temporarily. Nettie talked when Celestina paused for breath, talked over her when she didn't pause, heard only his own mellifluous voice, and was pleased to conduct both sides of the conversation, wearing her down as surely as, though far more rapidly than, the sand-filled winds of Egypt diminished the Pharaoh's pyramids. He talked through the first polite "excuse me" of the tall man who stepped into the open doorway behind him, through the second and third, and then, with an abruptness that was as miraculous as any cure at the Shrine of Lords, he fell silent when the visitor put a hand on his shoulder, eased him gently aside, and entered the apartment. Dr. Walter Lipscomb's fingers were longer and more supple than the pianist's, and he had the presence of a great symphony conductor for whom a raised baton was superfluous, who commanded attention by the mere fact of his entry. A tower of authority and self-possession, he said to the becalmed Nettie, "I am this child's physician. She was born underweight and held in hospital to cure an ear infection. You sound as if you have an incipient case of bronchitis that will manifest in 24 hours, and I'm sure you wouldn't want to be responsible for this baby being endangered by viral disease." Blinking as if slapped, Nettie said, "I have a valid lease." Dr. Lipscomb inclined his head slightly toward the pianist, in the manner of a stern headmaster about to emphasize a lesson with a sharp twist of the offending boy's ear. "Miss White and the baby will have vacated these premises by the end of the week, unless you insist on bothering them with your chatter. For every minute you harass them, their departure will be extended 1 day." Although Dr. Lipscomb spoke almost as softly as the long-winded pianist, and though the physician's narrow face was homely and devoid of any trace of violent temperament, Nettie Nathick flinched from him and retreated across the threshold into the hallway. "Good day, sir," Lipscomb said, closing the door in Nettie's face, possibly compressing his nose and bruising his boutonniere. Angel was lying on a towel on the convertible sofa, where Grace had just changed her diaper. As Lipscomb picked up the freshened baby, Grace said, "That was as effective as any minister's wife could have been with an impossible parishioner, and oh, do I wish we could sometimes be that pointed." "Yours is a harder job than mine," Lipscomb told Grace, dandling Angel as he spoke. "I have no doubt of that." Celestina, surprised by Lipscomb's arrival, was still mentally numb from Nettie's harangue. "Doctor, I didn't know you were coming." "I didn't know it myself till I realized I was right in your neighborhood. I assumed your mother and Angel would be here, and I hoped you might be. If I'm intruding—" No, I just didn't. I wanted you to know I'm leaving medicine." "For the baby?" asked Grace, her face knitting a worried frown.
Cupping Angel entirely in his big hands, smiling at her, he said, "Oh, no, Mrs. White. This looks like a healthy young lady to me. No medicine required." Angel, as if in God's own hands, stared with round-eyed wonder at the physician. "I mean," said Dr. Lipscomb, "that I'm selling my practice and putting an end to my medical career. I wanted you to know." "Quitting?" Celestina said. "But you're still young." "Would you like a little tea and a piece of crumb cake?" Grace asked as smoothly as if in the Big Book of Etiquette for Ministers' Wives this were the preferred response to the announcement of a startling career change. "Actually, Mrs. White, it's an occasion for champagne, if you have nothing against spirits." "Some Baptists are opposed to drink, Doctor, but we're the wicked variety, though all we have is a warm bottle of Chardonnay." Lipscomb said, "We're only 2.5 blocks from the best Armenian restaurant in the city. I'll dash over there, bring back some chilled bubbly and an early dinner, if you'll allow me. Without you, we were doomed to leftover meatloaf." To Celestina, Lipscomb said, "If you're not busy, of course." "This is her night off," said Grace. "Quitting medicine?" Celestina asked, baffled by his announcement and his upbeat attitude. "So we must celebrate the end of my career and your move." Suddenly remembering the doctor's assurance to Nettie that they would be out of this building by week's end, Celestina said, "But we've nowhere to go." Handing Angel to Grace, Lipscomb said, "I own some investment properties. There's a 2-bedroom unit available in one of them." Shaking her head, Celestina said, "I can only pay for a studio apartment, something small." "Whatever you're paying here, that's what you'll pay for the new place," Lipscomb said. Celestina and her mother exchanged a meaningful glance. The physician saw the look and understood it. A blush pinked his long, pale face. "Celestina, you're quite beautiful, and I'm sure you've learned to be wary of men. But I swear that my intentions are entirely honorable." "Oh, I didn't think—" "Yes, you did. And it's exactly what experience has no doubt taught you to think. But I'm 47, and you're 20, almost 21, and we're from different worlds, which I respect. I respect you and your wonderful family, your centeredness, your certainty. I want to do this only because it's what I owe you." "Why should you owe me anything?" "Well, actually, I owe Feemy. It's what she said between her 2 deaths on the delivery table that's changed my life." "Rowena loves you," Feemy had told him, briefly repressing the effects of her stroke to speak with clarity. "Beazle and Feazle are safe with her." Messages from his lost wife and children, where they waited for him beyond this life. Beseechingly, with no intention of intimacy, he took Celestina's hands in his. "For years, as an obstetrician, I brought life into the world, but I didn't know what life was. Didn't grasp the meaning of it, that it even had meaning. Before Rowena, Harry, and Danny went down in that airplane, I was already empty. After losing them, I was worse than empty. Celestina, I was dead inside. Feemy gave me hope. I can't repay her, but I can do something for her daughter and for you, if you'll let me." Her hands trembled in his, and his shook as well. When she didn't at once accept his generosity, he said, "All my life, I've lived just to get through the day. First survival, then achievement, acquisition, houses, investments, antiques. There's nothing wrong with any of that, but it didn't fill the emptiness. Maybe one day I'll return to medicine. But that's a hectic existence, and right now I want peace, calm, time to reflect. Whatever I do from here on, I want my life to have a degree of purpose it's never had before. Can you understand that?" "I was raised to understand it," said Celestina, and when she looked across the room she saw that her words had moved her mother. "We could get you out of here tomorrow," Lipscomb suggested. "I've got classes tomorrow and Wednesday, but none Thursday." "Thursday it is," he said.
clearly delighted to be receiving only a third of the fair market rental from his apartment. "Thank you, Dr. Lipscomb. I'll keep track of what you're losing every month, and some day I'll pay it back to you. We'll discuss it when the time comes, and please call me Wally." The physician's long, narrow face, his undertaker's face, ideal for the expression of unnameable sorrow, was not the face of a Wally. You expected a Wally to be freckled and rosy and round-cheeked and full of fun. "Wally," Celestina said without hesitation, because suddenly she saw something of a Wally in his green eyes, which were livelier than they had been before. Champagne, then, and 2 shopping bags packed full of Armenian takeout. Subarak, mujahedera, chicken and rice biryani, stuffed grape leaves, artichokes with lamb and rice, buruk, manti, and more. Following a Baptist grace, said by Grace, Wally and the 3 white women, a 4th present in spirit, sat around the formica-top table, feasting, laughing, talking about art and healing and baby care and the past and tomorrow, while up on Nob Hill, Neddy Nathic sat tuxedoed at a lacquered black piano, sprinkling diamond-bright notes through an elegant room. Chapter 47. Still wearing his white pharmacy smock over a white shirt and black slacks, striding purposefully along the streets of Bright Beach under a malignant gray twilight sky worthy of a Weird Tales cover, with ominous accompanying rhythm provided by wind-clattered palm fronds overhead, Paul Damascus headed home for the day. Walking was part of a fitness regimen that he took seriously. He would never be called upon to save the world, like the pulp heroes in the tales he enjoyed. However, he had solemn responsibilities he was determined to meet, and to do so he must maintain good health. In a pocket of his smock was his letter to Reverend Harrison White. He hadn't sealed the envelope, because he intended to read to Perry, his wife, what he'd written, and include any corrections she suggested. In this, as in all things, Paul valued her opinion. The high point of his day was coming home to Perry. They met when they were 13, married at 22. In May they would celebrate their 23rd anniversary. They were childless. It had to be that way. Truthfully, Paul felt no regrets about missing out on fatherhood. Because they were a family of 2, they were closer than they might have been if fate had made children possible, and he treasured their relationship. Their evenings together were comfortable bliss, though usually they just watched television or he read to her. She enjoyed being read to, mostly historical novels and occasional mysteries. Perry was often fast asleep by 9:30, seldom later than 10 o'clock, while Paul never turned in earlier than midnight or 1 in the morning. In the later hours, to the reassuring susurration of his wife's breathing, he returned to his pulp adventures. This was a good night for television, To Tell the Truth at 7:30, followed by I've Got a Secret, The Lucy Show, and The Andy Griffith Show. The new Lucy wasn't quite as good as the old show. Paul and Perry missed Desi Arnaz and William Frawley. As he turned the corner onto Jasmine Way, he felt his heart lift in expectation of the sight of his home. It wasn't a grand residence, a typical Main Street USA house, but it was more splendid to Paul than Paris, London, and Rome combined, cities that he would never see, and would never regret failing to see. His happy expectation thickened into dread when he spotted the ambulance at the curb, and in the driveway stood the Buick that belonged to Joshua Nunn, their family doctor. The front door was ajar. Paul entered in a rush. In the foyer, Hannah Ray and Nellie Otis sat side by side on the stairs. Hannah, the housekeeper, was gray-haired and plump. Nellie, Perry's daytime companion, could have passed for Hannah's sister. Hannah was too riven by emotion to stand. Nellie found the strength to rise, but having risen she was unable to speak. Her mouth shaped words, but her voice deserted her. Halted by the unmistakable meaning of the expressions on these women's faces, Paul was grateful that Nellie was briefly stricken mute. He didn't believe he had the strength to receive the news that she had tried to deliver.
The blessing of Nellie's silence lasted only until Hannah, cursed with speech, if not with sufficient strength to stand, said, "We tried to reach you, Mr. Damascus, but you'd already left the pharmacy." The pair of sliding doors at the living room archway stood half open. Beyond, voices drew Paul against his will. Spacious, the living room was furnished for two purposes: as a parlor in which to receive visiting friends, but also with two beds, because here Paul and Perry slept every night. Jeff Dooley, a paramedic, stood just inside the sliding doors. He gripped Paul fiercely by the shoulder and then urged him forward to Perry's bed. A journey of only a few steps, but farther than unseen Paris, farther than unwanted Rome. The carpet seemed to pull at his feet, to suck like mud under his shoes. The air, as thick as liquid in his lungs, resistant to progress. At the bedside, Joshua Nunn, friend and physician, looked up as Paul approached. He rose as though under a yoke of iron. The head of the hospital bed was elevated, and Perry lay on her back. Her eyes were closed. In the crisis, the rack holding her oxygen bottle had been rolled to the bed. The breathing mask lay on the pillow beside her. She rarely needed the oxygen. Today, needed, it hadn't helped. The chest respirator, which Joshua had evidently applied, lay discarded on the bedclothes beside her. She seldom required this apparatus to assist her breathing, and then only at night. During the first year of her illness, she had been slowly weaned off an iron lung. Until she was 17, she required the chest respirator, but gradually gained the strength to breathe unassisted. "It was her heart," said Joshua Nunn. She always had a generous heart. After disease whittled Perry's flesh, leaving her so frail, her heart, great, undiminished by her suffering, seemed bigger than the body that contained it. Polio, largely an affliction of younger children, had stricken her 2 weeks before her 15th birthday, 30 years ago. Ministering to Perry, Joshua had pulled back her blankets. The fabric of the pale yellow pajama pants couldn't disguise how terribly withered her legs were. 2 sticks. Her case of polio had been so severe that braces and crutches were never an option. Muscle rehabilitation had been ineffective. The sleeves of the pajama top were pushed up, revealing more of the disease's vicious work. The muscles of her useless left arm had atrophied. The once graceful hand curled in upon itself, as though holding an invisible object, perhaps the hope she never abandoned. Because she'd enjoyed some limited use of her right arm, it was less wasted than her left, although not normal. Paul pulled down that sleeve of her pajamas. He gently drew the covers over his wife's ruined body to her thin shoulders, but arranged her right arm on top of the blankets. He straightened and smoothed the folded-back flap of the top sheet. The disease hadn't corrupted her heart, and it had left her face untouched as well. Lovely she was, as she had always been. He sat on the edge of the bed and held her right hand. She had passed away such a short time ago that her skin was still warm. Without a word, Joshua Nunn and the paramedic retreated to the foyer. The parlor doors slid shut. So many years together, and yet such a short time. Paul couldn't remember when he began to love her, not at first sight, but before she contracted polio. Love came gradually, and by the time it flowered, its roots were deep. He could recall clearly when he had known that he would marry her, during his first year of college, when he'd returned home for the Christmas break. Away at school, he had missed her every day, and the moment that he saw her again, an abiding tension left him, and he felt at peace for the first time in months. She lived with her parents then. They had converted the dining room to a bedroom for her. When Paul arrived with a Christmas gift, Perry was abed, wearing Chinese red pajamas, reading Jane Austen. A clever contraption of leather straps, pulleys, and counterweights assisted her in moving her right arm more fluidly than would otherwise have been possible. A lap stand held the book, but she could turn the pages. He spent the afternoon with her and stayed for dinner. He ate at her bedside, feeding both himself and her, balancing the progress of his meal with hers so they finished together. He'd never fed her before, yet he wasn't awkward with her or she with him, and later what he remembered of dinner was the conversation, not the logistics. The following April, when he proposed to her, she wouldn't have him. "You're sweet, Paul, but I can't let you throw your life away on me. You're this beautiful ship that will sail a long way to fascinating places, and I'd only be your anchor." "A ship without an anchor can never be at rest," he answered. "It's at the mercy of the sea." She protested that her ruined body had neither any comforts to offer a man nor the strength to be a bride. "Your mind is as fascinating as ever," he said. "Your soul is beautiful. Listen, Pere, since we were 13, I was never primarily interested in your body. You flatter yourself shamelessly if you think it was all that special even before the polio." Frankness and tough talk pleased her, because too many people dealt with her as though her spirit were as frail as her limbs. She laughed with delight, but still refused him. 10 months later he finally wore her down. She accepted his proposal, and they set a date for the wedding. Through tears that night she asked him if the commitment he was making didn't frighten him. In truth, he was terrified, although his need for her company was so profound that it seemed to arise from his marrow. A part of him marveled and trembled at his dedicated pursuit of her. Yet that evening, when she'd accepted his proposal and asked if he wasn't frightened, he said, "Not any more." The terror he hid from her vanished with the recital of their vows. He knew from their first kiss as husband and wife that this was his destiny. What a great adventure they'd had together these past 23 years, one that Doc Savage might have envied. Caring for her, in every sense of that word, had made him a far happier man than he would otherwise have been, and a far better one. And now she didn't need him any more. He gazed at her face, held her cooling hand. His anchor was slipping away from him, leaving him adrift. Chapter 48. Following a second night at the Sleepy Time Inn, waking at dawn, Junior felt rested, refreshed, and in control of his bowels. He didn't quite know what to make of the recent unpleasantness. Symptoms of food poisoning usually appear within 2 hours of dining. The hideous intestinal spasms had rocked him at least 6 hours after he'd eaten. Besides, if the culprit were food poisoning, he would have vomited, but he hadn't felt any urge to spew. He suspected the blame lay with his exceptional sensitivity to violence, death, and loss. Previously, it manifested as an explosive emptying of the stomach, this time as a purging of lower realms. Tuesday morning, while he showered with a swimming cockroach that was as exuberant as a golden retriever in the motel's lukewarm water, Junior vowed never to kill again, except in self-defense. He had sworn this vow before. An argument could be made that he had broken it. Unquestionably, if he hadn't killed Vanadium, the maniac cop would have blown him away. That was clearly an act of self-defense. Only a dishonest or delusional man, however, could justify Victoria's killing as self-defense. To a degree, he'd been motivated by anger and passion, and Junior was forthright enough to admit this. As Zed taught, in this world where dishonesty is the currency of social acceptance and financial success, you must practice some deceit to get along in life, but you must never lie to yourself, or you are left with no one to trust. This time he vowed never to kill again except in self-defense, regardless of the provocation. This tougher condition pleased him. No one achieved significant self-improvement by setting low standards for himself. When he slid aside the shower curtain and got out of the bath, he left the cockroach basking in the wet tub, alive and untouched.
Before leaving the motel, Junior quickly scanned 4,000 more names in the phone book seeking Bartholomew. The previous day, confined to this room, he'd sought his enemy through 12,000 listings. Cumulatively, 40,000 had been searched. On the road again, with no luggage other than the boxed works of Caesar's Ed, Junior drove south toward San Francisco. He was excited by the prospect of city life. His years in sleepy Spruce Hills had been rich with romance, a happy marriage, and financial success. But that small town was lacking in intellectual stimulation. To be fully alive, he must experience not merely physical pleasures aplenty, not only a satisfying emotional life, but a life of the mind as well. He chose a route that brought him through Marin County and across the Golden Gate Bridge. The metropolis, which he had never before visited, rose in splendor on hills above the sparkling bay. For one glorious hour he followed an impetuous, random route through the city, marveling at the architecture, the stunning vistas, the thrilling plunge of the steeper streets. Soon Junior was as drunk on San Francisco as ever he had been on wine. Here intellectual pursuits and prospects for self-improvement were unlimited. Great museums, art galleries, universities, concert halls, bookstores, libraries, the Mount Hamilton Observatory. Less than a year ago, at a cutting-edge establishment in this very city, the first topless dancers in the United States appeared on stage. Now, this compelling art form was practiced in many major cities, which had followed San Francisco's avant-garde daring, and Junior was eager to enlighten himself by attending such a performance right here where the dance innovation of the century had been born. By 3 o'clock, he checked into a famous hotel on Nob Hill. His room offered a panoramic view. In a fashionable men's shop off the lobby, he purchased several changes of clothes to replace what had been stolen. Alterations were completed, and everything was delivered to his room by 6 o'clock. By 7, he was savoring a cocktail in the hotel's elegant lounge. A tuxedoed pianist played romantic music with high style. Several beautiful women, in the company of other men, flirted surreptitiously with Junior. He was accustomed to being an object of desire. This night, however, the only lady he cared about was San Francisco herself, and he wanted to be alone with her. Dinner was available in the lounge. Junior enjoyed a superb filet mignon with a split of fine Cabernet Sauvignon. The only bad moment in the evening came when the pianist played "Someone to Watch Over Me." In his mind, Junior saw a quarter turning knuckle over knuckle, and he heard the maniac cop's droning voice. "There's a fine George and Ira Gershwin song called 'Someone to Watch Over Me.' You ever hear it, Enoch? I'm that someone for you, although not, of course, in a romantic sense." Junior had almost fumbled his fork when he recognized the tune. His heart raced. His hands were suddenly clammy. From time to time, customers had crossed the cocktail lounge to drop folding money into a fishbowl atop the piano, tips for the musician. A few had requested favorite tunes. Junior hadn't paid attention to everyone who'd visited the pianist, though surely he'd have noticed a certain stump in a cheap suit. The lunatic lawman was not at any of the tables. Junior was sure of that, because indulging his appreciation for lovely women, he had roamed the room repeatedly with his gaze. He hadn't paid close attention to those patrons seated at the bar behind him. Now he turned in his chair to study them. One manly woman, several womanly men, but no blocky figure that could have been the crazed cop, even in disguise. Slow, deep breaths, slow, deep, a sip of wine. Vanadium was dead, pounded with pewter and sunk in a flooded quarry, gone forever. The detective wasn't the only person in the world who liked "Someone to Watch Over Me." Anyone in the lounge might have requested it, or maybe this number was part of the pianist's usual repertoire. After the song concluded, Junior felt better. His heartbeat soon returned to normal. The damp palms of his hands grew dry. By the time he ordered creme brulee for dessert, he was able to laugh at himself.
Had he expected to see a ghost enjoying a cocktail and free cashews at the bar? Chapter 49. Wednesday, fully 2 days after delivering honey raisin pear pies with Agnes, Edom worked up the nerve to visit Jacob. Although their apartments were above the garage, back to back, each was served by a separate exterior staircase. As often as either man entered the other's domain, they might as well have lived hundreds of miles apart. When together in Agnes's company, Edom and Jacob were brothers, comfortable with each other. But together, just the two, no Agnes, they were more awkward than strangers, because strangers had no shared history to overcome. Edom knocked, Jacob answered. Jacob backed away from the threshold. Edom stepped inside. They stood not quite facing each other. The apartment door remained open. Edom felt uneasy in this kingdom of a strange god. The god that his brother feared was humanity, its dark compulsions, its arrogance. Edom, on the other hand, trembled before nature, whose wrath was so great that one day she would destroy all things when the universe collapsed into a super-dense nugget of matter the size of a pea. To Edom, humanity was obviously not the greater of these two destructive forces. Men and women were part of nature, not above it, and their evil was, therefore, just one more example of nature's malignant intent. They had stopped debating this issue years ago, however, neither man conceding any credibility to the other's dogma. Succinctly, Edom told Jacob about visiting Obadiah, the magician with the mangled hands. Then, when we left, I followed Agnes, and Obadiah held me back to say, "Your secret's safe with me." "What secret?" Jacob asked, frowning at Edom's shoes. "I was hoping you might know," said Edom, studying the collar of Jacob's green flannel shirt. "How would I know?" "It occurred to me that he might have thought I was you." "Why would he think that?" Jacob frowned at Edom's shirt pocket. "We do look somewhat alike," Edom said, shifting his attention to Jacob's left ear. "We're identical twins, but I'm not you, am I?" "That's obvious to us, but not always to others. Apparently, this would have been some years ago." "What would have been some years ago?" "When you met Obadiah." "Did he say I met him?" Jacob asked, squinting past Edom toward the bright sunlight at the open door. "As I explained, he might have thought I was you," Edom said, staring at the neatly ordered volumes on the nearby bookshelves. "Is he addled or something?" "No, he's got all his wits." "Supposing he's senile, wouldn't he possibly think you were his long-lost brother or someone?" "He's not senile." "If you ranted at him about earthquakes, tornadoes, erupting volcanoes, and all that stuff, how could he mistake you for me?" "I don't rant. Anyway, Agnes did all the talking." Returning his attention to his own shoes, Jacob said, "So, what am I supposed to do about this?" "Do you know him?" Edom asked, gazing longingly now at the open door from which Jacob had turned away. "Obadiah Sepharad. Having spent most of the last 20 years in this apartment, not being the one who has a car, how would I meet a Negro magician?" "All right, then." As Edom crossed the threshold, moving outside to the landing at the top of the stairs, Jacob followed, proselytizing for his faith. "Christmas Eve, 1940, St. Anselmo's Orphanage, San Francisco. Joseph Krepp killed 11 boys, aged 6 through 11, murdering them in their sleep and cutting a different trophy from each. An eye here, a tongue there." 11? Edom asked, unimpressed. "From 1604 through 1610, Elizabeth Bathory, sister of the Polish king, with the assistance of her servants, tortured and killed 600 girls. She bit them, drank their blood, tore their faces off with tongs, mutilated their private parts, and mocked their screams." Descending the stairs, Edom said, "September 18, 1906, a typhoon slammed into Hong Kong. More than 10,000 died. The wind was blowing with such incredible velocity, hundreds of people were killed by sharp pieces of debris, splintered wood, spear-point fence staves, nails, glass, driven into them with the power of bullets.
One man was struck by a wind-blown fragment of a Han Dynasty funerary jar, which cleaved his face, cracked through his skull, and embedded itself in his brain. As Edom reached the bottom of the stairs, he heard the door close above him. Jacob was hiding something. Until he had spoken of Joseph Krepp, his every response had been formed as a question, which had always been his preferred method of avoidance when conversation involved a subject that made him uncomfortable. Returning to his apartment, Edom had to pass under the limbs of the majestically crowned oak that dominated the deep yard between the house and the garage. Head lowered, as if his visit to Jacob were a weight that bowed him, his attention was on the ground. Otherwise he might not have noticed, might not have been halted by, the intricate and beautiful pattern of sunlight and shadow over which he walked. This was a California live oak, green even in winter, although its leaves were fewer now than they would be in warmer seasons. The elaborate branch structure reflected around him was an exquisite and harmonious maze overlaying a mosaic of sunlight green on grass, and something in its patterns suddenly touched him, moved him, seizing his imagination. He felt as if he were balanced on the brink of an astonishing insight. Then he looked up at the massive limbs overhead, and the mood changed. A sense of impending insight at once gave way to the fear that an unsuspected fissure in a huge limb might crack through at this precise moment, crushing him under a ton of wood, or that the big one, striking now, would topple the entire oak. Edom fled back to his apartment. Chapter 50. After spending Wednesday as a tourist, Junior began to look for a suitable apartment on Thursday. In spite of his new wealth, he did not intend to pay hotel room rates for an extended period. Currently, the rental market was extremely tight. The first day of his search resulted only in the discovery that he was going to have to pay more than he expected, even for modest quarters. Thursday evening, his third in the hotel, he returned to the lounge for cocktails and another steak. The same tuxedoed pianist provided the entertainment. Junior was vigilant. He took notes of all those who approached the piano, whether they dropped money in the fishbowl or not. When the pianist eventually launched into "Someone to Watch Over Me," he didn't appear to be responding to a request, considering that a few other numbers had been played since the most recent gratuity. The tune was, after all, in his nightly repertoire. A residual tension drained out of Junior. He was somewhat surprised that he had still been concerned about the song. Through the remainder of his dinner he was entirely future-focused, the past put safely out of mind, until, as Junior was enjoying a postprandial brandy, the pianist took a break, and conversation among the customers fell into a lull. When the bar phone rang, though it was muted, he heard it at his table. The modulated electronic brrr was similar to the sound of the telephone in Vanadium's cramped study on Sunday night. Junior was transported back to that place, that moment in time. The answer phone. In his mind's eye he saw the answering machine with uncanny clarity, that curious gadget sitting atop the scarred pine desk. In reality it had been a homely device, a mere box. In memory it seemed ominous, charged with the evil portent of a nuclear bomb. He listened to the message and thought it incomprehensible, of no import. Suddenly, tardy intuition told him that it could not have been any more important to him if it had been dead Naomi calling from beyond the grave to leave testimony for the detective. On that busy night, with Vanadium's corpse in the Studebaker and Victoria's cadaver awaiting a fiery disposal at her house, Junior was too distracted to recognize the pertinence of the message. Now it tormented him from a dark nook in his subconscious. Caesar's Ed teaches that every experience in our lives, unto the smallest moment and the simplest act, is preserved in memory, including every witless conversation we've ever endured with the worst dullards we've met. For this reason he wrote a book about why we must never suffer bores and fools, and about how we can be rid of them, offering hundreds of strategies for scouring them from our lives,
including homicide, which he claims to favor, though only tongue-in-cheek. Although Zed counsels living in the future, he recognizes the need to have full recollection of the past when absolutely needed. One of his favorite techniques for jolting memories loose when the subconscious stubbornly withholds them is to take a bitterly cold shower while pressing ice against one's genitals until the desired facts are recalled or hypothermic collapse ensues. In the glamorous cocktail lounge of this elegant hotel, Junior was necessarily forced to use other of Zed's techniques, and more brandy, to liberate from his subconscious the name of the caller on the answer phone. Max. The caller had said, "It's Max." Now the message. Something about a hospital, someone dying, a cerebral hemorrhage. As Junior struggled to retrieve details from his memory, the pianist returned. The first number of his new set was the Beatles' "I Want to Hold Your Hand," recast at such a slow tempo that it was petting music for narcoleptics. This invasion of British pop, even in disguise, seemed to be a sign that Junior should go. In his hotel room once more, he consulted Vanadium's address book, which he had not destroyed. He found a Max Bellini. The address was in San Francisco. This was not good. He had thought that everything about Thomas Vanadium was part of the past. Now here was this unexpected link to San Francisco, where Junior intended to build his future. 2 phone numbers were listed under Bellini's address. The first was labeled work, the second home. Junior checked his wristwatch. 9 o'clock. Regardless of Bellini's line of work, he was not likely to be on the job at this hour. Nevertheless, Junior decided to dial the work number first, with the hope of getting a recorded message about their business hours. If he could learn the name of the firm employing Bellini, that would be helpful, and it might suggest the man's occupation. The more Junior knew about Bellini before calling him at home, the better. The phone was answered on the 3rd ring. A gruff male voice said, "Homicide." For an instant, Junior thought it was an accusation. "Hello?" said the man on the other end of the line. Who is this?" Junior inquired. "SFPD homicide." "Sorry, wrong number." He hung up and snatched his hand away from the phone as though it had scorched him. SFPD, San Francisco Police Department. More likely than not, Bellini was a homicide detective just like Vanadium. Calling him at home wouldn't be a good idea. Now it was imperative that Junior remember every word of the message Bellini had left for his distant colleague in Oregon, yet the rest of it continued to elude him. Conveniently, each evening when the hotel chambermaid turned down the covers on the bed and placed a foil-wrapped mint on the pillow, she also filled the ice bucket. Grimacing in anticipation of the ordeal to come, Junior carried the bucket into the bathroom. He undressed, turned on the cold water, and stepped into the shower. He stood for a while, hoping this shock would be sufficient to jar loose the needed memories. No luck. Hesitantly, but with the trust that any acolyte must have in his faith, Junior fished a handful of ice cubes from the bucket and pressed them against the 2 warmest features of his anatomy. A fearsome number of minutes later, shuddering violently and weeping in self-pity, but still short of hypothermic collapse, he recalled the remaining essentials of the message on the answer phone. Poor kid, cerebral hemorrhage, baby survived. He turned off the water, stepped out of the shower, dried himself vigorously, put on 2 pairs of new undershorts, got into bed and pulled the covers up to his chin, and brooded. Vanadium at the cemetery, white rose in hand, walking among the tombstones to stand beside Junior at Naomi's grave. Junior had asked him whose funeral he'd just attended. A friend's daughter. They say she died in a traffic accident down in San Francisco. She was even younger than Naomi. The friend proved to be Reverend White, his daughter, Seraphim. Suspecting that the cause of death might not have been a traffic accident, Vanadium evidently had asked Max Bellini to look into it. Seraphim died, but the baby survived. The simplest of calculations revealed to Junior that Seraphim's pregnancy dated from the torrid evening they shared in the parsonage, to the accompaniment of her father's taped rough draft of a sermon. Good Naomi had perished while carrying his baby, and Seraphim had passed away while giving birth to his baby. A great rush of pride warmed Junior's chilled cojones. He was a virile man, his seed dependably fertile. This came as no surprise to him. Nevertheless, such abundant confirmation was gratifying. Tempering his elation was the realization that blood provided a spectrum of evidence admissible in court. The authorities had been able to identify him as the father of the baby that died with Naomi. If suspicion caused them to pursue the issue, they might be able to pin the fatherhood of Seraphim's child on him as well. Apparently, the minister's daughter hadn't named Junior, or made accusations of rape before she succumbed. Otherwise, he'd now be in a cell. And with the girl dead, even if lab tests revealed Junior to be the father of her child, no credible prosecution could be mounted. The dire threat he perceived lay elsewhere. More brooding soon brought understanding. He sat straight up in bed, alarmed. Nearly 2 weeks ago, in the Spruce Hills Hospital, Junior had been drawn by some strange magnetism to the viewing window at the neonatal care unit. There, transfixed by the newborns, he sank into a slough of fear that threatened to undo him completely. By some sixth sense, he had realized that the mysterious Bartholomew had something to do with babies. Now Junior threw back the covers and sprang out of bed. In double briefs, he relentlessly roamed the hotel room. Perhaps he would not have leaped along this chain of conclusions if he'd not been an admirer of Caesar Zed, for Zed teaches that too often society encourages us to dismiss certain insights as illogical, even paranoid, when in fact these insights arise from animal instinct and are the closest thing to unalloyed truth we will ever know. Bartholomew didn't merely have something to do with babies. Bartholomew was a baby. Seraphim White had come to California to give birth to him in order to spare her parents and their congregation embarrassment. Leaving Spruce Hills, Junior thought he was putting distance between himself and his enigmatic enemy, gaining time to study the county phone directory and to plan his continuing search if that avenue of investigation brought him no success. Instead, he had walked right into his adversary's lair. Babies of unwed mothers, especially of dead unwed mothers, and especially of dead unwed mothers whose fathers were ministers unable to endure public mortification, were routinely put up for adoption. Since Seraphim had given birth here, the baby would-be, no doubt, already had been adopted by a San Francisco area family. As Junior paced the hotel room, his fear made way for anger. All he wanted was peace, a chance to grow as a person, an opportunity to improve himself, and now this. The unfairness, the injustice, galled him. He seethed with a sense of persecution. Traditional logic argued that an infant, no more than 2 weeks old, could not be a serious threat to a grown man. Junior was not immune to traditional logic, but in this case he recognized the superior wisdom of Zed's philosophy. His dread of Bartholomew and his gut-level animosity toward a child he'd never met defied all reason and exceeded simple paranoia. Therefore, it must be purest, infallible animal instinct. The infant Bartholomew was here in San Francisco. He must be found. He must be dispatched. By the time Junior devised a plan of action to locate the child, he was so hot with anger that he was sweating, and he stripped off one of his 2 pair of briefs. Chapter 51. Perry's polio-whittled body did not test the strength of her pallbearers. The minister prayed for her soul, her friends mourned her loss, and the earth received her. Paul Damascus had gotten numerous invitations to dinner. No one thought that he should be alone on this difficult night. Solitude, however, was his preference. He found the sympathy of friends unbearable, a constant reminder that Perry was gone. Having ridden from the church to the cemetery with Hannah, his housekeeper, Paul chose to walk home. The distance between Perry's new bed and her old was only 3 miles, and the afternoon was mild. He no longer had any reason to follow an exercise regimen. For 23 years he'd needed to maintain good health in order to meet his responsibilities, but all the responsibilities that mattered to him had been lifted from his shoulders. Walking rather than riding was now nothing more than a matter of habit, and by walking he could delay his arrival at a house that had grown strange to him, a house in which every noise he made since Monday seemed to echo as if through vast caverns. When he noticed that twilight had come and gone, he realized also that he'd walked through Bright Beach along Pacific Coast Highway and south into the neighboring town, perhaps 10 miles. He had only the vaguest recollections of the journey. This didn't seem strange to him. Among the many things that no longer mattered were the concepts of distance and time. He turned around, walked back to Bright Beach, and went home. The house was empty, silent. Hannah worked only days. Nellie Otis, Perry's companion, was not employed here any more. The living room no longer doubled as sleeping quarters. Perry's hospital bed had been taken away. Paul's bed had been moved to a room upstairs, where for the past 3 nights he had tried to sleep. He went upstairs to change out of his dark blue suit and badly scuffed black shoes. On his nightstand he found an envelope evidently placed there by Hannah after she'd taken it from his pharmacy smock, which he had given to her to launder. The envelope contained the letter about Agnes Lampion that Paul had written to Reverend White in Oregon. He'd never had a chance to read this to Perry or to benefit from her opinion. Now, as he scanned the lines of his calligraphic handwriting, his words seemed foolish, inappropriate, confused. Although he considered tearing up the letter and throwing it away, he knew that his perceptions were clouded by grief, and that what he'd written might seem fine if he reviewed it in a less dark state of mind. He returned the letter to the envelope and put it in the drawer of his nightstand. Also in the drawer was a pistol that he kept for home defense. He stared at it, trying to decide whether to go downstairs and make a sandwich or kill himself. Paul withdrew the pistol from the drawer. The weapon didn't feel as good to him as guns always felt in the hands of pulp heroes. He feared that suicide was a ticket to hell, and he knew that sinless Perry was not waiting for him in those lower realms. Clinging to the desperate hope of an ultimate reunion, he put the gun away, went to the kitchen, and made a grilled cheese sandwich. Cheddar, with dill pickles on the side. Chapter 52. Nolly Wolfstan, private detective, had the teeth of a god and a face so unfortunate that it argued convincingly against the existence of a benign deity. White as a Viking winter, these magnificent choppers, and as straight as the kernel rows in the corn on Odin's high table. Superb occlusal surfaces, exquisite incisor ledges, bicuspids of textbook formation nestled in perfect alignment between molars and canines. Before Junior had become a physical therapist, he had considered studying to be a dentist. A low tolerance for the stench of halitosis born of gum disease had decided him against dentistry, but he still could appreciate a set of teeth as exceptional as these. Nolly's gums were in great shape, too, firm, pink, no sign of recession, snug to the neck of each tooth. This brilliant mouthful was not nature's work alone. With what Nolly must have spent to obtain this smile, some fortunate dentist had kept a mistress in jewelry through her most nubile years. Regrettably, his radiant smile only emphasized, by contrast, the dire shortcomings of the face from which it beamed. Lumpish, pocked, wart-stippled, darkened by a permanent beard shadow with a bluish cast,
This countenance was beyond the powers of redemption possessed by the best plastic surgeons in the world, which was no doubt why Nolly applied his resources strictly to dental work. 5 days ago, reasoning that an unscrupulous attorney would know how to find an equally unscrupulous private detective, even across state borders, Junior had phoned Simon Magison in Spruce Hills for a confidential recommendation. Apparently, there also existed a brotherhood of the terminally ugly, the members of which sent business to one another. Magison, he of the large head, small ears, and protuberant eyes, had referred Junior to Nolly Wolfstad. Hunched over his desk, leaning forward conspiratorially, his piggy eyes glittered like those of an ogre discussing his favorite recipe for cooking children. Nolly said, "I've been able to confirm your suspicions." Junior had come to the gumshoe 4 days ago with business that might have made a reputable investigator uncomfortable. He needed to discover whether Seraphim White had given birth at a San Francisco hospital earlier this month and where the baby might be found. Since he wasn't prepared to reveal any relationship to Seraphim, and since he resisted devising a cover story on the assumption that a competent private detective would at once see through it, his interest in this baby inevitably seemed sinister. "Miss White was admitted to St. Mary's late January 5th, said Nolly, "with dangerous hypertension, a complication of pregnancy." The moment he had seen the building in which Nolly maintained an office, an aged 3-story brick structure in the North Beach district, a seedy strip club occupying the ground floor, Junior knew he'd found the breed of snoop he needed. The detective was at the top of 6 flights of narrow stairs, no elevator, at the end of a dreary hallway with worn linoleum and with walls mottled by stains of an origin best left unconsidered. The air smelled of cheap disinfectant, stale cigarette smoke, stale beer, and dead hopes. "In the early hours of January 7th, Nolly continued, "Miss White died in childbirth, as you figured." The investigator's suite, a minuscule waiting room and a small office, lacked a secretary but surely harbored all manner of vermin. Sitting in the client's chair across the cigarette-scarred desk from Nolly, Junior heard, or imagined that he heard, the scurry of tiny rodent feet behind him, and something chewing on paper inside a pair of rust-spotted filing cabinets. Repeatedly he wiped at the back of his neck or reached down to rub a hand over his ankles, convinced that insects were crawling on him. "The girl's baby," said Nolly, "was placed with Catholic Family Services for adoption." "She's a Baptist." "Yes, but it's a Catholic hospital, and they offer this option to all unwed mothers. Doesn't matter what their religion." "So where's the kid now?" When Nolly sighed and frowned, his lumpish face seemed in danger of sliding off his skull like oatmeal oozing off a spoon. "Mr. Kane, much as I regret it, I'm afraid I'm going to have to return half of the retainer you gave me." "Huh? Why?" "By law, adoption records are sealed and so closely guarded that you'd have an easier time acquiring a complete roster of the CIA's deep cover agents worldwide than finding this one baby." "But you obviously got into hospital records." "No. The information I gave you came from the coroner's office, which issued the death certificate. But even if I got into St. Mary's records, there wouldn't be a hint of where Catholic Family Services placed this baby." Having anticipated a problem of one kind or another, Junior withdrew a packet of crisp, new $100 bills from an inside jacket pocket. The bank band still wrapped the stack, and on it was printed $10,000. Junior put the money on the desk. "Then get into the records of Family Services." The detective gazed at the cash as longingly as a glutton might stare at a custard pie, as intensely as a satyr might ogle a naked blonde. "Impossible. Too damn much integrity in their system. You might as well ask me to go to Buckingham Palace and fetch you a pair of Queen's undies." Junior leaned forward and slid the packet of cash across the desk toward the detective. "There's more where this came from." Nolly shook his head, setting a cotillion of warts and moles a dance on his pendulous cheeks.
Ask any adoptee who, as an adult, has tried to learn the names of his real parents. Easier to drag a freight train up a mountain by your teeth.
You have the teeth to do it, Junior thought, but he restrained himself from saying it. This can't be a dead end.
It is. From a desk drawer, Nolly withdrew an envelope and put it on top of the offered cash. I'm returning 500 of your 1,000 retainer. He pushed everything back toward Junior.
Why didn't you say it was impossible up front?
The detective shrugged. The girl might have had her baby at a third-rate hospital, one with poor control of patients' records and a less professional staff. Or the kid might have been placed for adoption through some baby brokerage in it strictly for the money. Then there would have been opportunities to learn something. But as soon as I discovered it was St. Mary's, I knew we were screwed.
If records exist, they can be gotten.
I'm not a burglar, Mr. Kane. No client has enough money to make me risk prison. Besides, even if you could steal their files, you would probably discover that the babies' identities are coded, and without the code, you'd still be nowhere.
This is most incommensurate, Junior said, recalling the word from a vocabulary improvement course, without need of ice applied to the genitals.
Is what?
Asked the detective, for, with the exception of his teeth, he was not a self-improved individual. Inadequate, Junior explained.
I know what you mean. Mr. Kane, I'd never turn my back on that much money if there was any damn way at all I could earn it.
In spite of its dazzle, the detective's smile was nonetheless melancholy, proof that he was sincere when he said that Seraphim's baby was beyond their reach. When Junior walked the cracked linoleum corridor and descended the 6 flights of stairs to the street, he discovered that a thin drizzle was falling. The afternoon grew darker even as he turned his face to the sky, and the cold, dripping city which swaddled Bartholomew somewhere in its concrete folds appeared not to be a beacon of culture and sophistication any more, but a forbidding and dangerous empire, as it had never seemed to him before. By comparison, the strip club, neon aglow, theater lights twinkling, looked warm, cozy, welcoming. The sign promised topless dancers. Although Junior had been in San Francisco for over a week, he had not yet sampled this avant-garde art form. He was tempted to go inside. One problem. Nolly Wolstad, Quasimodo without a hump, probably repaired to this convenient club after work to down a few beers, because this was surely as close as he would ever get to a halfway attractive woman. The detective would think that he and Junior were here for the same reason, to gawk at nearly naked babes and store up enough images of bobbling breasts to get through the night. And he would not be able to comprehend that for Junior the attraction was the dance, the intellectual thrill of experiencing a new cultural phenomenon. Frustrated on many levels, Junior hurried to a parking lot 1 block from the detective's office, where he'd left his new Chevrolet Impala convertible. This Chinese red machine was even more beautiful when wet with rain than it had looked polished and pristine on the showroom floor. In spite of its dazzle and power and comfort, however, the car was not able to lift his spirits as he cruised the hills of the city. Somewhere along these darkly glistening streets, in these houses and high-rises clinging to steep slopes awaiting seismic sundering, the boy was sheltered, half Negro, half white, full doom to Junior Kane. Chapter 53. Nolly felt a little silly, walking the mean streets of North Beach under a white umbrella with red polka dots. It kept him dry, however, and with Nolly, practical consideration always triumphed over matters of image and style. A forgetful client had left the bumbershoot in the office 6 months ago. Otherwise, Nolly wouldn't have had any umbrella at all. He was a pretty good detective, but as regarded the minutiae of daily life, he wasn't as organized as he would like to be. He never remembered to set aside his holey socks for darning, and once he had worn a hat with a bullet hole in it for nearly a year before he'd at last thought to buy a new one. Not many men wore hats these days. Since his teenage years, Nolly had favored a pork pie model. San Francisco was often chilly, and he began losing his hair when still young. The bullet had been fired by a renegade cop who was every bit as lousy a marksman as he was a corrupt scumball. He'd been aiming for Nellie's crotch. That happened 10 years ago, the first and last time anyone shot at Nolly. The real work of a private eye had nothing in common with the glamorous stuff depicted on television and in books. This was a low-risk profession full of dull routine, as long as you chose your cases wisely, which meant staying away from clients like Enoch Kane. 4 blocks from his office, on a street more upscale than his own, Nolly came to the Tolman Building. Built in the 1930s, it had an Art Deco flair. The public areas featured travertine floors, and a WPA-era mural extolling the machine age brightened the lobby wall. On the 4th floor, at Dr. Clerkel's suite, the hall door stood ajar. Past office hours, the small waiting room was deserted. 3 equally modest rooms opened off this lounge. 2 housed complete dental units, and the 3rd provided cramped office space shared by the receptionist and the doctor. Had Kathleen Clerkel been a man, she would have enjoyed larger quarters in a newer building in a better part of town. She was more gentle and respectful of the patient's comfort than any male dentist Nolly had ever known, but prejudice hampered women in her profession. As Nolly hung his raincoat and his pork-pie hat on a rack by the hall door, Kathleen Clerkel appeared in the entrance to the nearest of the 2 treatment rooms. "Are you ready to suffer?" "I was born human, wasn't I?" He settled in the chair with no trepidation. "I can do this with just a very little Novocaine," she said, "so your mouth won't be numb for dinner." "How does it feel to be a part of such an historical moment?" "Lindbergh landing in France was nothing compared to this." She removed a temporary cap from the 2nd bicuspid on the lower left side and replaced it with the porcelain cap that had been delivered by the lab that morning. Nolly liked to watch her hands while she worked. They were slim, graceful, the hands of an adolescent girl. He liked her face, too. She wore no makeup and pulled her brown hair back in a bun. Some might say she was mousy, but the only things mousy that Nolly saw about her were a piquant tilt to her nose and a certain cuteness. Finished, she gave him a mirror so he could admire his new bicuspid cap. After 5 years of dentistry, paced so as not to tax Nolly's tolerance, Kathleen had done well what nature had done poorly, giving him a perfect bite and a supernatural smile. This final cap was the last of the reconstruction. She loosened her hair and brushed it out, and Nolly took her to dinner at their favorite place, which had the decor of a classy saloon and a bay view suitable for God's table. They came here often enough that the maitre d' greeted them by name, as did their waiter. Nolly was, as usual, Nolly to everyone, but here Kathleen was Mrs. Wolfstan. They ordered martinis, and when Kathleen, perusing a menu, asked her husband what looked good for dinner, he suggested, "Oysters?" "Yeah, you'll need 'em." Her smile wasn't the least mouse-like. As they savored the icy martinis, she asked about the client, and Nolly said, "He bought the story. I won't be seeing him again." The adoption records on Seraphim White's baby weren't sealed by law, because custody of the child was being retained by family. "What if he finds out the truth?" Kathleen worried. "He'll just think I'm an incompetent detective. If he comes around wanting his $500 back, I'll give it to him." A table candle glowed in an amber glass. To Nolly, in this glimmering light, Kathleen's face was more radiant than the flame. A mutual interest in ballroom dancing had resulted in their introduction when each needed a new partner for a foxtrot and swing competition. Nolly had started taking lessons 5 years before he had met Kathleen. "Did the creep finally say why he wants to find this baby?" she asked. "No, but I'm sure as can be the kid is better off undiscovered by the likes of him." "Why is he so sure it's a boy?" she asked. "Search me. But I didn't tell him different. The less he knows, the better. I can't figure his motivation, but if you were tracking this guy by his spoor,
You'd want to look for the imprint of cloven hooves. Be careful, Sherlock. He doesn't scare me, Nolly said. Nobody does. But a good pork pie hat isn't cheap. He offered me $10,000 to burglarize Catholic Family Services. So you told him your going rate was 20? Later, at home in bed, after Nolly proved the value of oysters, he and Kathleen lay holding hands. Following a companionable silence, he said, It's a mystery. What's that? Why you're with me. Kindness, gentleness, humility, strength. That's enough. Silly man. Kane looks like a movie star. Does he have nice teeth? She asked. They're good, not perfect. So kiss me, Mr. Perfect. Chapter 54. Every mother believes that her baby is breathtakingly beautiful. She will remain unshakably convinced of this, even if she lives to be a centenarian and her child has been harrowed by 8 hard decades of gravity and experience. Every mother also believes that her baby is smarter than other babies. Sadly, time and the child's choices in life usually require her to adjust her opinion, as she never will in the matter of physical beauty. Month by month during Barty's first year, Agnes's belief in his exceptional intelligence was only confirmed by his development. By the end of the 2nd month of life, most babies will smile in response to a smile, and they are able to smile spontaneously in the 4th month. Barty was smiling frequently in his 2nd week. In the 3rd month, many babies laugh out loud, but Barty's first laugh came in his 6th week. At the beginning of his 3rd month, instead of at the end of his 5th, he was combining vowels and consonants. Ba ba ba, ga ga ga, la la la, ka ka ka. At the end of his 4th month, instead of in his 7th, he said, Mama, and clearly knew what it meant. He repeated it when he wanted to get her attention. He was able to play peekaboo in his 5th month instead of his 8th, stand while holding on to something in his 6th instead of 8th. By 11 months, his vocabulary had expanded to 19 words by Agnes's count, an age when even a precocious child usually spoke 3 or 4 at most. His first word after Mama was Papa, which she taught him while showing him pictures of Joey. His 3rd word, Pie. His name for Edom was Ebom. Maria became Mia. When Bartholomew first said Cajub and held out one hand toward his uncle, Jacob surprised Agnes by crying with happiness. Barty began toddling at 10 months, walking well at 11. By his 12th month he was toilet-trained, and every time that he had the need to use his colorful little bathroom chair, he proudly and repeatedly announced to everyone, Barty potty. On January 1, 1966, 5 days before Barty's first birthday, Agnes discovered him in his playpen engaged in unusual toe play. He wasn't simply randomly tickling or tugging on his toes. Between thumb and forefinger he firmly pinched the little piggy on his left foot, and then one by one pinched his way to the biggest toe. His attention shifted to his right foot, on which he first pinched the big toe before systematically working down to the smallest. Throughout this procedure, Barty appeared solemn and thoughtful. When he had squeezed the 10th toe, he stared at it, brow furrowed. He held one hand in front of his face, studying his fingers, the other hand. He pinched all his toes in the same order as before, and then he pinched them in order again. Agnes had the craziest notion that he was counting them, when, at his age, of course, he would have no concept of numbers. "Honey," she said, crouching to peer at him through the vertical slats of the playpen, "what are you doing?" He smiled and held up one foot. "Those are your toes," she said. "Toes," he repeated immediately in his sweet, piping voice. This was a new word for him. Reaching between the slats, Agnes tickled the pink piggies on his left foot. "Toes." Barty giggled.
Toes. You're a good boy, Smarty Barty. He pointed at his feet. Toes, 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 toes. A good boy, but not yet a great conversationalist. Raising one hand, wiggling the fingers, he said, Toes, 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 toes. Fingers, she corrected. Toes, 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 toes. Well, perhaps I'm wrong. 5 days later, on Barty's birthday morning, when Agnes and Edom were in the kitchen making preparations for the visits that had earned her the affectionate title of Pie Lady, Barty was in his high chair, eating a vanilla wafer lightly dampened with milk. Each time a crumb fell from the cookie, the boy plucked it off the tray and neatly conveyed it to his tongue. Lined up on the kitchen table were green grape and apple pies. The thick, domed crusts with their deeply fluted edges were the coppery gold of precious coins. Barty pointed at the table. Pie, 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 pie. Not yours, Agnes advised. We've got one of our own in the refrigerator. Pie, 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 pie. Barty repeated in the same tone of self-satisfied delight that he used when announcing Barty Potty. No one starts the day with pie, Agnes said. You get pie after dinner. Thrusting his finger toward the table with each repetition of the word, Barty happily insisted, Pie, 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 pie. Edom had turned away from the box of groceries that he was packing. Frowning at the pies, he said, You don't think... Agnes glanced at her brother. Think what? Couldn't be, said Edom. Pie, 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 pie. Edom removed 2 of the pies from the table and put them on the counter near the ovens. After following his uncle's movements, Barty looked at the table again. Pie, 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 pie. Edom transferred 2 more pies from table to counter. Thrusting his finger 4 times at the table, Barty said, Pie, 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 pie. Although her hands were shaking and her knees felt as though they might buckle, Agnes lifted 2 pies off the table. Jabbing his forefinger at each of the remaining treats, Barty said, Pie, pie. Agnes returned the 2 that she had lifted off the table. Pie, 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 pie. Barty grinned at her. Amazed, Agnes gaped at her baby. The throat lump that blocked her speech was part pride, part awe, and part fear, though she didn't at once understand why this wonderful precociousness should frighten her. 1, 2, 3, 4. Edom took away all the remaining pies. He pointed at Barty, and then at the empty table. Barty sighed, as though disappointed. No pie. Oh, Lord, said Agnes. Another year, Edom said, and instead of me, Barty can drive the car for you. Her fear, Agnes suddenly realized, arose from her father's often expressed conviction that an attempt to excel at anything was a sin that would one day be grievously punished. All forms of amusement were sinful by his way of thinking, and all those who sought even the simplest entertainment were lost souls. However, those who desired to amuse others were the worse sinners, because they were overflowing with pride, striving to shine, eager to make themselves into false gods, to be praised and adored as only God should be adored. Actors, musicians, singers, novelists were doomed to hell by the very acts of creation which, in their egomania, they saw as the equal of their Creator's work. Striving to excel at anything, in fact, was a sign of corruption in the soul, whether one wanted to be recognized as a superior carpenter or car mechanic or a grower of prize roses. Talent, in her father's view, was not a gift from God, but from the devil, meant to distract us from prayer, penitence, and duty. Without excellence, of course, there would be no civilization, no progress, no joy. And Agnes was surprised that this sharp burr of her father's philosophy had stuck deep in her subconscious, prickling and worrying her unnecessarily. She thought that she was entirely clean of his influence. If her beautiful son was to be a prodigy of any kind, she would thank God for his talent and would do anything she could to help him achieve his destiny. She approached the kitchen table and swept her hand across it to emphasize its emptiness. Barty followed the movement of her hand, raised his gaze to her eyes, hesitated, and then said questioningly, "No pie?" "Exactly," she said, beaming at him. Basking in her smile, the boy exclaimed, "No pie!" "No pie," Agnes agreed. She parenthesized his head with her hands and punctuated his sweet face with kisses. Chapter 55. For Americans of Chinese descent, and San Francisco has a large Chinese population, 1965 was the year of the snake. For Junior Kane, it was the year of the gun, though it didn't start out that way. His first year in San Francisco was an eventful one for the nation and the world. Winston Churchill, arguably the greatest man of the century thus far, died. The United States launched the first airstrikes against North Vietnam, and Lyndon Johnson raised troop levels to 150,000 in that conflict. A Soviet cosmonaut was the first to take a spacewalk outside an orbiting craft. Race riots raged in Watts for 5 fiery days. The Voting Rights Act of 1965 was signed into law. Sandy Koufax, a Los Angeles Dodger, pitched a perfect game in which no hitter reached first base. T.S. Eliot died, and Junior purchased one of the poet's works through the Book of the Month Club. Other famous people passed away: Stan Laurel, Nat King Cole, Le Corbusier, Albert Schweitzer, Somerset Maugham. Indira Gandhi became the first woman Prime Minister of India, and the Beatles' inexplicable and annoying success rolled on and on. Aside from purchasing the T.S. Eliot book, which he hadn't found time to read, Junior was only peripherally aware of current events, because they were, after all, current, while he tried always to focus on the future. The news of the day was but a faint background music to him, like a song on a radio in another apartment. He lived high on Russian Hill, in a limestone-clad building with carved Victorian detail. His one-bedroom unit included a roomy kitchen with breakfast nook and a spacious living room with windows looking down on twisty Lombard Street. Memory of the Spartan decor of Thomas Vanadium's house lingered with Junior, and he addressed his living space with the detective style in mind. He installed a minimum of furniture, though all new and of higher quality than the junk in Vanadium's residence, sleek, modern, Danish, pecan wood and nappy oatmeal-colored upholstery. The walls were barren. The only art in these rooms was a single sculpture. Junior was taking university extension courses in art appreciation, and almost daily haunting the city's countless galleries, constantly deepening and refining his knowledge. He intended to refrain from acquiring a collection until he was as expert on the subject as any director of any museum in the city. The one piece he had purchased was by a young Bay Area artist, Bavol Purifiran, about whom art critics nationwide were in agreement. He was destined for a long and significant career. The sculpture had cost over $9,000, an extravagance for a man trying to live on the income of his hard-won and prudently invested fortune, but its presence in his living room immediately identified him to cognoscenti as a person of taste and cutting-edge sensibilities. The 6-foot-tall statue was of a nude woman, formed from scrap metal, some of it rusted and otherwise corroded. The feet were made from gear wheels of various sizes and from bent blades of broken meat cleavers. Pistons, pipes, and barbed wire formed her legs. She was busty, hammered soup pots as breasts, corkscrews as nipples. Rake-tine hands were crossed defensively over the misshapen bosom. In a face sculpted from bent forks and fan blades, empty black eye sockets glared with hideous suffering, and a wide-mouthed shriek accused the world with a silent but profound cry of horror. Occasionally, when Junior returned home from a day of gallery hopping or an evening at a restaurant, Industrial Woman, the artist's title, scared away his mellow mood. More than once he'd cried out in alarm before realizing this was just his prized peripheran. Waking from a bad dream, he sometimes thought he heard the ratcheting of gear-wheel feet, the scrape and creak of rusted iron joints, the clink of rake-tined fingers rattling against one another. Usually he remained still, tense, listening, until enough silence convinced him that the sounds he'd heard had been in the dream, not in the real world. If silence didn't settle him, he went into the living room, only to discover that she was always where he had left her, fork and fan-blade face wrenched in a soundless scream. This is, of course, the purpose of art. To disturb you, to leave you uneasy with yourself and wary of the world, to undermine your sense of reality in order to make you reconsider all that you think you know. The finest art should shatter you emotionally, devastate you intellectually, leave you physically ill, and fill you with the loathing for those cultural traditions that bind us and weigh us down and drown us in a sea of conformity. Junior had learned this much already from his art appreciation course. In early May, he sought self-improvement by taking French lessons, the language of love. In June, he bought a pistol. He didn't intend to use it to kill anyone. Indeed, he would get through the rest of 1965 without resorting to another homicide. The non-fatal shooting in September would be regrettable, quite messy, painful, but necessary, and calculated to do as little damage as possible. But first, in early July, he stopped taking French lessons. It was an impossible language, difficult to pronounce, ridiculous sentence constructions. Anyway, none of the good-looking women he met spoke French or cared whether he did. In August, he developed an interest in meditation. He began with concentrative meditation, the form called meditation with seed, in which you must close your eyes, mentally focus on a visualized object, and clear your mind of all else. His instructor, Bob Chicane, who visited twice a week for an hour, advised him to imagine a perfect fruit as the object of his meditation, an apple, a grape, an orange, whatever. This didn't work for Junior. Strangely, when he focused on a mental image of any fruit, apple, peach, banana, his thoughts drifted to sex. He became aroused and had no hope of clearing his mind. Eventually, he settled on a mental image of a bowling pin as his seed. This was a smooth, elegantly shaped object that invited languorous contemplation, but it did not tease his libido. On Tuesday evening, September 7, after half an hour in the lotus position, thinking about nothing whatsoever but a white pin with 2 black bands at its neck and the number 1 painted on its head, Junior went to bed at 11 o'clock and set his alarm for 3 in the morning, when he intended to shoot himself. He slept well, woke refreshed, and threw back the covers. On the nightstand waited a glass of water on a coaster and a pharmacy bottle containing several capsules of a potent painkiller. This analgesic was among several prescription substances that he had stolen, over time, from the drug locker at the rehab hospital where he once worked. Some he had sold. These he had retained. He swallowed 1 capsule and washed it down with water. He returned the pharmacy bottle to the nightstand. Sitting up in bed, he passed a little time reading favorite marked passages in Zed's You Are the World. The book presented a brilliant argument that selfishness was the most misunderstood, moral, rational, and courageous of all human motivations. The painkiller was not morphine-based, and it did not signal its presence in the system by inducing sleepiness or even a faint blurring of the senses. After 40 minutes, however, he was sure that it must be effective, and he put the book aside. The pistol was in the nightstand, fully loaded. Barefoot, in midnight blue silk pajamas, he walked through his rooms, turning on lights in a considered pattern which he had settled upon after much thought and planning. In the kitchen, he plucked a clean dish towel from a drawer, carried it to the granite-topped secretary, and sat in front of the telephone.
Previously, he had sat here with a pencil, making shopping lists. Now, instead of a pencil, there was the Italian-made .22 pistol. After mentally reviewing what he must say, after working up a nervous edge, he dialed the SFPD emergency number. When the police operator answered, Junior shrieked, "I've been shot! Jesus, shot! Help me! An ambulance! Oh, shit! Hurry!" The operator attempted to calm him, but he remained hysterical. Between gasps and sharp squeals of pretended pain, he shakily rattled off his name, address, and phone number. She told him to stay on the line, stay on no matter what, told him to keep talking to her, and he hung up. He slid his chair sideways to the secretary and leaned forward with the gun in both hands. 10, 20, almost 30 seconds later, the phone rang. On the third ring, Junior shot off the big toe on his left foot. Wow. The gunshot was louder, and the pain initially less than he expected. Timpani boom, timpani boom. The explosion echoed back and forth through the high-ceilinged apartment. He dropped the gun. On the seventh ring, he snatched up the telephone. Certain the caller was the police operator, Junior screamed as though in agony, wondering if his cries sounded genuine, since he'd had no opportunity to rehearse. Then, in spite of the painkiller, his cries suddenly were genuine. Sobbing desperately, he dropped the telephone handset on the secretary, seized the dish towel. He wrapped the cloth tightly around the shattered stump, applying pressure to diminish the bleeding. His severed toe lay across the room on the white tile floor. It stuck up stiffly, nail gleaming, as if the floor were snow and the toe were the only exposed extremity of a body buried in a drift. He felt as though he might pass out. For more than 23 years he'd given his big toe little consideration, had taken it for granted, had treated it with shameful neglect. Now this lower digit seemed precious, a comparatively small fixture of flesh, but as important to his image of himself as his nose or either of his eyes. Darkness encroached at the edges of his vision. Dizzy, he tipped forward out of the chair and spilled onto the floor. He managed to hold the towel around his foot, but it grew dark red and disgustingly mushy. He must not pass out. He dared not. Aftermath was not important. Only movement mattered. Just forget the busload of nuns smashed on the tracks and stay with the onrushing train. Keep moving, looking forward, always forward. This philosophy had worked for him previously, but forgetting the aftermath was more difficult when the aftermath was your own poor, torn, severed toe. Your own poor, torn, severed toe was infinitely more difficult to ignore than a busload of dead nuns. Struggling to keep a grip on consciousness, Junior told himself to focus on the future, to live in the future, free of the useless past and the difficult present. But he could not get into the future far enough to be in a time when the pain was no longer with him. He thought he heard the tick, scrape, rattle, clink of industrial woman on the prowl. In the living room, now the hall, approaching. Unable to hold his breath or to quiet his miserable sobbing, Junior couldn't hear clearly enough to discern whether the sounds of the stalking sculpture were real or imagined. He knew that they had to be imaginary, but he felt they were real. Frantically, he squirmed around on the floor until he was facing the entrance to the kitchen. Through tears of pain, he expected to see a Frankensteinian shadow loom in the hall, and then the creature itself, gnashing its fork-tined teeth, its corkscrew nipples spinning. The doorbell rang. The police, the stupid police, ringing the bell when they knew he'd been shot, ringing the damn doorbell when he lay here helpless, the industrial woman lurching toward him, his toe on the other side of the kitchen, ringing the doorbell when he was losing enough blood to give transfusions to an entire ward of wounded hemophiliacs. The stupid bastards were probably expecting him to serve tea and a plate of butter cookies, little paper doilies between each cup and saucer. "Break down the door!" he shouted. Junior had left the front door locked because, if unlocked, it would look as though he had wanted to facilitate their entry, and it would make them suspicious of the whole scenario. "Break down the damn door!"
After the stupid bastards read a newspaper or smoked a few cigarettes, they finally broke down the door. Satisfyingly dramatic. The crack of splintering wood, the crash. Here they came at last, guns drawn, wary. Different uniforms, yet they reminded him of the cops in Oregon, gathered in the shadow of the fire tower. The same faces, hard-eyed, suspicious. If vanadium appeared among these men, Junior would not only puke out the contents of his stomach, but also would disgorge his internal organs, every last one of them, and spew up his bones, too, until he emptied out everything within his skin. "I thought there was a burglar," Junior groaned, but he knew better than to spit out his entire story at once, for then he would appear to be reciting a script. Soon paramedics followed the police, who spread out through the apartment, and Junior relinquished his grip on the dish towel. In a minute or two, one of the cops returned, crouching close as the medics worked. "There's no intruder?" "I thought there was." "No sign of forced entry?" Junior pressed the word through a grimace of pain. "Accident." The cop had picked up the .22 pistol, using a pencil through the trigger guard to prevent the destruction of fingerprints. "Mine," Junior said, nodding at the gun. Raised eyebrows punctuated the question, "You shot yourself?" Junior strove to appear properly mortified. "Thought I heard something. Searched the apartment." "You shot yourself in the foot?" "Yeah," Junior said, and refrained from adding, "You moron." "How did it happen?" "Nervous," he said, and howled when one of the paramedics proved to be a sadist masquerading as an angel of mercy. 2 more uniformed officers had entered the kitchen, fresh from their search of the apartment. They were amused. Junior wanted to shoot all of them, but he said, "Take it, keep it, get it the hell out of here." "Your gun?" asked the crouching officer. "I never want to see it again. I hate guns. Jesus, this hurts." Then by ambulance to the hospital, whisked into surgery, and for a while, blessed unconsciousness. Paramedics preserved his raggedly severed toe in a 1-quart plastic Rubbermaid container from his own pantry. Junior would never again use it to store leftover soup. Although first-rate, the surgical team wasn't able to reattach the badly torn extremity. Tissue damage was too extensive to permit delicate bone, nerve, and blood vessel repair. The stump was capped at the end of the internal cuneiform, depriving Junior of everything from the metatarsal to the tip of the toe. He was delighted with this result, because successful reattachment would have been a calamity. By Friday morning, September 10, a little more than 48 hours after the shooting, he felt good and was in fine spirits. He happily signed a police form, relinquishing ownership of the pistol that he'd purchased in late June. The city operated a program to melt confiscated and donated weapons and to make them into plowshares or xylophones, or into the metal fittings of hookah pipes. By Thursday, September 23, due to Junior's accident and surgery, the draft board, which had reinstated his 1A status after he'd lost the exemption that had come with his former job as a rehabilitation therapist, agreed to schedule a new physical examination in December. Considering the protection that it would afford him in the world full of warmongers, Junior considered the loss of the toe, while tragic, to be a necessary disfigurement. To his doctors and nurses, he made jokes about dismemberment, and in general he put on a brave face, for which he knew he was much admired. Anyway, traumatic as it had been, the shooting was not the worst thing that happened to him that year. Recuperating, he had plenty of time to practice meditation. He became so proficient at focusing on the imaginary bowling pin that he could make himself oblivious of all else. A stridently ringing phone wouldn't penetrate his trance. Even Bob Chicane, Junior's instructor, who knew all the tricks, could not make his voice heard when Junior was at one with the pin. There was plenty of time, as well, for the Bartholomew search. Back in January, when he received the disappointing report from Nolly Wolfstan, Junior was not convinced that the private detective had exercised due diligence in his investigation.
He suspected that Wulfstan's ugliness was matched by his laziness. Using a false name, claiming that he was an adoptee, Junior made inquiries with several child placement organizations, as well as with state and federal agencies. He discovered that Wulfstan's story was true. Adoption records were sealed by law for the protection of the birth parents, and getting at them was all but impossible. While waiting for inspiration to present him with a better strategy, Junior returned to the telephone book in search of the right Bartholomew. Not the directory for Spruce Hills and the surrounding county, but the one for San Francisco. The city was less than 7 miles on a side, only 46 square miles, but Junior was nevertheless faced with a daunting task. Hundreds of thousands of people resided within the city limits. Worse, the people who adopted Seraphim's baby might be anywhere in the 9-county Bay Area. Millions of phone listings to scan. Reminding himself that fortune favored the persistent and that he must always look for the bright side, Junior began with the city itself and with those whose surnames were Bartholomew. This was a manageable number. Posing as a counselor with Catholic Family Services, he phoned each listed Bartholomew with a question related to his or her recent adoption. Those who expressed bafflement and who claimed not to have adopted a child were generally stricken from his list. In a few instances, when his suspicions were aroused in spite of their denials, Junior tracked down their residences. He observed them in the flesh and made additional and subtle inquiries of their neighbors until he was satisfied that his quarry was elsewhere. By mid-March, he had exhausted the possibilities of Bartholomew as a surname. By the time that he shot himself in September, he had combed through the first 250,000 listings in the directory in search of those whose first names were Bartholomew. Of course, Seraphim's child would not have a telephone. He was just a baby, dangerous to Junior in a way that was not clear, but a baby nonetheless. Bartholomew was an uncommon name, however, and logic suggested that if the baby was now called Bartholomew, he'd been named for his adoptive dad. Therefore, a search of the listings might be fruitful. Although Junior continued to feel threatened, continued to trust his instinct in this matter, he didn't devote his every waking hour to the hunt. He had a life to enjoy, after all, self-improvements to undertake, galleries to explore, women to pursue. More likely than not, he would cross Bartholomew's path when he least expected, not as a consequence of his searching, but in the normal course of a day. If that happened, he must be prepared to eliminate the threat immediately by any means available to him. Therefore, after the nasty shooting, as the Bartholomew hunt continued, so did the good life. Following a month of recuperation and post-operative medical care, Junior was able to return to his twice-a-week classes in art appreciation. He resumed as well his almost daily strolls through the city's better galleries and fine museums. Of firm but pliable rubber, custom-formed to his disfigured foot, a shoe insert filled the void left by his missing toe. This simple aid ensured that virtually all footwear was comfortable, and by November Junior walked with no discernible limp. When he reported for a physical and a reassessment of his draft classification on Wednesday, December 15, he left the insert in his shoe. However, he limped like old Walter Brennan, the actor, hitching around the ranch in The Real McCoys. The Selective Service physician quickly declared Junior to be maimed and unfit. Quietly, but with passion, Junior pleaded for a chance to prove his value to the armed forces, but the examiner was unmoved by patriotism, interested only in keeping the cattle line of other potential draftees moving past him at a steady pace. To celebrate, Junior went to a gallery and purchased the second piece of art in his collection. Not sculpture this time, a painting. Although not quite as young as Bavol Periferan, this artist was equally adored by critics and widely regarded as a genius. He went by a single and mysterious name, Sklent, and in the publicity photo of him that was posted in the gallery, he looked dangerous. The masterpiece that Junior purchased was small, a 16-inch square canvas, but it cost $2,700. The entire picture, titled The Cancer Lurks Unseen, version 1, was flat black, except for a small gnarled mass, bile green and pus yellow, in the upper right quadrant. Worth every penny. He felt so happy. He was improving every day in every way. Life just got better. But then something happened that was worse than the shooting. It ruined his day, his week, the rest of his year. After arranging to have the gallery deliver his acquisition, Junior stopped in a nearby diner for lunch. The place specialized in superb heartland food, meatloaf, fried chicken, macaroni and cheese. Sitting on a stool at the counter, he ordered a cheeseburger, coleslaw, French fries, and a cherry Coke. Another of Junior's self-improvement projects, since moving to California, was to become a knowledgeable gourmet, also a connoisseur of fine wines. San Francisco was the perfect university for this education, because it offered innumerable world-class restaurants in every imaginable ethnic variety. Once in a while, however, he reverted to his roots, to the food that gave him comfort, thus the cheeseburger and its decadent accoutrements. He got everything he ordered, full value and more. When he lifted off the top of the bun to squeeze mustard onto the burger, he discovered a shiny quarter pressed into the half-melted cheese. Spinning off the stool, the bun cap in one hand and the mustard dispenser clutched in the other, Junior surveyed the long, narrow diner, looking for the maniac cop, the dead maniac cop. He half expected to see Thomas Vanadium, head crusted in blood, face bashed to a pulp, caked in quarry silt, and dripping water as though he'd climbed out of his Studebaker coffin just minutes ago. Although only half the stools at the counter were occupied, and none of those close to Junior, customers were seated in most of the booths. Some had their backs to him, and 3 were about Vanadium's size. He hurried the length of the diner, pushing past waitresses, checking out all 3 of the possibilities. But, of course, none of them was the dead detective, or anyone else Junior had ever seen before. He was looking for, what? A ghost? But vengeful ghosts didn't sit down to a meatloaf lunch in the middle of a haunting. Junior didn't believe in ghosts anyway. He believed in flesh and bone, stone and mortar, money and power, himself and the future. This was not a ghost. This was not a walking dead man. This was something else. But until he knew what it was, who it was, the only person he could possibly look for was Vanadium. Each booth was at a large window, and each window provided a view of the street. Vanadium wasn't out there watching from the sidewalk either. No glimpse of his pan-flat face shining in the December sun. With everyone in the diner now aware of Junior, with every head turned toward him, and with every wary eye tracking him, he dropped the bun cap and the mustard dispenser on the floor. Barging through the swinging gate at the end of the lunch counter, he entered the narrow work area behind it. He shouldered past 2 counter waitresses, past the short-order cook who was working eggs and burgers and bacon on the open griddle and grill. Whatever expression wrenched Junior's face, it must have been intimidating, for without protest but with wall-eyed alarm, the employees squeezed aside to let him pass. Spinning off the stool, he had also spun out of control. Second by second, twin storms of anger and fear whirled stronger within him. He knew that he needed to get a grip on himself, but he could not keep his breathing slow and deep, couldn't remember any of Zed's other foolproof methods of self-control, couldn't recall a single useful meditative technique. When he passed by his own lunch plate on the counter and again saw the quarter gleaming in the cheese, he spat out a curse. And here, now, into the kitchen through a door with a porthole in the center, into sizzle and clatter, into clouds of fried onion fumes and the mouth-watering aromas of chicken fat and shoestring potatoes turning golden in deep wells of boiling cooking oil. Kitchen staff, all men. Some looked up in surprise. Others were oblivious of him. He stalked the cramped work aisles, eyes watering from the fragrant steam and the heat, seeking Vanadium, an answer. Junior found no answers before the owner of the diner blocked him from proceeding out of the kitchen into the storeroom and the service alley beyond. Simultaneously sweating and chilled, Junior cursed him, and the confrontation became ugly. The owner's attitude softened somewhat with Junior's reference to the quarter, and softened even further when together they returned to the counter to see the proof in the cheese. He went from righteous anger to abject apology. Junior didn't want an apology. The offer of a free lunch or an entire week of lunches didn't charm a smile from him. He had no interest in taking home a free apple pie. He wanted an explanation, but no one could give him the one that he needed, because nobody but himself knew the significance and symbolism of the quarter. Unfed and unenlightened, he left the diner. Walking away, he was aware of the many faces at the windows, all as stupid as the faces of cud-chewing cows. He had given them something to talk about when they returned from lunch to their shops and offices. He'd reduced himself to an object of amusement for strangers, had briefly become one of the city's army of eccentrics. His behavior appalled him. During the walk home, slow and deep, breathing slow and deep, moving not at a brisk clip but strolling, trying to let the tension slide away, striving to focus on good things like his full exemption from military service and his purchase of the Sklent painting. San Francisco's pre-Christmas cheer had deserted it. The glow and glitter of the season had given way to a mood as dark and ominous as The Cancer Lurks Unseen, version 1. By the time he arrived at his apartment, Junior could think of no better action to take, so he phoned Simon Magison, his attorney in Spruce Hills. He used the kitchen phone at the corner secretary. The blood had been cleaned up long ago, of course, and the minor damage from the ricocheting bullet had been repaired. Strangely, as sometimes happened in this room, his missing toe itched. There was no point in removing his shoe and sock to scratch the stump, because that would provide no relief. Curiously, the itch was in the phantom toe itself, where it could never be scratched. When the attorney finally came on the line, he sounded put upon, as though Junior were the equivalent of a troublesome toe that he would like to shoot off. The big-headed, bulging-eyed, slip-mouthed runt had collected $850,000 from Naomi's death, so the least he could do was provide a little information. He'd probably bill for the time anyway. Considering Junior's actions on his last night in Spruce Hills 11 months ago, he must be cautious now. Without incriminating himself, pretending ignorance, he hoped to learn if his carefully planned scenario regarding Victoria's death and Vanadium's sudden disappearance had convinced authorities, or whether something had gone wrong that might explain the quarter at the diner. "Mr. Magison, you once told me that if Detective Vanadium ever bothered me again, you'd have his choke chain yanked. Well, I think you need to talk to someone about that." Magison was startled. "You don't mean he's contacted you?" "Well, someone's harassing me." "Vanadium. I suspect he's been—" "You've seen him?" Magison pressed. "No, but I—" "Spoken to him?" No, but lately—" "You don't know what happened up here, regarding Vanadium?" "Huh? I guess not," Junior lied. "And when you called earlier in the year to ask for a referral to a private investigator down there, the woman had recently turned up dead and Vanadium was gone, but no one put the two together at first." "Woman?" "Or at least, if the police knew the truth at that time, they hadn't yet gone public with it. I had no reason to mention it to you back then. I didn't even know Vanadium was missing." "What are you talking about?" "Evidence suggests Vanadium killed a woman here, a nurse at the hospital. Lovers' quarrel, perhaps. He set her house on fire with her body in it to cover his tracks, but he must have realized they would still finger him, so he lit out." "Lit out where?" "And nobody knows. Hasn't been a sighting. Until you." "No, I didn't see him," Junior reminded the attorney. "I just assumed when this harassment started here—" "You should call San Francisco police, have them put your place under surveillance, and nail him if he turns up."
Since the cops believed that Junior accidentally shot himself while searching for a non-existent burglar, he was already in their book as an idiot. If he tried to explain how vanadium had tormented him with the quarter, and how a quarter turned up of all places in his cheeseburger, they would figure him for a hopeless hysteric. Besides, he didn't want the police in San Francisco to know that he'd been suspected, by at least one of their kind, of having killed his wife in Oregon. What if one of the locals was curious enough to request a copy of the case file on Naomi's death? And what if in that file vanadium had made reference to Junior waking from a nightmare, fearfully repeating Bartholomew? And then, what if Junior eventually located the right Bartholomew and eliminated the little bastard? And then what if the local cop who'd read the case file connected one Bartholomew to the other and started asking questions? Admittedly, that was a stretch. Nevertheless, he hoped to fade from the SFPD's awareness as soon as possible and live henceforth beyond their ken. "You want me to call and confirm how vanadium was harassing you up there?" asked Magnuson. "Call who?" "The watch officer, San Francisco PD, to confirm your story." "No, that's not necessary," Junior said, trying to sound casual. "Considering what you told me, I'm sure who's ever bothering me here can't be vanadium. I mean, him being on the run, with plenty of his own troubles, the last thing he'd do is follow me here just to screw with my head a little." "You never know with these obsessives," Magnuson cautioned. "No, the more I think about it, the more it feels like this is just kids. Some kids goofing around, that's all. I guess vanadium got deeper under my skin than I realized, so when this came up, I couldn't think straight about it." "Well, if you change your mind, just give me a call." "Thank you, but I'm sure now it's just kids." "You don't seem too surprised," said Magnuson. "Huh? Surprised about what?" "About vanadium killing that nurse in Vamusing. Everyone here was stunned." "Well, frankly, I always thought he was mentally unbalanced. I told you as much, sitting there in your office." "Indeed you did," said Magnuson. "And I dismissed him as a well-intentioned crusader, a holy fool. Looks like you had a better take on him than I did, Mr. Kane." The attorney's admission surprised Junior. This was probably as close as Magnuson would ever get to saying, "Maybe you didn't kill your wife after all." But he was by nature a nasty prick, so even an implied apology was more than Junior had ever expected to receive. "How's life in the Bay City?" the attorney asked. Junior didn't make the mistake of thinking that Maguson's new conciliatory attitude meant they were friends, that confidences could be shared or truths exchanged. The money-grubbing toad's only real friend would always be the one he saw in a mirror. If he discovered that Junior was having a great time post-Naomi, Magnuson would store the information until he found a way to use it to his advantage. "Lonely," Junior said. "I miss so much." "And they say the first year's the hardest. Then you find it easier to go on." "It's almost a year, but if anything, I feel worse," he lied. After he hung up, Junior stared at the telephone, deeply uneasy. He hadn't learned much from the call other than that they hadn't found vanadium in his Studebaker at the bottom of Quarry Lake. Since discovering the quarter in his cheeseburger, Junior had been half convinced that the maniac cop survived the bludgeoning. In spite of his grievous wounds, perhaps vanadium had swum up through 100 feet of murky water, barely avoiding being drowned. After his conversation with Magnuson, however, Junior realized this fear was irrational. If the detective had miraculously escaped the cold waters of the lake, he would have been in need of emergency medical treatment. He would have staggered or crawled to the county highway in search of help, unaware that Junior had framed him for Victoria's murder, too badly wounded to care about anything but getting medical attention. If vanadium was still missing, he was still dead in his 8-cylinder casket, which left the quarter in the cheeseburger. Someone had put it there. If not vanadium, who? Chapter 56. Barty toddled, Barty walked, and ultimately Barty carried a pie for his mother on one of her delivery days, wary of his balance and solemn with responsibility. He moved from a crib to a bed of his own, with guardrails, months ahead of the average toddler. Within a week he requested that the rails be left down. For 8 nights thereafter, Agnes padded the floor with folded blankets on both sides of the boy's bed, insurance against a middle-of-the-night fall. On the 8th morning she discovered that Barty had returned the blankets to the closet from which she'd gotten them. They were not jammed haphazardly on the shelves, the sure evidence of a child's work, but were folded and stacked as neatly as Agnes herself would have stored them. The boy never mentioned what he'd done, and his mother ceased worrying about him falling out of the bed. From his first birthday to his 3rd, Barty made worthless all the child care and child development books that a first-time mother relied on to know what to expect of her offspring and when. Barty grew and coped and learned according to his own clock. The boy's difference was defined as much by what he didn't do as by what he did. For one thing, he didn't observe the terrible twos, the period of toddler rebellion that usually frayed the nerves of the most patient parents. No tantrums for the pie lady's son, no bossiness, no crankiness. Uncommonly healthy, he didn't suffer croup, flu, sinusitis, or most of the ailments to which other children were vulnerable. Frequently people told Agnes that she should find an agent for Barty, as he was wonderfully photogenic. Modeling and acting careers, they assured her, were his for the asking. Though her son was indeed a fine-looking lad, Agnes knew he wasn't as exceptionally handsome as many perceived him to be. Rather than his looks, what made Barty so appealing, what made him seem extraordinarily good-looking, were other qualities. An unusual gracefulness for a child, such a physical easiness in every movement and posture that it seemed as though some curious personal relationship with time had allowed him 20 years to become a 3-year-old. An unfailingly affable temperament and quick smile that possessed his entire face, including his mesmerizing green-blue eyes. Perhaps most affecting of all, his remarkable good health was expressed in the lustrous sheen of his thick hair, in the golden-pink glow of his summer-touched skin, in every physical aspect of him, until there were times when he seemed radiant. In July 1967, at 2½, he finally contracted his first cold, an off-season virus with a mean bite. His throat was sore, but he didn't fuss or even complain. He swallowed his medicine without resistance, and though he rested occasionally, he played with toys and paged through picture books with as much pleasure as ever. On the 2nd morning of Barty's illness, Agnes came downstairs and found him at the kitchen table, in his pajamas, happily applying unconventional hues to a scene in a coloring book. When she complimented him on being such a good little soldier, abiding his cold with no complaint, he shrugged. Without looking up from the coloring book, he said, "It's just here." "What do you mean?" "My cold." "Your cold is just here? It's not everywhere." Agnes delighted in their conversations. Barty was far ahead of the language-learning curve for his age, but he was still a child, and his observations were filled with innocence and charm. "You mean your cold is like in your nose, but not in your feet?" "No, Mommy, colds don't go in anybody's feet." "Feet?" "Yeah," he confirmed, applying a blue crayon to a grinning bunny that was dancing with a squirrel. "You mean it's like with you in the kitchen, but not if you go into the living room? Your cold has a mind of its own?" "That's really silly. You're the one who said your cold's just here. Maybe it stays in the kitchen hoping it'll get a piece of pie." "My cold's just here," he expanded. "Not every place I am." "So you're not just here in the kitchen with your cold?" "Nope." "Where else are you, Master Lampion? In the backyard playing?" "Somewhere, yeah." "In the living room reading?" "Somewhere, yeah." "All at the same time, huh?" Tongue clamped between his teeth as he concentrated on keeping the blue crayon within the lines of the bunny, Barty nodded. "Yeah." The telephone rang, putting an end to their chat, but Agnes would remember the substance of it later that year, on the day before Christmas, when Barty took a walk in the rain and changed forever his mother's understanding of the world and of her own existence. Unlike most other toddlers, Barty was entirely comfortable with change. From bottle to drinking glass, from crib to open bed, from favorite foods to untried flavors, he delighted in the new. Although Agnes usually remained near at hand, Barty was as pleased to be put temporarily in the care of Maria Gonzalez as in the care of Edom, and he smiled as brightly for his dour Uncle Jacob as for anyone. He never passed through a phase during which he grew resistant to hugging or kissing. He was a hand-holding, cuddling boy to whom displays of affection came easily. The currents of irrational fear, which bring periodic turbulence to virtually every childhood, didn't disturb the smoothly flowing river of Barty's first 3 years. He showed no fear of the doctor or the dentist or the barber. Never was he afraid to fall asleep, and having fallen asleep he appeared to have only pleasant dreams. Darkness, the one source of childhood fear that most adults never quite outgrow, held no terror for Barty. Although for a while his bedroom featured a Mickey Mouse nightlight, the miniature lamp was not there to soothe the boy, but to quiet his mother's nerves, because she worried about him waking alone in blackness. Perhaps this particular worry was not ordinary maternal concern. If a sixth sense is at work in all of us, then perhaps subconsciously Agnes was aware of the tragedy to come, the tumors, the surgery, the blindness. Agnes's suspicion that Barty would be a child prodigy had grown from seed to full fruit on the morning of the boy's first birthday, when he'd sat in his high chair counting green grape and apple pies. Through the following 2 years, ample proof of high intelligence and wondrous talents ripened Agnes's suspicion into conviction. Precisely what type of prodigy Barty might be was initially not easy to deduce. He revealed many talents rather than just one. Given a child-size harmonica, he extemporized simplified versions of songs he'd heard on the radio. The Beatles' All You Need Is Love, the Box Tops' The Letter, Stevie Wonder's I Was Made to Love Her. After hearing a tune once, Barty could play a recognizable rendition. Although the small tin and plastic harmonica was more toy than genuine instrument, the boy blew and siphoned surprisingly complex music from it. As far as Agnes could tell, he never hit a sour tone. One of his favorite gifts for Christmas 1967 was a 12-hole chromatic harmonica with 48 reeds providing a full 3-octave range. Even in his little hands, and with the limitations of his small mouth, this more sophisticated instrument enabled him to produce full-bodied versions of any song that appealed to him. He had a talent as well for language. From an early age, Barty sat contentedly as long as his mother would read to him, exhibiting none of the short attention span common to children. He expressed a preference for sitting side by side, and he asked her to slide one finger along each line of type so that he could see precisely the right word as she spoke it. In this manner, he taught himself to read early in his 3rd year. Soon he dispensed with picture books and progressed to short novels for more accomplished readers, and then rapidly to books meant for young adults. Tom Swift adventures and Nancy Drew mysteries captivated him through the summer and early autumn. Writing came with reading, and in a notebook he began to make entries about points of interest in the stories that he enjoyed. His Diary of a Book Reader, as he titled it, fascinated Agnes, who read it with his permission. These notes to himself were enthusiastic, earnest, and charming. But literally, month by month, Agnes noticed that they grew less naive, more complex, more contemplative. Having been a volunteer instructor of English to 20 adult students over the years, having taught Maria Elena Gonzalez to speak impeccable English without a significant accent, Agnes was little needed as a teacher by her son. Even more than other children, he asked why with numbing regularity, why this and why that, but never the same question twice, and as often as not, he already knew the answer that he sought from her and was only confirming the accuracy of his deduction. He was such an effective autodidact, he schooled himself better than any college of professors that could have been assigned to him. Agnes found this turn of events amazing, amusing, ironic, and a little sad. She would have dearly loved to teach the boy to read and write, to see his knowledge and competence slowly flower under her care. Although she fully supported Barty's exploration of his gifts, and although she was proud of his astonishing achievements, she felt that his swift advancement was robbing her of some of the shared joy of his childhood, even though he remained in so many ways a child. Judging by his great pleasure in learning, Barty didn't feel robbed of anything. To him, the world was an orange of infinite layers, which he peeled and savored with increasing delight. By November 1967, the Father Brown detective stories, written for mystery-loving adults by G.K. Chesterton, thrilled Barty. This series of books would retain a special place in his heart for the rest of his life, as would Robert Heinlein's The Star Beast, which was among his Christmas gifts that year. Yet for all his love of reading and of music, events suggested that for mathematics he had a still greater aptitude. Before he taught himself to read books, he also taught himself numbers, and then how to read a clock. The significance of time had a more profound impact on him than Agnes could understand. Perhaps because acquiring an awareness of the infinite nature of the universe and the finite nature of each human life, and fully understanding the implications of this knowledge, takes most of us till early adulthood, if not later, whereas for Barty, the vast glories of the universe and the comparatively humble nature of human existence were recognized, contemplated, and absorbed in a matter of weeks. For a while he enjoyed being challenged to figure the number of seconds elapsed since a particular historical event. Given the date, he did the calculations in his head, providing a correct answer in as little as 20 seconds, rarely taking more than a minute. Only twice Agnes vetted his answer. The first time she required a pencil, paper, and 9 minutes to calculate the number of elapsed seconds since an event that had occurred 125 years, 6 months, and 8 days in the past. Her answer differed from his, but while proofing her numbers she realized that she had forgotten to factor in leap years. The second time, armed with the previously calculated fact that each regular year contains 3,153,600 seconds, and that a leap year contains an additional 86,400, she vetted Barty's answer in only 4 minutes. Thereafter, she accepted his numbers without verification. In his head, without apparent effort, Barty kept a running total of the number of seconds that he had been alive, and of the number of words in every book that he read. Agnes never checked his word totals for an entire volume. However, when she cited any page in a book that he'd just finished, he knew the number of words it contained. His musical abilities were most likely an offshoot of his more extraordinary talent for math. He said that music was numbers, and what he seemed to mean was that he could all but instantly translate the notes of any song into a personal numerical code, retain it, and repeat the song by repeating the memorized sequence of code. When he read sheet music, he saw arrangements of numbers. Reading about child prodigies, Agnes learned that most, if not all, math whizzes also possessed musical talent. To a lesser but still impressive extent, many young geniuses in the music world were also proficient at math. Barty's reading and writing skills appeared to be related to his talent for math as well. To him, language was first phonics, a sort of music that symbolized objects and ideas, and this music was then translated into written syllables using the alphabet, which he saw as a system of math employing 26 digits instead of 10. Agnes discovered from her research that among child prodigies, Barty was not a wonder of wonders. Some math whizzes were absorbed by algebra and even by geometry before their 3rd birthdays. Jascha Heifetz became an accomplished violinist at 3, and by 6 he played the concertos of Mendelssohn and Tchaikovsky. Ida Handel performed them when she was 5. Eventually Agnes came to suspect that for all the pleasure the boy took in math, and for all his aptitude with numbers, his greatest gift and his deepest passion lay elsewhere. He was finding his way toward a destiny both more astonishing and stranger than the lives of any of the many prodigies about whom she'd read. Bartholomew's genius might have been intimidating, even off-putting, if he'd not been as much child as child genius. Likewise, he would have been wearisome if impressed by his own gifts. For all his brilliance, however, he was still a boy who loved to run and jump and tumble, who swung from the backyard oak tree in a rope and tire swing, who was thrilled when given a tricycle, who giggled in delight while watching his Uncle Jacob roll a shiny quarter end over end across his knuckles and perform other simple coin tricks. And though Barty was not shy, neither was he a show-off. He didn't seek praise for his accomplishments, and, in fact, they were little known outside of his immediate family. His satisfaction came entirely from learning, exploring, growing. And as he grew, the boy seemed content with his own company and that of his mother and his uncles. Yet Agnes worried that no children his age lived in their neighborhood. She thought he would be happier if he had a playmate or two. "Somewhere I do," he assured her one night as she tucked him into bed. "Oh, and where are you keeping them? Stuffed in the back of your closet?" "No, the monster lives in there," Barty said, which was a joke, because he'd never suffered night frights of that, or any sort. "Oh-ho," she said, ruffling his hair. "I've got my own little red skeleton." Barty didn't watch much television. He'd been up late enough to see Red Skelton only a few times, but that comedian always drew gales of laughter from him. "Somewhere," he said. "There's kids next door. Last time I looked, Miss Galloway lived to the south of us, retired, never married, no children." "Yeah, well, somewhere she's a married lady with grandkids." "She has 2 lives, huh?" "Lots more than 2. Hundreds. Lots more. Selma Galloway, woman of mystery. Could be, sometimes. Retired professor by day, Russian spy by night? Probably not anywhere a spy." As early as this evening, here at her son's bedside, Agnes began dimly to sense that certain of these amusing conversations with Barty might not be as fanciful as they seemed, that he was expressing in a childlike way some truth that she had assumed was fantasy. "And to the north of us," Agnes said, drawing him out. "Janie Carter went off to college last year, and she's their only child." "The Carters don't always live there," he said. "Oh? Do they rent their house out to pirates with little pirate children? Clowns with little clown children?" Barty giggled. "You're Red Skelton. And you've got a big imagination." "Not really. I love you, Mommy." He yawned and dropped into sleep with a quickness that always amazed her. And then everything changed in one stunning moment. Changed profoundly and forever. The day before Christmas along the California coast. Although sun gilded the morning, clouds gathered in the afternoon. But no snow would ease sled runners across these roofs. Pecan cakes, cinnamon custard pies boxed in insulated coolers, gifts wrapped with bright paper and glittery ribbons. Agnes Lampion made deliveries to those friends who were on her list of the needful, but also to friends who were blessed with plenty. The sight of each beloved face, each embrace, each kiss, each smile, each cheerfully spoken "Merry Christmas" at every stop, fortified her heart for the sad task awaiting her when all gifts were given. Barty rode with his mother in her green Chevrolet station wagon. Because the cakes, pies, and gifts were too numerous to be contained in one vehicle, Edom followed them in his flashier yellow and white '54 Ford Country Squire. Agnes called their 2-car parade a Christmas caravan, which appealed to Barty's sense of magic and adventure. Repeatedly he turned in his seat and rose to his knees to look back at his Uncle Edom, waving vigorously. So many stops, too little time at each. A dazzle of Christmas trees decorated every one to a different taste, offers of butter cookies and hot chocolate or lemon crisps and eggnog, morning chats in bright kitchens steeped in wonderful cooking odors, and in the chillier afternoon, good wishes exchanged in front of hearth fires, gifts accepted as well as given, cookies taken in trade for pecan cakes, silver bells, and Hark How the Bells and Jingle Bell Rock on the radio. Therewith they arrived at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Christmas Eve, their deliveries completed before Santa's had begun. His country squire, laden with cookies, plum cakes, homemade caramel corn with almonds, and gifts, Edom drove directly home from Obadiah Sephirod's place, which had been their final stop. He roared away as if trying to outrun tornadoes and tidal waves. For Agnes and Barty, one stop remained, where some of the joy of Christmas would always be buried with the husband that she still missed every day, and the father that he would never know. Cypresses lined the entry drive to the cemetery. Tall and solemn, the trees kept guard, as though posted to prevent restless spirits from roaming out into the land of the living. Joey rested not under the stern watch of the cypresses, but near a California pepper tree. With its graceful, cascading boughs, it appeared to stand in meditation or in prayer. The air was cool, but not yet cold. A faint breeze smelled of the sea beyond the hill. At the grave they arrived with red and white roses. Agnes carried the red, and Barty brought the white. In spring, summer, and fall they brightened the grave with the roses that Edom grew in the side yard. In this less rose-friendly season, these Christmas bouquets had been purchased at a flower shop. From his early adolescence, Edom was drawn to gardening, taking special pleasure in the cultivation of hybrid roses. He'd been only 16 when one of his blooms earned first place in a flower show. When his father learned about the competition, he regarded Edom's pursuit of the prize as a grievous sin of pride. The punishment left Edom bedridden for 3 days, and when he came downstairs at last, he discovered that his father had torn out all the rose bushes. 11 years later, a few months after marrying Agnes, Joey mysteriously invited Edom to accompany him on a little drive, and took his bewildered brother-in-law to a nursery. They returned home with 50-pound bags of special mulch, jars of plant food, and an array of new tools. Together they stripped the sod from the side yard, turned the soil, and prepared the ground for the rich variety of hybrid starter plants that were delivered the following week. This rosarium was Edom's only relationship with nature that did not inspire terror in him. Agnes believed that Joey's enthusiasm for the restoration of the garden was, in part, the reason why Edom had not turned as far inward as Jacob, and why he'd remained better able than his twin to function beyond the walls of his apartment. The roses filling the countersunk vases in the corners of Joey's gravestone were not Edom-grown, but they were Edom-bought. He had visited the florist himself, personally selecting each bloom from the inventory in the cooler, but he didn't have the courage to accompany Agnes and Barty to the grave. "Does my dad like Christmas?" Barty asked, sitting on the grave grass in front of the headstone. "Your dad didn't just like Christmas. He loved Christmas. He started planning for it in June. If there wasn't already a Santa Claus, your father would have taken on the job." Using a clean rag that they had brought to polish the engraved face of the memorial, Barty said, "Is he good with numbers like me?" "Well, he was an insurance agent, and numbers are important in that line of work. And he was a good investor, too. Not the whiz you are with numbers, but I'm sure you got some of your talent from him. Does he read Father Brown mysteries?" Crouching beside the boy as he rubbed a brighter shine onto the granite, Agnes asked, "Barty, honey, why are you—" He stopped polishing the stone and met her stare. "What?" Although she would have felt ridiculous phrasing this question in these words to any other 3-year-old, no better way existed to ask it of her special son. "Kiddo, do you realize you're speaking of your dad in the present tense?" Barty had never been instructed in the rules of grammar, but had absorbed them as the roots of Edom's roses absorbed nutrients. "Sure, does and is." Why?" The boy shrugged. The cemetery had been mown for the holiday. The scent of fresh-cut grass grew more intense the longer Agnes met her son's radiant green-blue gaze, until the fragrance became exquisitely sweet. "Honey, you do understand, of course you do, that your dad is gone?" "Sure, the day I was born." "That's right." Thanks to his intelligence and his personality, Barty's presence was so great for his age that Agnes tended to think of him as being physically larger and stronger than he actually was. As the scent of grass grew more complex and even more appealing, she saw her son more clearly than she'd seen him in a while. Quite small, fatherless yet brave, burdened with a gift that was a blessing but that also made a normal boyhood impossible, forced to grow up at a faster pace than any child should be required to endure. Barty was achingly delicate, so vulnerable that when Agnes looked at him, she felt a little of the awful sense of helplessness that burdened Edom and Jacob. "I wish your dad could have known you," Agnes said. "Somewhere he does." At first she thought that Barty meant his father watched him from heaven, and his words touched a tenderness in her, overlaying an arc of pain across the curve of her smile. Then the boy put new and puzzling shadings on his meaning when he said, "Daddy died here, but he didn't die every place I am." His words echoed back to her from July. "My cold's just here, not every place I am." The pepper tree had been whispering in the breeze, the roses nodding their bright heads. Now a stillness came into the cemetery as if rising from beneath the grass from out of that city of the lost. "It's lonely for me here," said Barty, "but not lonely for me everywhere." From a bedtime conversation in September, "Somewhere there's kids next door." And somewhere Selma Galloway, their neighbor, was not a spinster but a married woman with grandchildren. A sudden strange weakness, a formless dread, dropped Agnes out of her crouch and onto her knees beside the boy. "Sometimes it's sad here, Mommy, but it's not sad every place you are. Lots of places Daddy's with you and me, and we're happier, and everything's okay." Here again were these peculiar grammatical constructions, which sometimes she had thought were just the mistakes that even a prodigy could be expected to make, and which sometimes she had interpreted as expressions of fanciful speculations, but which lately she had suspected were of a more complex and perhaps darker nature. Now her dread took form, and she wondered if the personality disorders that had shaped her brothers' lives could have roots not just in the abuse they had taken from their father, but also in a twisted genetic legacy that could manifest again in her son. In spite of his great gifts, Barty might be destined for a life limited by a psychological problem of a unique, or at least different, nature, first suggested by these occasional conversations that seemed not fully coherent. "And in a lot of somewheres," said Barty, "things are worse for us than here. Somewheres you died too when I was born, so I never met you either." These statements sounded so convoluted and so bizarre to Agnes that they nourished her growing fear for Barty's mental stability. "Please, sweetie, please don't." She wanted to tell him not to say these queer things, not to talk this way. Yet she couldn't speak those words. When Barty asked her why, as inevitably he would, she'd have to say she was worried that something might be terribly wrong with him. But she couldn't express this fear to her boy, not ever. He was the lintel of her heart, the keystone of her soul, and if he failed because of her lack of confidence in him, she herself would collapse into ruin. Sudden rain spared her the need to finish the sentence. A few fat drops drew both their faces to the sky, and even as they rose to their feet, this brief light paradiddle of sprinkles gave way to a serious drumming. "Let's hurry, kiddo." Bearing roses upon their arrival, they hadn't bothered with umbrellas. Besides, although the sky glowered, the forecast had predicted no precipitation. Here the rain but somewhere we're walking in sunshine." This thought startled Agnes, disturbed her. Yet inexplicably it also poured a measure of warm comfort into her chilled heart. Their station wagon stood along the service road, at least 100 yards from the grave. With no wind to harry it, the rain fell as plumb straight as the strands of beaded curtains, and beyond these pearly veils the car appeared to be a shimmering dark mirage. Monitoring Barty from the corner of her eye, Agnes paced herself to the strides of his short legs, so she was drenched and chilled when she reached the station wagon. The boy dashed for the front passenger's door. Agnes didn't follow him because she knew that he would politely but pointedly express frustration if any attempt was made to help him with a task that he could perform himself. By the time Agnes opened the driver's door and slumped behind the steering wheel, Barty levered himself onto the seat beside her. Grunting, he pulled his door shut with both hands as she jammed the key in the ignition and started the engine. She was sopping, shivering. Water streamed from her soaked hair down her face as she wiped at her beaded eyelashes with one dripping hand. As the fragrances of wet wool and sodden denim rose from her sweater and jeans, Agnes switched on the heater and angled the vanes of the middle vent toward Barty. "Honey, turn that other vent toward yourself." "I'm okay." "You'll catch pneumonia," she warned, reaching across the boy to flip the passenger's side vent toward him. "You need the heat, Mommy, not me." And when she finally looked directly at him, blinked at him, her lashes flicking off a spray of fine droplets, Agnes saw that Barty was dry. Not a single jewel of rain glimmered in his thick, dark hair or on the baby-smooth planes of his face. His shirt and sweater were as dry as if they had just been taken off a hanger and from a dresser drawer. A few drops darkened the legs of the boy's khaki pants, but Agnes realized this was water that had dripped from her arm as she'd reached across him to adjust the vent. "I ran where the rain wasn't," he said. Raised by a father to whom any form of amusement was blasphemy, Agnes had never seen a magician perform until she was 19, when Joey Lampion, then her suitor, had taken her to a stage show. Rabbits plucked out of top hats, doves conjured from sudden plumes of smoke, assistants sawn in half and mended to walk again. Every illusion that had been old even in Houdini's time was a jaw-dropping amazement to her that evening. Now she remembered a trick in which the magician had poured a pitcher of milk into a funnel fashioned from a few pages of a newspaper, causing the milk to vanish when the funnel, still dry, was unrolled to reveal ordinary newsprint. The thrill that had quivered through her that evening measured 1 on the Richter scale compared to the full 10-point sense of wonder quaking through her at the sight of Barty, as dry as if he'd spent the afternoon perched fireside. Although rain pasted to her skin, the fine hairs rose on the nape of her neck. The goose flesh crawling across her arms had nothing to do with her cold, wet clothes. When she tried to say "how," the how of speech eluded her, and she sat as mute as if no words had ever passed her lips before. Desperately trying to collect her wits, Agnes gazed out at the deluged graveyard where the mournful trees and massed monuments were blurred by purling streams ceaselessly spilling down the windshield. Every distorted shape, every smear of color, every swath of light and shudder of shadows resisted her attempts to relate them to the world she knew, as if shimmering before her were the landscape of a dream. She switched on the windshield wipers. Repeatedly, in the arc of cleared glass, the graveyard was revealed in sharp detail, and yet the place remained less than fully familiar to her. Her whole world had been changed by Barty's dry walk in wet weather. "That's just an old joke," she heard herself saying, as from a distance. "You didn't really walk between the drops." The boy's silvery giggles rang as merrily as sleigh bells, his Christmas spirit undampened. "Not between, Mommy. Nobody could do that. I just ran where the rain wasn't." She dared to look at him again. He was still her boy. As always, her boy, Bartholomew, Barty, her sweetie, her kiddo. But he was more than she had ever imagined her boy to be, more than merely a prodigy.
"How, Barty? Dear Lord, how? Don't you feel it?"
His head cocked, inquisitive look, dazzling eyes as beautiful as his spirit.
"Feel what?" she asked. "The ways things are? Don't you feel all the ways things are?" "Ways? I don't know what you mean." "Gee, you don't feel it at all?"
She felt the car seat under her butt, wet clothes clinging to her, the air humid and cloying, and she felt a terror of the unknown, like a great lightless void on the edge of which she teetered. But she didn't feel whatever he was talking about, because the thing he felt made him smile. Her voice was the only dry thing about her, thin and parched and cracked, and she expected dust to plume out of her mouth.
"Feel what? Explain it to me."
He was so young and untroubled by life that his frown could not carve lines in his smooth brow. He gazed out at the rain and finally said,
"Boy, I don't have the right words."
Although Barty's vocabulary was far greater than that of the average 3-year-old, and though he was reading and writing at an 8th-grade level, Agnes could understand why words failed him. With her greater fund of language, she had been rendered speechless by his accomplishment.
"Honey, have you ever done this before?"
He shook his head.
"Never knew I could."
"You never knew you could walk where the rain wasn't?"
"Nope, not until I needed to."
Hot air gushing out of the dashboard vents brought no warmth to Agnes's chilled bones. Pushing a tangle of wet hair away from her face, she realized that her hands were shaking.
"What's wrong?"
Barty asked.
"I'm a little bit scared, Barty."
Surprise raised his eyebrows and his voice.
"Why?"
"Because you can walk in the rain without getting wet. Because you walk in some other place, and God knows where that place is, or whether you could get stuck there somehow. Get stuck there and never come back. And if you can do this, there's surely other impossible things you can do, and even as smart as you are, you can't know the dangers of doing these things. Nobody could know. And then there are the people who'd be interested in you if they knew you can do this. Scientists who'd want to poke at you, and worse than scientists, dangerous people who would say that national security comes before a mother's rights to her child. People who might steal you away and never let me see you again, which would be like death to me. Because I want you to have a normal, happy life, a good life, and I want to protect you and watch you grow up and be the fine man I know you will be, because I love you more than anything, and you're so sweet, and you don't realize how suddenly, how horribly things can go wrong." She thought all that, but she closed her eyes and said,
"I'll be okay. Give me a second here, all right?" "There's nothing to be scared about,"
Barty assured her. She heard the door, and when she opened her eyes, the boy had already slid out of the car into the downpour again. She called him back, but he kept going.
"Mommy, watch!"
He turned in the deluge with his arms held out from his sides.
"Not scary."
Breath repeatedly catching in her throat, heart thudding, Agnes watched her son through the open car door. Turning in circles, he tipped his head back, presenting his face to the streaming sky, laughing. She could see now what she hadn't seen when running with him through the cemetery, because she was looking directly at him. Yet even seeing did not make it easy to believe. Barty stood in the rain, surrounded by rain, pummeled by the rain, with the rain. Saturated grass squished under his sneakers. The droplets in their millions didn't bend, slip, twist magically around his form, didn't hiss into steam a millimeter from his skin. Yet he remained as dry as baby Moses floating on the river in a mother-made ark of bulrushes. The night of Barty's birth, when Joey actually lay dead in the pickup-bashed Pontiac, as a paramedic had rolled Agnes's gurney to the back door of the ambulance, she had seen her husband standing there,
untouched by that rain as her son was untouched by this. But Joey dry in the storm had been a ghost or an illusion fostered by shock and loss of blood. In the late afternoon light on this Christmas Eve, Barty was no ghost, no illusion. Moving around the front of the station wagon, waving at his mother, reveling in her astonishment, Barty shouted, "Not scary!" Rapt, frightened yet wonderstruck, Agnes leaned forward, squinting between the whisking wipers. Onward he came, past the left front fender, gleefully hopping up and down as if on a pogo stick, still waving. The boy wasn't translucent as his father's ghost had been on that drizzly January night almost 3 years ago. The same drowned light of this gray afternoon that revealed the gravestones and the dripping trees also revealed Barty, and no radiance from another world shone spectrally through him, as it had shone through Joey dead and risen. To the window in the driver's door Barty came with a repertoire of comic expressions, mugging at his mother, sticking one finger up his nose and exaggeratedly boring with it as though exploring for nasal nuggets. "Not scary, Mommy." In reaction to a terrible sense of weightlessness, Agnes's two-fisted grip on the steering wheel grew so tight her hands ached. She held on with all her strength, as if at real risk of floating out of the car and up toward the source of the raveling skeins of rain. Beyond the window, Barty failed to do any of the things that Agnes expected of a boy not fully enough part of the day to share its rain. He didn't flicker like an image on a static-peppered TV screen. He didn't shimmer like a phantom figure in Sahara heat, or blur like a reflection in a steam-clouded mirror. He was as solid as any boy. He was in the day, but not in the rain. He was moving toward the back of the car. Turning in her seat, craning her neck, Agnes tried to keep her son in sight. She lost track of him. Fear knocked on the door of her heart, because she was sure that he had vanished the way ships supposedly disappeared in the Bermuda Triangle. Then she saw him coming forward along the passenger's side of the car. Her awful sense of weightlessness became something much better, a buoyancy, an exhilarating lightness of spirit. Fear remained with her, fear for Barty, fear of the future and of the strange complexity of creation that she'd just glimpsed. But wonder and wild hope now tempered it. He arrived at the open door, grinning. No Cheshire cat grin, hanging disembodied on the air, teeth without tabby. Grin with full Barty. Into the car he climbed. One boy, small, fragile, dry. Chapter 57. For Junior Kane, the year of the horse, 1966, and the year of the sheep, 1967, offered many opportunities for personal growth and self-improvement. Even if by Christmas Eve, 67, Junior would not be able to take a dry walk in the rain, this nevertheless was a period of great achievement and much pleasure for him. It was also a disturbing time. While the horse and then the sheep grazed 12 months each, an H-bomb accidentally fell from a B-52 and was lost in the ocean off Spain for 2 months before being located. Mao Zedong launched his Cultural Revolution, killing 30 million people to improve Chinese society. James Meredith, civil rights activist, was wounded by gunfire during a march in Mississippi. In Chicago, Richard Speck murdered 8 nurses in a row house dormitory, and a month later, Charles Whitman climbed a tower at the University of Texas, from which he shot and killed 12 people. Arthritis forced Sandy Koufax, star pitcher for the Dodgers, to retire. Astronauts Grissom, White, and Chaffee died earthbound in a flash fire that swept their Apollo spacecraft during a full-scale launch simulation. Among the noted who traded fame for eternity were Walt Disney, Spencer Tracy, saxophonist John Coltrane, writer Carson McCullers, Vivian Leigh, and Jane Mansfield. Junior bought McCullers' The Heart is a Lonely Hunter, and though he didn't doubt that she was a fine writer, her work proved to be too weird for his taste. During these years, the world was rattled by earthquakes, swept by hurricanes and typhoons, plagued by floods and droughts, and politicians ravaged by disease. And in Vietnam, hostilities were still underway. Junior wasn't interested in Vietnam anymore, and he wasn't in the least troubled by the other news. These 2 years were disturbing to him only because of Thomas Vanadium. Indisputably croaked, the maniac cop was nevertheless a threat. For a while, Junior half convinced himself that the quarter in his cheeseburger in December '65 was a meaningless coincidence, unrelated to Vanadium. His short tour of the kitchen in search of the perpetrator had given him reason to believe the diner's sanitary standards were inadequate. Recalling the greasy men on that culinary death squad, he knew that he'd been fortunate not to discover a dead rodent spread eagle on the melted cheese, or an old sock. But on March 23, 1966, after a bad date with Frida Bliss, who collected paintings by Jack Leanterry, an important new artist, Junior had an experience that rocked him, added significance to the episode in the diner, and made him wish he hadn't donated his pistol to the police project that melted guns into switchblades. During the 3 months preceding the March incident, however, life was good. From Christmas through February, he dated a beautiful stock analyst and broker, Tammy Bean, who specialized in finding value in companies that had rewarding relationships with brutal dictators. She was also a cat lover, working with the Kitten Conservatory to save abandoned felines from death in the city pound. She was the charity's investment manager. Within 10 months, Tammy grew $20,000 in conservatory funds into $250,000 by speculating in the stock of a South African firm that hit it big selling germ warfare technology to North Korea, Pakistan, India, and the Republic of Tanzania, whose chief export was sisal. For a while, Junior profited enormously from Tammy's investment advice, and the sex was great. As a thank you for the hefty trading commissions she earned, and not incidentally for all the orgasms, Tammy gave him a Rolex. He didn't mind her 4 cats, didn't even care when the 4 grew to 6, then to 8. Regrettably, at 2 a.m. February 28, waking alone in Tammy's bed, Junior sought her out and found her snacking in the kitchen. Forsaking a fork in favor of her fingers, she was eating a horse meat-based cat food out of the can and chasing it with a glass of cream. Thereafter he was repelled at the prospect of kissing her, and their relationship fell apart. During this same period, having subscribed to the opera, Junior attended a performance of Wagner's The Ring of the Nibelung. Thrilled by the music, but unable to understand a word of the play, he arranged German lessons with a private tutor. Meanwhile, he became an accomplished meditator. Guided by Bob Chicane, Junior progressed from concentrative meditation with seed, the mental image of a bowling pin, to meditation without seed. This advanced form is far more difficult, because nothing is visualized, and the purpose is to concentrate on making the mind utterly blank. Unsupervised meditation without seed, in sessions longer than an hour, entails risk. To his horror, Junior would discover some of the dangers in September. But first, March 23, the bad date with Frida Bliss, and what he discovered in his apartment when he came home that night. As spectacularly busty as the not-yet-dead Jane Mansfield, Frida never wore a bra. In 1966, this free-swinging style was little seen. Initially, Junior didn't realize bralessness was a declaration of Frida's liberation. He thought it meant she was a slut. He had met her in a university adult extension course titled Increasing Self-Esteem Through Controlled Screaming. Participants were taught to identify harmful, repressed emotions and dissipate them through the authentic vocal imitations of a variety of animals. Highly impressed by the spot-on hyena scream with which Frida had purged herself of the childhood emotional trauma inflicted by an authoritarian grandmother, Junior asked her to go out with him. She owned a public relations firm specializing in artists, and over dinner she rhapsodized about the work of Jack Leanterry. His current series of paintings, emaciated babies against backdrops of ripe fruit and other symbols of plenty, had critics swooning. Delighted to be dating someone who lived neck-deep in culture, especially after 2 months with Tammy Bean, the money maven, Junior was surprised that he didn't score with Frida on the first date. He was usually irresistible, even to women who weren't sluts. At the end of their second date, however, Frida invited Junior up to her apartment to see her Lean Terry collection and, no doubt, to take a ride on the Kane ecstasy machine. She owned 7 canvases by the painter, received as partial payment of his PR bills. Lean Terry's work met the criteria of great art, about which Junior had learned in art appreciation courses. It undermined his sense of reality, left him wary, filled him with angst and with loathing for the human condition, and made him wish he hadn't just eaten dinner. As she commented on each masterpiece, Frida grew steadily less coherent. She had drunk a few cocktails, the better part of a bottle of Cabernet Sauvignon, and 2 after-dinner brandies. Junior liked women who drank a lot. They were usually amorous, or at least unresistant. By the time they reached the 7th painting, alcohol and rich French cuisine and Jack Lean Terry's powerful art combined to devastate Frida. She shuddered, leaned with one hand on a canvas, hung her head, and committed an act of bad PR. Junior hopped backward just in time, out of the splash zone. This ended any hope of romance, and he was disappointed. A less self-controlled man might have seized a nearby bronze vase, fashioned to resemble dinosaur stool, and stuffed her into it, or vice versa. When Frida finished retching and passed out in a heap, Junior left her on the floor and immediately set out to explore her rooms. Ever since he'd searched Vanadium's house over 14 months ago, Junior had enjoyed learning about other people by touring their homes in their absence. Because he was unwilling to risk arrest for breaking and entering, these explorations were rare, other than in the homes of women whom he'd dated long enough to justify swapping keys. Happily, in this golden age of trust and easy relationships, as little as a week of hot sex could lead to key-level commitment. The sole drawback, Junior frequently had to change his locks. Now, since he didn't intend to date this woman again, he grabbed the only chance he might ever have to learn the intimate, eccentric details of her life. He began in the kitchen with the contents of the refrigerator and cupboards, concluding his tour in her bedroom. Of the curiosities Junior uncovered, Frida's weapons interested him the most. Guns were stashed throughout the apartment, revolvers, pistols, and 2 pistol-grip shotguns, 16 altogether. Most of these firearms were loaded and ready for use, but 5 remained in their original boxes in the back of her bedroom closet. Evidently, considering the original bill of sale taped to each of the 5 boxed handguns, she must have acquired all the weapons legally. Junior didn't find anything to explain her paranoia, though, to his surprise, he discovered 6 books by Caesar Zed in her small library. The pages were dog-eared. The text was heavily underlined. Clearly, she had learned nothing from her reading. No sincere and thoughtful student of Zed would be as sorely lacking in self-control as Frida Bliss. Junior took one of the boxed guns, a 9mm semi-automatic. Months would probably pass before she noticed the pistol missing from the back of her closet, and by then she wouldn't know who had taken it. A supply of ammunition lined the bottom of all the dresser and bureau drawers, concealed by underwear and other garments. Junior appropriated a box of 9mm cartridges. Leaving Frida unconscious and reeking, a condition in which her brawlessness had no power to arouse him, Junior left. 20 minutes later, at home, he poured sherry over ice. Sipping, he stood in the living room, admiring his 2 paintings. With a portion of his profits from Tammy Bean's stock picks, Junior had bought a second painting by Sklent, titled In the Baby's Brain Lies the Parasite of Doom, version 6. It was so exquisitely repellent that the artist's genius could not be in doubt. Eventually, Junior crossed the room to stand before Industrial Woman in all her scrap metal glory. Her soup-pot breasts reminded him of Frida's equally abundant bosom, and unfortunately her mouth, open wide in a silent shriek, reminded him of Frida retching. His enjoyment of the art was diminished by these associations, and as Junior turned away from Industrial Woman, his attention was suddenly captured by the quarters. 3 lay on the floor at her gear wheel and meat cleaver feet. They had not been here earlier. Her metal hands were still crossed defensively over her breasts. The artist had welded large hexagonal nuts to her rake-tine fingers to suggest knuckles, and balanced on one nut was a 4th quarter, as though she had been practicing while Junior was out, as though someone had been here this evening to teach her this coin trick. The 9mm pistol and the ammunition were on the foyer table. With trembling hands, Junior tore open the boxes and loaded the gun. Trying to ignore his phantom toe, which itched furiously, he searched the apartment. He proceeded carefully, determined not to shoot himself in the foot accidentally this time. Vanadium wasn't here, alive or dead. Junior phoned a 24-hour-a-day locksmith and paid premium post-midnight rates to have the double deadbolts rekeyed. The following morning he canceled his German lessons. It was an impossible language. The words were enormously long. Besides, he couldn't any longer afford to spend endless hours either learning a new language or attending the opera. His life was too full, leaving him insufficient time for the Bartholomew search. Animal instinct told Junior that the business with the quarter in the diner, and now these quarters in his living room, were related to his failure to find Bartholomew, Seraphim White's bastard child. He couldn't logically explain the connection, but as Zed teaches, animal instinct is the only unalloyed truth we will ever know. Consequently, he scheduled more time every day with the phone books. He had obtained directories for all 9 counties that, with the city itself, comprised the Bay Area. Someone named Bartholomew had adopted Seraphim's son and named the boy after himself. Junior applied the patience learned through meditation to the task at hand, and instinctively he soon evolved a motivating mantra that continuously cycled through his mind while he studied the telephone directories. Find the father, kill the son. Seraphim's child had been alive as long as Naomi had been dead, almost 15 months. In 15 months, Junior should have located the little bastard and eliminated him. Occasionally he woke in the night and heard himself murmuring the mantra aloud, which apparently he had been repeating ceaselessly in his sleep. Find the father, kill the son. In April, Junior discovered 3 Bartholomews. Investigating these targets, prepared to commit homicide, he learned that none had a son named Bartholomew or had ever adopted a child. In May, he found another Bartholomew, not the right one. Junior kept a file on each man nevertheless, in case instinct later told him that one of them was, in fact, his mortal enemy. He could have killed all of them, just to be safe. But a multitude of dead Bartholomews, even spread over several jurisdictions, would sooner or later attract too much police attention. On the 3rd of June he found another useless Bartholomew, and on Saturday, the 25th, 2 deeply disturbing events occurred. He switched on his kitchen radio only to discover that Paperback Writer, yet another Beatles song, had climbed to the top of the charts, and he received a call from a dead woman. Tommy James and the Shondells, good American boys, had a record farther down the charts, Hanky Panky, that Junior felt was better than the Beatles tune. The failure of his countrymen to support homegrown talent aggravated him. The nation seemed eager to surrender its culture to foreigners. The phone rang at 3:20 in the afternoon, just after he switched off the radio in disgust. Sitting in the breakfast nook, the Oakland telephone directory open in front of him, he almost said, "Find the father, kill the son," instead of, "Hello." "Is Bartholomew there?"
a woman asked. Stunned, Junior had no answer. "Please, I must speak to Bartholomew," the caller pleaded with quiet urgency. Her voice was soft, almost a whisper, and charged with anxiety, but under other circumstances it would have been sexy. "Who is this?" he demanded, although for a demand the words came out too thin, too squeaky. "I've got to warn Bartholomew. I've got to." "Who is this?" Fathoms of silence flooded the line. Still she listened. He sensed her there, though as if at a great depth. Recognizing the danger of saying the wrong thing, the potential for self-incrimination, Junior clenched his jaws and waited. When at last the caller spoke again, her voice sounded kingdoms away. "Will you tell Bartholomew?" Junior pressed the receiver so tightly to his head that his ear ached. Farther away still, "Will you tell him?" "Tell him what?" "Tell him Victoria called to warn him." Click. She was gone. He didn't believe in the restless dead, not for a minute, because he hadn't heard Victoria Bressler speak in so long, and then only on 2 occasions, and because the woman on the phone had spoken so softly, Junior couldn't tell whether or not their voices were one and the same. No, impossible. He had killed Victoria almost a year and a half before this phone call. When you were dead, you were gone forever. Junior didn't believe in gods, devils, heaven, hell, life after death. He put his faith in one thing: himself. Yet through the summer of 1966, following this call, he acted like a man who was haunted. A sudden draft, even if warm, chilled him and caused him to turn in circles, seeking the source. In the middle of the night, the most innocent of sounds could scramble him from bed and send him on a search of the apartment, flinching from harmless shadows and twitching at looming invisibilities that he imagined he saw at the edges of his vision. Sometimes while shaving or combing his hair, as he was looking in the bathroom or foyer mirror, Junior thought that he glimpsed a presence, dark and vaporous, less substantial than smoke, standing or moving behind him. At other times this entity seemed to be within the mirror. He couldn't focus on it, study it, because the moment he became aware of the presence, it was gone. These were stress-induced flights of imagination, of course. Increasingly, he used meditation to relieve stress. He was so skilled at concentrative meditation without seed, blanking his mind, that half an hour of it was as refreshing as a night's sleep. Late Monday afternoon, September 19, Junior returned wearily to his apartment from another fruitless investigation of a Bartholomew, this one across the bay in Corte Madera. Exhausted by his unending quest, depressed by lack of success, he sought refuge in meditation. In his bedroom, wearing nothing but a pair of briefs, he settled onto the floor on a silk-covered pillow filled with goose down. With a sigh, he assumed the lotus position, spine straight, legs crossed, hands at rest with the palms up. 1 hour, he announced, establishing a countdown. In 60 minutes, his internal clock would rouse him from a meditative state. When he closed his eyes, he saw a bowling pin, a leftover image from his with-seed days. In less than a minute, he was able to make the pin dematerialize, filling his mind with featureless, soundless, soothing white nothingness. White nothingness. After a while, a voice broke the vacuum-perfect silence. Bob Chicane, his instructor. Bob gently encouraged him to return by degrees from the deep meditative state. Return, return, return. This was a memory, not a real voice. Even after you became an accomplished meditator, the mind resisted this degree of blissful oblivion and tried to sabotage it with oral and visual memories. Using all his powers of concentration, which were formidable, Junior sought to silence the phantom chicane. At first, the voice steadily faded,
but soon it grew louder again and more insistent. In his smooth whiteness, Junior felt a pressure on his eyes, and then came visual hallucinations, disturbing his deep inner peace. He felt someone peel up his eyelids, and Bob Chicane's worried face, with the sharp features of a fox, curly black hair, and a walrus mustache, was inches from his. He assumed that Chicane was not real. Soon he realized this was a mistaken assumption, because when the instructor began trying to unknot him from his lotus position, a defensive numbness deserted Junior, and he became aware of pain, excruciating. His entire body throbbed from his neck to the tips of his 9 toes. His legs were the worst, filled with hot, twisting agony. Chicane wasn't alone. Sparky Vox, the building superintendent, approached behind him and hovered. 72, yet as spry as a monkey, Sparky didn't walk so much as scamper like a Capuchin. "I hope it was all right I let him in, Mr. Kane." Sparky had a Capuchin's overbite, too. "He told me it was an emergency." After prying Junior out of the meditative position, Chicane pushed him onto his back and vigorously, indeed violently, massaged his thighs and calves. "Really bad muscle spasms," he explained. Junior realized that thick drool oozed out of the right corner of his mouth. Shakily he raised one hand to wipe his face. Apparently he'd been drooling for a long time. Where his chin and throat were not sticky, a crust of dried saliva glazed his skin. "When you didn't answer the doorbell, man, I just knew what must have happened," Chicane told Junior. Then he said something to Sparky, who capered out of the room. Junior could neither speak nor even mewl in agony. All the saliva had been draining forward out of his open mouth for so long that his throat was parched and raw. He felt as though he had munched on a snack of salted razor blades that were now stuck in his pharynx. His rattling wheeze sounded like scuttling scarabs. The rough massage had only just begun to bring a little relief to Junior's legs when Sparky returned with 6 stoppered rubber bags full of ice. "This was all the bags they had down at the drugstore." Chicane packed the ice against Junior's thighs. "Severe spasm causes inflammation. 20 minutes of ice alternating with 20 minutes of massage until the worst passes." The worst, actually, was yet to come. By now, Junior realized that he had been locked in a meditative trance for at least 18 hours. He had settled into the lotus position at 5 o'clock Monday afternoon, and Bob Chicane had shown up for their regular instruction session at 11 Tuesday morning. "You're better at concentrative meditation without seed than anyone I've ever known. Better than me. That's why you, especially, should never undertake a long session unsupervised," Chicane scolded. "At the very least, you should use your electronic meditation timer. I don't see it here, do I?" Guiltily, Junior shook his head. "No, I don't see it," Chicane repeated. "There's no benefit to a meditation marathon. 20 minutes is enough, man. Half an hour at the most. You relied on your internal clock, didn't you?" Abashed, Junior nodded. "And you set yourself for an hour, didn't you?" Before Junior could nod, the worst arrived. Paralytic bladder seizures. He had been thankful that during the long trance he hadn't wet himself. Now he would gladly have accepted any amount of humiliation rather than suffer these vicious cramps. "Oh, my Lord," Chicane groaned as he and Sparky half-carried Junior into the bathroom. The need for relief was tremendous, inexpressible, and the urge to urinate was irresistible, and yet he could not let go. For more than 18 hours his natural urinary process had been overridden by concentrative meditation. Now the golden vault was locked tight. Every time that he strained for release, a new and more hideous cramp savaged him. He felt as if Lake Mead filled his distended bladder, while Boulder Dam had been erected in his urethra. In his entire life, Junior had never suffered this much pain without first having killed someone. Reluctant to depart until certain that his student was out of danger, physically, emotionally, and mentally, Bob Chicane stayed until 3:30. When he left, he broke some bad news to Junior. "I can't keep you on my student list, man. I'm sorry, but you're way too intense for me, way too. Everything you do, all the women you run through, this whole art thing, whatever all those phone books are about, now even meditation, way too intense for me, too obsessive. Sorry. Have a good life, man." Alone, Junior sat in the breakfast nook with a pot of coffee and an entire Sara Lee chocolate fudge cake. After the paralytic bladder seizures had passed and Junior had drained Lake Mead, Chicane recommended plenty of caffeine and sugar to guard against an unlikely, but not impossible spontaneous return to a trance state. "Anyway, after pumping alpha waves for as long as you just did, you shouldn't actually need to sleep anytime soon." In fact, although weak and achy, Junior felt mentally refreshed and wonderfully alert. The time had come for him to think more seriously about his situation and his future. Self-improvement remained a laudable goal, but his efforts needed to be more focused. He had the capacity to be exceptional at anything to which he applied himself. Bob Chicane had been right about that. Junior was far more intense than other men, possessed of greater gifts and the energy to use them. In retrospect, he realized meditation didn't suit him. It was a passive activity, while by nature he was a man of action, happiest when doing. He had taken refuge in meditation because he'd been frustrated by his continuing failure in the Bartholomew hunt and disturbed by his apparently paranormal experiences with quarters and with phone calls from the dead. More deeply disturbed than he had realized or had been able to admit. Fear of the unknown is a weakness, for it presumes dimensions to life beyond human control. Zed teaches that nothing is beyond our control, that nature is just a mindlessly grinding machine with no more mysteries in it than we will find in applesauce. Furthermore, fear of the unknown is a weakness also because it humbles us. Humility, Caesar Zed declares, is strictly for losers. For the purpose of social and financial advancement, we must pretend to be humble, shuffle our feet and duck our heads and make self-deprecating remarks, because deceit is the currency of civilization. But if ever we wallow in genuine humility, we will be no different from the mass of humanity, which Zed calls a sentimental sludge in love with failure and the prospect of its own doom. Gorging on fudge cake and coffee to guard against a spontaneous lapse into meditative catatonia, Junior manfully admitted that he had been weak, that he had reacted to the unknown with fear and retreat instead of with bold confrontation. Because each of us can trust no one in this world but himself, self-deceit is dangerous. He liked himself better for this frank admission of weakness. Chastened by these recent events, he vowed to stop meditating, to avoid all passive responses to the challenges of life. He must explore the unknown rather than flinch from it in fear. Besides, through his explorations he would prove that the unknown was all just tapioca or applesauce or whatever. He must begin by learning as much as possible about ghosts, hauntings, and the vengeance of the dead. During the remainder of 1966, only 2 apparently paranormal events occurred in Junior Cain's life, the first on Wednesday, October 5. On a cultural stroll, checking out the newest work in a circuit of his favorite art galleries, Junior arrived eventually at the show windows of Galerie Coquin. Prominently displayed to passers-by on the busy street was the sculpture of Roth Griskin, 2 large pieces, each weighing at least 500 pounds, and 7 much smaller bronzes elevated on pedestals. Griskin, a former convict, had served 11 years for second-degree murder before the lobbying efforts of a coalition of artists and writers had won his parole. He possessed a huge talent. No one before Griskin had ever managed to express this degree of violence and rage in the medium of bronze. and Junior had long kept the artist's work on his short list of desired acquisitions. In the gallery windows, 8 of the 9 sculptures were so disturbing that many passers-by, catching sight of them, blanched and looked away and hurried on. Not everyone can be a connoisseur. The 9th piece was not art, certainly not a work by Griskin, and could disturb no one half as much as it rattled Junior. Upon a black pedestal stood a pewter candlestick, identical to the one that had cracked the skull of Thomas Vanadium and had added dimension to the cop's previously pan-flat face. The gray pewter appeared to be mottled with black substance, perhaps char, as though it had been soiled in a fire. At the top of the candlestick, the drip pan and the socket were marked by a wine-red drizzle, the color of well-aged bloodstains. From these ominous spatters, several fibers bristled, having stuck to the pewter when the drizzle was still wet. They appeared to be human hairs. Fear clotted in Junior's veins, and he stood like an impacted embolism in the busy flow of pedestrians, certain that he himself would at any moment succumb to a stroke. He closed his eyes, counted to 10, opened them. The candlestick still rested atop the pedestal. Reminding himself that nature was merely a dumb machine, utterly devoid of mystery, and that the unknown would always prove familiar if you dared to lift its veil, Junior discovered he could move. Each of his feet seemed to weigh as much as one of Roth Griskin's cast bronzes, but he crossed the sidewalk and went into Gallery Coquin. Neither customers nor staff could be found in the first of the 3 large rooms. Only cheaper galleries were crowded with browsers and unctuous sales personnel. In an establishment as upscale as Coquin, the hoi polloi were discouraged from gawking, while the high value and extreme desirability of the art were made evident by the staff's almost pathological aversion to promoting the merchandise. The second and third rooms proved to be deserted as well, and as muffled as the cushioned spaces of a funeral home, but an office was tucked discreetly at the back of the final chamber. As Junior crossed the third room, apparently monitored by closed-circuit security cameras, a man glided out of the office to greet him. This Gallier was tall, with silver hair, chiseled features, and the all-knowing, imperious manner of a gynecologist to royalty. He wore a well-tailored gray suit, and his gold Rolex was the very watch that Roth Griskin might have killed for in his salad days. "I'm interested in one of the smaller Griskins," said Junior, managing to appear calm, although his mouth was dry with fear, and his mind spun with crazy images of the maniac cop, dead and rotting, but nevertheless lurching around San Francisco. "Yes," the silver-haired eminence replied, wrinkling his nose as though he suspected that this customer would ask if the display pedestal was included in the price. "I'm captivated more by painting than I am by most dimensional work," Junior explained. "Really, the only sculpture I've acquired is Peripherans." Industrial Woman, which he'd purchased for a little more than $9,000 less than 18 months ago, and at another gallery, would fetch at least $30,000 in the current market. So rapidly had Bavol Peripheran's reputation risen. The Gallerieur's icy demeanor thawed marginally at this proof of taste and financial resources. He either smiled or grimaced at a vague but unpleasant smell, hard to tell which, and identified himself as the owner, Maxime Coquin. "The piece that's intrigued me," Junior revealed, "is the one that's rather like a candlestick. It's quite different from the others." Professing befuddlement, the Gallier led the way through 3 rooms to the front windows, gliding across the polished maple floors as though he were on wheels. The candlestick was gone. The pedestal on which it had stood now held a Griskin bronze so devastatingly brilliant that one quick look at it would give nightmares to nuns and assassins alike. When Junior attempted to explain himself, Maxime Coquin summoned an expression no less dubious than that of a policeman listening to the alibi of a suspect with bloody hands. Then, "I'm quite sure that Roth Griskin does not make candlesticks."
If that's what you're looking for, I'd recommend the housewares department at Gump's." Both angry and mortified, yet still fearful, a walking multimedia collage of emotions, Junior left the gallery. Outside, he turned to look at the display windows. He expected to see the candlestick supernaturally apparent only from this side of the glass. But it wasn't there. Throughout the autumn, Junior read book after book about ghosts, poltergeists, haunted houses, ghost ships, seances, spirit rapping, spirit manifestation, spirit writing, spirit recording, trance speaking, conjuration, exorcism, astral projection, Ouija board revelation, and needlepoint. He had come to believe that every well-rounded, self-improved person ought to have a craft at which he excelled, and needlepoint appealed to him more than either pottery-making or decoupage. For pottery he would require a potter's wheel and a cumbersome kiln, and decoupage was too messy, with all the glue and lacquer. By December he began his first project, a small pillowcase featuring a geometric border surrounding a quote from Caesar Z. "Humility is for losers." At 3:22 in the morning, December 13, following a busy day of conducting ghost research, seeking Bartholomew's in a telephone book, and working on his needlepoint, Junior awakened to singing. A single voice, no instrumental accompaniment, a woman. Initially lying drowsily in the sumptuous comfort of Pratisi cotton sheets with black silk piping, Junior assumed that he was in a twilight state between wakefulness and sleep, and that the singing must be a lingering fragment of a dream. Although rising and falling, the voice remained so faint that he didn't at once identify the tune. But when he recognized "Someone to Watch Over Me," he sat up in bed and threw back the covers. Switching on the lights as he went, Junior sought the source of the serenade. He carried the 9mm pistol, which would have been useless against a spirit visitor, but his extensive reading about ghosts hadn't convinced him that they were real. His faith in the effectiveness of bullets, and pewter candlesticks for that matter, remained undiminished. Although faint and somewhat hollow, the woman's crooning was pure, and so on note that this a cappella rendition fell as pleasantly on the ear as any voice sweetened by an orchestra. Yet the song had a disturbing quality as well, an eerie note of yearning, longing, a piercing sadness. For want of a better word, her voice was haunting. Junior stalked her, but she eluded him. Always the song seemed to arise from the next room, but when he passed through the doorway into that space, the voice then sounded as if it came from the room that he'd just left. 3 times the singing faded away, but twice, just when he thought that she had finished, she began to croon again. The 3rd time, the silence lasted. This venerable old building, as solidly constructed as a castle, was well insulated. Noises in other apartments rarely penetrated to Junior's. Never before had he heard a neighbor's voice distinctly enough to comprehend the words spoken, or in this case sung. He doubted that the singer had been Victoria Bressler, dead nurse, but he believed this was the same voice he'd heard on the telephone back on the 25th of June, when someone purporting to be Victoria had called with an urgent warning for Bartholomew. At 3:31 a.m., even the early winter dawn wasn't near, yet Junior was too awake to return to bed. Though sweet, though melancholy, never ominous, the ghostly singing had left him feeling threatened. He considered taking a shower and getting an early start on the day, but he kept remembering Psycho, Anthony Perkins dressed in women's clothes and wielding a butcher knife. Needlepoint provided no sanctuary. Junior's hands trembled just badly enough to make accurate stitchery impossible. His mood ruled out reading about poltergeists and such. Instead, he sat in the breakfast nook with his phone books and resumed the grueling search for Bartholomew. Find the father, kill the son. In just 9 days, Junior bedded 4 beautiful women, one on Christmas Eve, the next on Christmas night, the third on New Year's Eve, and the fourth on New Year's Day. For the first time in his life, and on all 4 occasions, his joy in the act was less than complete. Not that he failed to perform well. As always, he was a bull, a stallion, an insatiable satyr. None of his lovers complained. None had the energy for complaint when he'd finished with them. Yet something was missing. He felt hollow, unfinished. As beautiful as they were, none of these women satisfied him as profoundly as Naomi had satisfied him. He wondered if the missing thing might be love. With Naomi, sex had been glorious because they were bonded on multiple levels, all deeper than the mere physical. They had been so close, so emotionally and intellectually entwined, that in making love to her he'd been making love to himself, and he would never experience a greater intimacy than that. He yearned for a new heart-mate. He was wise enough to know that no amount of yearning could transform the wrong woman into the right one. Love couldn't be demanded, planned, or manufactured. Love always came as a surprise, snuck up on you when you were least expecting it, like Anthony Perkins in a dress. He could only wait and hope. Hope became easier to sustain when late 1966 and 1967 brought the biggest advance in women's fashions since the invention of the sewing needle, the miniskirt, and then the micro-mini. Already, Mary Quant, of all things a British designer, had conquered England and Europe with her splendid creation. Now she brought America out of the dark ages of psychopathic modesty. Everywhere in the fabled city, calves and knees and magnificent expanses of taut thighs were on display. This brought out the dreamy romantic in Junior, and more than ever he yearned desperately for the perfect woman, the ideal lover, the matching half of his incomplete heart. Yet the most enduring relationship he had all year was with the ghostly singer. On February 18, he returned home in the afternoon from a class in spirit channeling, and heard singing as he opened his front door. That same voice, and the same hateful song, as faint as before, repeatedly rising and falling. Quickly he searched for the source, but in less than a minute before he could trace the voice, it faded away. Unlike that night in December, this time the singing didn't resume. Junior was disturbed that the mysterious chanteuse had been performing when he wasn't home. He felt violated, invaded. No one had actually been here, and he still didn't believe in ghosts, so he didn't think that a spirit had been wandering his home in his absence. Nevertheless, his sense of violation grew as he paced these now songless rooms, mystified and frustrated. On April 19th, the unmanned Surveyor 3, after landing on the lunar surface, began transmitting photos to Earth, and when Junior stepped out of his morning shower, he again heard the eerie singing, which seemed to arise from a place more distant, more alien than the moon. Naked, dripping, he roamed the apartment. As on the night of December 13, the voice seemed to arise from thin air, ahead of him, then behind him, to the right, but now to the left. This time, however, the singing lasted longer than before, long enough for him to become suspicious of the heating ducts. These rooms had 10-foot ceilings, and the ducts opened high in the walls. Using a 3-step folding stool, he was able to get near enough to one of the vent plates in the living room to determine whether it might be the source of the song. Just then the singing stopped. Later in the month, from Sparky Vox, Junior learned the building had a 4-pipe fan-coil heating system, serving discrete ductwork for each apartment. Voices couldn't carry from residence to residence in the heating-cooling system, because no apartments shared ducting. Throughout the spring, summer, and autumn of 1967, Junior met new women, bedded a few, and had no doubt that each of his conquests experienced with him something she had never known before. Yet he still suffered from an emptiness in the heart. He chased after none of these lovelies beyond a few dates, and none of them pursued him when he was done with them, although surely they were distressed, if not bereft, at losing him. The spectral singer didn't exhibit her blood-and-bone sister's reluctance to pursue her man. On a morning in July, Junior was visiting the public library, poring through the stacks in search of exotic volumes on the occult, when the phantom voice rose nearby. Here, the singing sounded softer than in his apartment, little more than a murmur, and also threadier. 2 staff members were at the front desk when last he'd seen them, out of sight now and far too away to hear the crooning. Junior had been waiting at the doors when the library opened, and thus far he'd encountered no other patrons. He couldn't see into the next aisle through the gaps between rows of books because the shelves had solid backs. The tomes made maze walls, a webwork of words. He first eased from aisle to aisle, but soon moved more quickly, convinced that the singer would be found beyond the next turn, and then the next. Was that her trailing shadow he had glimpsed, slipping around a corner ahead of him, her womanly scent lingering in the air after her passage? Into new avenues of the labyrinth he moved, but then back again, back upon his own trail, twisting, turning, from the occult to modern literature, from history to popular science, and here the occult once more, always the shadow glimpsed so fleetingly and so peripherally that it might have been imagination. The scent of a woman no sooner detected than lost again in the perfumes of aging paper and bindery glue, twisting, turning, until abruptly he stopped, breathing hard, halted by the realization that he hadn't heard the singing in some time. Into the autumn of 1967, Junior reviewed hundreds of thousands of phone listings, and occasionally he located a rare Bartholomew in San Rafael or Marinwood, in Greenbrae or San Anselmo, located and investigated and cleared them of any connection with Seraphim White's bastard baby. Between New Women and Needlepoint Pillows, he participated in seances, attended lectures given by ghost hunters, visited haunted houses, and read more strange books. He even sat for the camera of a famous medium whose photographs sometimes revealed the auras of benign or malevolent presences hovering in the vicinity of her subject, though in his case she could discern no telltale sign of a spirit. On October 15, Junior acquired a third Sklent painting. The heart is home to worms and beetles, ever squirming, ever swarming. Version 3. To celebrate, upon leaving the gallery, he went to the coffee shop in the Fairmont Hotel atop Nob Hill, determined to have a beer and a cheeseburger. Although he ate more meals in restaurants than not, he hadn't ordered a burger in 22 months, since finding the quarter embedded in the half-melted slice of cheddar in December of '65. Indeed, since then he'd never risked a sandwich of any kind in a restaurant, limiting his selections to foods that were served open on the plate. In the Fairmont coffee shop, Junior ordered French fries, a cheeseburger, and coleslaw. He requested that the burger be served cooked but unassembled, the halves of the bun turned face up, the meat patty positioned separately on the plate, one slice each of tomato and onion arranged beside the patty, and the slice of unmelted cheese on a separate dish. Puzzled but accommodating, the waiter delivered lunch precisely as requested. Junior lifted the patty with a fork, found no quarter under it, and put the meat on one half of the bun. He constructed the sandwich from these fixings, added ketchup and mustard, and took a great, delicious, satisfying bite. When he noticed a blonde staring at him from a nearby booth, he smiled and winked at her. Although she was not attractive enough to meet his standards, there was no reason to be impolite. She must have sensed his assessment of her and realized that she had little chance of charming him, for she turned at once away and never looked in his direction again. With the successful consumption of the burger, and with the addition of the third Sklent to his collection, Junior felt more upbeat than he'd been in quite a while. Contributing to his better mood was the fact that he hadn't heard the phantom singer in longer than 3 months, since the library in July. 2 nights later, from a dream of worms and beetles, he woke to her singing. He surprised himself by sitting up in bed and shouting, "Shut up, shut up, shut up!" Faintly,
someone to watch over me, continued unabated. Junior must have shouted "shut up" more than he realized, because the neighbors began to pound on the wall to silence him. Nothing he had learned about the supernatural had led him closer to a belief in ghosts and in all that ghosts implied. His faith still reposed entirely in Enoch Kane, Jr., and he refused to make room on his altar for anyone or anything other than himself. He squirmed deep under the covers, clamped a plump pillow over his head to muffle the singing, and chanted, "Find the Father, kill the Son," until at last he fell exhausted into sleep. In the morning, at breakfast, from this calmer perspective, he looked back at his tantrum in the middle of the night and wondered if he might be in psychological trouble. He decided not. In November and December, Junior studied arcane texts on the supernatural, went through New Women at a pace prodigious even for him, found 3 Bartholomews, and finished 10 needlepoint pillows. Nothing in his reading offered a satisfactory explanation for what had been happening to him. None of the women filled the hole in his heart, and all of the Bartholomews were harmless. Only the needlepoint offered any satisfaction, but though Junior was proud of his craftsmanship, he knew that a grown man couldn't find fulfillment in stitchery alone. On December 18, as the Beatles' Hello Goodbye rocketed up the charts, Junior boiled over with frustration at his inability to find either Love or Seraphim's Baby. So he drove across the Golden Gate Bridge to Marin County and all the way to the town of Terra Linda, where he killed Bartholomew Prosser. Prosser, 56, a widower, an accountant, had a 30-year-old daughter, Zelda, who was an attorney in San Francisco. Junior had driven to Terra Linda previously to research the accountant. He already knew Prosser had no connection to Seraphim's fateful child. Of the 3 Bartholomews that he'd turned up recently, he chose Prosser because, burdened by the name Enoch, Junior felt sympathy for any girl whose parents had cursed her with Zelda. The accountant lived in a white Georgian house on a street lined with huge old evergreens. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Junior parked 2 blocks past the Target house. He walked back to the Prosser residence, gloved hands in the pockets of his raincoat, collar turned up. Dense, white, slowly billowing masses of fog rolled through the neighborhood, scented with wood smoke from numerous fireplaces, as though everything north of the Canadian border were ablaze. Junior's breath smoked from him as if he contained a seething fire of his own. He felt a sheen of condensation arise on his face, cold and invigorating. At many houses, strings of Christmas lights painted patterns of color at the eaves, around the window frames, and along the porch railings, all so blurred by fog that Junior seemed to be moving through a dreamscape with Japanese lanterns. The night was hushed, but for the barking of a dog in the great distance. Hollow, far softer than the ghostly singing that had recently haunted Junior, the rough voice of this hound nevertheless stirred him, spoke to an essential aspect of his heart. At the Prosser house he rang the bell and waited. As punctilious as you might expect any good accountant to be, Bartholomew Prosser didn't delay long enough to make it necessary for Junior to ring the bell twice. The porch light came on. In the far away, at the limits of night and fog, the dog bit off his bark in expectation. Less cautious than the typical accountant, perhaps mellow in this season of peace, Prosser opened the door without hesitation. "This is for Zelda," Junior said, ramming forward across the threshold with the knife. Wild exhilaration burst through him like pyrotechnics blazing in a night sky, reminiscent of the rush of excitement that followed his bold action on the fire tower. Happily, Junior had no emotional connection to Prosser, as he'd had to beloved Naomi. Therefore, the purity of his experience wasn't diluted by regret or empathy. So quick, this violence, over even as it began. Because he had no interest in aftermath, however, Junior suffered no disappointment at the briefness of the thrill. The past was past, and as he closed the front door and stepped around the body, he focused on the future. He'd acted boldly,
recklessly, without scoping the territory to be sure Prosser was alone. The accountant lived by himself, but a visitor might be present. Prepared for any contingency, Junior listened to the house until he was certain that he needed the knife for no one else. He went directly to the kitchen and drew a glass of water at the sink faucet. He swallowed 2 antiemetic tablets that he had brought with him to guard against vomiting. Earlier, before leaving home, he had taken a preventative dose of paregoric, for now, at least, his bowels were quiet. As always, curious about how others lived, or in this case, had lived, Junior explored the house, poking in drawers and closets. For a widower, Bartholomew Prosser was neat and well organized. As home tours went, this one was notably less interesting than most. The accountant appeared to have no secret life, no perverse interests that he hid from the world. The most shameful thing Junior found was the art on the walls. Tasteless, sentimentalized realism, bright landscapes, still lifes of fruit and flowers, even an idealized group portrait of Prosser, his late wife, and Zelda. Not one painting spoke to the bleakness and terror of the human condition. Mere decoration, not art. In the living room stood a Christmas tree, and under the tree lay prettily wrapped presents. Junior enjoyed opening all of them, but he didn't find anything he wanted to keep. He left by the back door to avoid the aftermath seeping across the foyer floor. Fog enveloped him, cool and refreshing. On the drive home, Junior dropped the knife down a storm drain in Larkspur. He tossed the gloves in a dumpster in Corte Madera. In the city again, he stopped long enough to donate the raincoat to a homeless man who didn't notice the few odd stains. This pathetic hobo happily accepted the fine coat, donned it, and then cursed his benefactor, spat at him, and threatened him with a claw hammer. Junior was too much of a realist to have expected gratitude. In his apartment once more, enjoying a cognac and a handful of pistachios, as Monday changed to Tuesday, he decided that he should make preparations for the possibility that he might one day leave incriminating evidence in spite of his precautions. He ought to convert a portion of his assets into easily portable and anonymous wealth, like gold coins and diamonds. Establishing 2 or 3 alternate identities with documentation also would be wise. During the past few hours, he had changed his life again, as dramatically as he had changed it on that fire tower almost 3 years ago. When he pushed Naomi, profit was the motive. He killed Victoria and Vanadium in self-defense. Those 3 deaths were necessary. He stabbed Prosser, however, merely to relieve his frustration, and to enliven the dull routine of a life made dreary by the tedious Bartholomew hunt and by loveless sex. In return for more excitement, he had assumed greater risk. To mitigate risk, he must have insurance. In bed, lights out, Junior marveled at his daredevil spirit. He never stopped surprising himself. Neither guilt nor remorse plagued him. Good and bad, right and wrong, were not issues to him. Actions were either effective or ineffective, wise or stupid, but they were all value-neutral. He didn't wonder about his sanity either, as a less self-improved man might have done. No madman strives to enhance his vocabulary or to deepen his appreciation for culture. He did wonder why he had chosen this night of all nights to become even a more fearless adventurer, rather than a month ago or a month hence. Instinct told him that he'd felt the need to test himself, that a crisis was fast approaching, and that to be ready for it, he must be confident that he could do what had to be done when the crunch came. Slipping into sleep, Junior suspected that Prosser might have been less lark than preparation. Further preparation, the purchase of gold coins and diamonds, the establishment of false identities, had to be delayed due to the hives. An hour short of dawn, Junior was awakened by a fierce itching, not limited to his phantom toe. His entire body, over every plane and into every crevice, prickled and tingled and burned as with fever. and itched. Shuddering, rubbing furiously at himself, he stumbled into the bathroom. In the mirror, he confronted a face he hardly recognized, swollen, lumpy, peppered with red hives. For 48 hours he pumped himself full of prescription antihistamines, immersed himself in bathtubs brimming with numbingly cold water, and lathered himself with soothing lotions. In misery, gripped by self-pity, he dared not think about the 9mm pistol that he had stolen from Frida Bliss. By Thursday, the eruption passed from him. Because he'd had the self-control not to claw his face or hands, he was presentable enough to venture out into the city, although if people in the streets could have seen the weeping scabs and inflamed scratches that tattooed his body and limbs, they would have fled with the grim certainty that the Black Plague, or worse, was loose among them. During the following days, he withdrew money from several accounts. He converted selected paper assets into cash as well. He also sought a supplier of high-quality counterfeit ID. This proved easier than he anticipated. A surprising number of the women who had been his lovers were recreational drug users, and over the past couple years he had met several dealers who supplied them. From the least savory of these he purchased $5,000 worth of cocaine and LSD to establish his credibility, after which he inquired about forged documents. For a finder's fee, Junior was put in touch with a papermaker named Google. This was not his real name, but with his crossed eyes, large rubbery lips, and massively prominent Adam's apple, he was as perfect a Google as ever there had been. Because drugs foil all efforts at self-improvement, Junior had no use for the cocaine and acid. He didn't dare sell them to recover his money. Even $5,000 wasn't worth risking arrest. Instead, he gave the pharmaceuticals to a group of young boys playing basketball in a schoolyard, and wished them a Merry Christmas. The 24th of December began with rain, but the storm moved south soon after dawn. Sunshine tinseled the city, and the streets filled with last-minute holiday shoppers. Junior joined the throngs, although he had no gift list or feeling for the season. He just needed to get out of his apartment, because he was convinced that the phantom singer would soon serenade him again. She hadn't sung since the early morning hours of October 18, and no other paranormal event had occurred since then. The waiting between manifestations scraped at Junior's nerves worse than the manifestations themselves. Something was due to happen in this peculiar, extended, almost casual haunting under which he had suffered for more than 2 years since finding the quarter in his cheeseburger. While all around him in the streets people bustled in good cheer, Junior slouched along in a sour mood, temporarily having forgotten to look for the bright side. Inevitably, man of the arts that he was, his slouching brought him to several galleries. In the window of the fourth, not one of his favorite establishments, he saw an 8x10 photograph of Seraphim White. The girl smiled, as stunningly beautiful as he remembered her, but she was no longer 15, as she had been when last he'd seen her. Since her death in childbirth nearly 3 years ago, she'd matured and grown lovelier than ever. If Junior had not been such a rational man, schooled in logic and reason by the books of Caesar Zed, he might have snapped there in the street before the photograph of Seraphim, might have begun to shake and sob and babble until he wound up in a psychiatric ward. But although his trembling knees felt no more supportive than aspic, they didn't dissolve under him. He couldn't breathe for a minute, and his vision darkened at the periphery, and the noise of passing traffic suddenly sounded like the agonized shrieks of people tortured beyond endurance. But he held fast to his wits long enough to realize that the name under the photo, which served as the centerpiece of a poster, read Celestina White in 4-inch letters, not Seraphim. The poster announced an upcoming show titled This Momentous Day by the young artist calling herself Celestina White. Days for the exhibition were Friday, January 12, through Saturday, January 27. Warily, Junior ventured into the gallery to make inquiries. He expected the staff to express utter bafflement at the name Celestina White, expected the poster to have vanished when he returned to the display window. Instead, he was given a small color brochure featuring samples of the artist's work. It also contained the same photograph of her smiling face that graced the window. According to the brief biographic note with the picture, Celestina White was a graduate of San Francisco's Academy of Art College. She had been born and raised in Spruce Hills, Oregon, the daughter of a minister. Chapter 58. Agnes always enjoyed Christmas Eve dinner with Edom and Jacob because even they tempered their pessimism on this night of nights. Whether the season touched their hearts or they wanted even more than usual to please their sister, she didn't know. If gentle Edom spoke of killer tornadoes, or if dear Jacob was reminded of massive explosions, each dwelt not on horrible death as usual, but on feats of courage in the midst of dire catastrophe, recounting astonishing rescues and miraculous escapes. With Barty's presence, Christmas Eve dinner had become even more agreeable, especially this year when he was almost 3, going on 20. He talked about the visits to friends that he and his mother and Edom had made earlier in the day, about Father Brown, as if that cleric detective were real, about the puddle-jumping toads that had been singing in the backyard when he and his mother had arrived home from the cemetery, and his chatter was engaging because it was full of a child's charm, yet peppered with enough precocious observations to make it of interest to adults. From the corn soup to the baked ham to the plum pudding, he did not speak of his dry walk in wet weather. Agnes hadn't asked him to keep his strange feat a secret from his uncles. In truth, she had come home in such a curious state of mind that even as she'd worked with Jacob to prepare dinner, and even as she'd overseen Edom's setting of the table, she hesitated to tell them what had happened on the run from Joey's grave to the station wagon. She fluctuated between guarded euphoria and fear bordering on panic, and she didn't trust herself to recount the experience until she had taken more time to absorb it. That night in Barty's room, after Agnes had listened to his prayers and then had tucked him in for the night, she sat on the edge of his bed. "Honey, I was wondering, now that you've had more time to think, could you explain to me what happened?" He rolled his head back and forth on the pillow. "Nope. It's still just something you gotta feel." "All the ways things are?" "Yeah. We'll need to talk about this a lot in the days to come, as we both have more time to think about it." "I figured." Softened by the shantung shade, the lamplight was golden on his small, smooth face, but sapphire and emerald in his eyes. "You didn't mention it to Uncle Edom or Uncle Jacob," she said. "Better not." "Why? You were scared, huh?" "Yes, I was." She didn't tell him that her fear had not been allayed by his assurances or by his second walk in the rain. "And you," Barty said, "you're never scared of anything." "You mean Edom and Jacob are already afraid of so much?" The boy nodded. "If we told them, maybe they'd have to wash their shorts." "Where did you hear that expression?" she demanded, though she couldn't conceal her amusement. Barty grinned mischievously. "One of the places we visited today, some big kids, they saw this scary movie, said they had to wash their shorts after." "Big kids aren't always smart just because they're big." "Yeah, I know." She hesitated. "Edom and Jacob have had hard lives, Barty." "Were they coal miners?" "What?" "On TV it said coal miners have hard lives." "Well, not only coal miners. Old as you are in some ways, you're still too young for me to explain. I will someday." "Okay. You remember we've talked before about the stories they're always telling? Hurricane, Galveston, Texas, back in 1900, 6,000 people died?" Frowning, Agnes said, "Yes, those stories." Sweetie, when Uncle Edom and Uncle Jacob go on about big storms blowing people away and explosions blowing people up, that's not what life's about." "It happens," the boy said. Yes, it does." Agnes had struggled recently to find a way to explain to Barty that his uncles had lost their hope, to convey also what it meant to live without hope, and somehow to tell the boy all this without burdening him at such a young age with the details of what his monstrous grandfather, Agnes's father, had done to her and to her brothers. The task was beyond her abilities. The fact that Barty was a prodigy 6 times over didn't make his mother's work easier, because in order to understand her, he would require experience and emotional maturity, not just intellect. Frustrated again, she said simply, "Whenever Edom and Jacob talk about these things, I want you to be sure always to keep in mind that life's about living and being happy, not about dying." "I wish they knew that," Barty said. For those 5 words, Agnes adored him. "So do I, honey. Oh, Lord, so do I." She kissed his forehead. "Listen, kiddo. In spite of their stories and all their funny ways, your uncles are good men." "Sure, I know. And they love you very much." "I loved them too, Mommy." Earlier, the dirty sheet clouds had been wrung dry. Now the trees that overhung the house had finally stopped dripping on the cedar-shingled roof. The night was so still that Agnes could hear the sea softly breaking upon the shore more than half a mile away. "Sleepy?" she asked. "A little. Santa Claus won't come if you don't sleep." "I'm not sure he's real." "What makes you say that? Something I read?" A pang of regret pierced her, that her boy's precocity should deny him this fine fantasy, as her morose father had denied it to her. "He's real," she asserted. "You think so?" "I don't just think so, and I don't just know it. I feel it, exactly like you feel all the ways things are. I'll bet you'll feel it too." Bright though they were at all times, Barty's Tiffany eyes shone brighter now with beams of North Pole magic. "Maybe I do feel it. If you don't, your feeling gland isn't working." "Want me to read you to sleep?" "No, that's okay. I'll close my eyes and tell myself a story." She kissed his cheek, and he pulled his arms out from under the covers to hug her. Such small arms, but such a fierce hug. As she tucked the bedclothes around him again, she said, "Barty, I don't think you should let anyone else see how you can walk in the rain without getting wet. Not Edom and Jacob, not anyone at all. And anything else special that you discover you can do? We should keep it a secret between you and me." "Why?" Furrowing her brow and narrowing her eyes as though prepared to scold him, she slowly lowered her face to his until their noses were touching, and she whispered, "Because it's more fun if it's a secret." Matching his mother's whisper, taking obvious delight in their conspiracy, he said, "Our own secret society." "What would you know about secret societies?" "Just what's in books and TV." "Which is?" His eyes widened, and his voice became husky with pretended fear. "They're always evil." Her whisper grew softer, yet more hoarse. "Should we be evil? Maybe. What happens to people in evil secret societies?" "They go to jail," he whispered solemnly. "Then let's not be evil." "Okay. Ours will be a good secret society. We gotta have a secret handshake. Now, every secret society has a secret handshake. We'll have this instead." Her face was still close to his, and she rubbed noses with him. He stifled a giggle. "And a secret word?" "Eskimo." "And a name?" "The North Pole Society of Not Evil Adventurers." "That's a great name." Agnes rubbed noses with him again, kissed him, and rose from the edge of the bed. Gazing up at her, Barty said, "You've got a halo, Mommy. You're sweet, kiddo. No, you really do." She switched off the lamp. "Sleep tight, angel boy." The soft hallway light didn't penetrate far past the open door. From the plush, pillowy shadows of the bed, Barty said, "Oh, look! Christmas lights." Assuming that the boy had closed his eyes and was talking to himself, somewhere between his self-told bedtime story and a dream, Agnes retreated from the room, pulling the door only half shut behind her. "Good night, Mommy." "Good night," she whispered. She switched off the hall light and stood at the half-open door, listening, waiting. Such quiet filled the house that Agnes couldn't hear even the murmuring miseries of the past. Although she had never seen snow other than in pictures and on film, this deep-settled silence seemed to speak of falling flakes, of white muffling mantles, and she wouldn't have been in the least surprised if, stepping outside, she had found herself in a glorious winter landscape, cold and crystalline, here on the always snowless hills and shores of the California Pacific. Her special son, walking where the rain wasn't, had made all things seem possible. From the darkness of his room, Barty now spoke the words for which Agnes had been waiting, his whisper soft yet resonant in the quiet house. "Good night, Daddy." On other nights she had overheard this and been touched. On this Christmas Eve, however, it filled her with wonder and wondering, for she recalled their conversation earlier at Joey's grave. "I wish your dad could have known you." "Somewhere he does. Daddy died here, but he didn't die every place I am. It's lonely for me here, but not lonely for me everywhere." Soundlessly, reluctantly, Agnes pulled the bedroom door nearly shut and went down to the kitchen, where she sat alone, drinking coffee and nibbling at mysteries. Of all the gifts that Barty opened on Christmas morning, the hardback copy of Robert Heinlein's The Star Beast was his favorite. Instantly enchanted by the promise of an amusing alien creature, space travel, an exotic future, and lots of adventure, he seized every opportunity throughout the busy day to crack open those pages and to step out of Bright Beach into stranger places. As outgoing as his twin uncles were introverted, Barty didn't withdraw from the festivities. Agnes never needed to remind him that family and guests took precedence over even the most fascinating characters in fiction, and the boy's delight in the company of others pleased his mother and made her proud. From late morning until dinner, people arrived and departed, raised toasts to a Merry Christmas and to peace on earth, to health and to happiness, reminisced about Christmases past, marveled about the first heart transplant performed this very month in South Africa, and prayed that the soldiers in Vietnam would come home soon, and that Bright Beach would lose no precious sons in those far jungles. The cheerful tides of friends and neighbors over the years had wished away nearly all the stains that the dark rage of Agnes's father had impressed on these rooms. She hoped her brothers might eventually see that hatred and anger are only scars upon a beach, while love is the rolling surf that ceaselessly smooths the sand. Maria Elena Gonzalez, no longer a seamstress in a dry cleaner's, but proprietor of Elena's Fashions, a small dress shop 1 block off the town square, joined Agnes, Barty, Edom, and Jacob on Christmas evening. She brought her daughters, 7-year-old Bonita and 6-year-old Francesca, who came with their newest Barbie dolls, Color Magic Barbie, the Barbie Beautiful Blues gift set, Barbie's friends, Casey and Tootie, her sister Skipper, and Dreamboat Ken. And soon the girls had Barty enthusiastically involved in a make-believe world far different from the one in which Heinlein's teenage lead owned an extraordinary alien pet with 8 legs, the temperament of a kitten and an appetite for everything from grizzly bears to Buicks. Later, when the 7 of them were gathered at the dinner table, the adults raised glasses of Chardonnay, the children raised tumblers of Pepsi, and Maria gave the toast. "To Bartholomew, the image of his father, who was the kindest man I've ever known. To my Bonita and my Francesca, who brighten my every day. to Edom and Jacob, from whom I've learned so much that has made me think about the fragility of life and made me realize how precious is every day. And to Agnes, my dearest friend, who has given me, oh, so much, including all these words. God bless us, every one. God bless us, every one, Agnes repeated with all her extended family, and after a sip of the wine she made an excuse to check on something in the kitchen, where she pressed hot tears into a cool, slightly damp dish towel to prevent the telltale swelling of her eyes. Frequently these days she found herself explaining aspects of life to Barty that she hadn't expected to discuss for years to come. She wondered how she could make him understand this. Life can be so sweet, so full, that sometimes happiness is nearly as intense as anguish, and the pressure of it in the heart swells close to pain. When she was finished with the dish towel, she returned to the dining room, and, though dinner was under way, she called for another toast. Raising her glass, she said, "To Maria, who is more than my friend, my sister. I can't let you talk about what I've given you without telling your girls that you've given back more. You taught me that the world is as simple as sewing, that what seem to be the most terrible problems can be stitched up, repaired." She raised her glass slightly higher. "First chicken to become with first egg inside already. God bless." "God bless," said everyone. Maria, after a single sip of Chardonnay, fled to the kitchen, ostensibly to check on the apricot flan that she'd brought, but in reality to press a cool and slightly damp dish towel against her eyes. The kids insisted on knowing what was meant by the line about the chicken, and this led to the laying of a coopful of "Why did the chicken cross the road?" jokes, which Edom and Jacob had memorized in childhood as an act of rebellion against their humorless father. Later, as Bonita and Francesca proudly served their mother's individually molded Christmas tree-shaped servings of flan, which they themselves had plated, Barty leaned close to his mother and, pointing to the table in front of them, said softly but excitedly, "Look at the rainbows." She followed his extended finger, but couldn't see what he was talking about. "Between the candles," he explained. They were dining by candlelight. Vanilla-scented bougies stood on the sideboard across the room, glimmering in glass chimneys, but Barty pointed instead to 5 squat red candles distributed through the centerpiece of pine sprays and white carnations. "Between the flames, see? Rainbows." Agnes saw no arc of color from candle to candle, and she thought that he must mean for her to look at the many cut crystal wine-glasses and water-glasses, in which the lambent flames were mirrored. Here and there, the prismatic effect of the crystal rendered reflections of the flames into red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet spectrums that danced along beveled edges. As the last of the flan was served and Maria's girls took their seats once more, Barty blinked at the candles and said, "Gone now," even though the tiny spectrums still shimmered in the cut crystal. He turned his full attention to the flan with such enthusiasm that his mother soon stopped puzzling over rainbows. After Maria, Bonita, and Francesca had gone, when Agnes and her brothers joined forces to clear the table and wash dishes, Barty kissed them good night and retired to his room with the Star Beast. Already he was up 2 hours past his bedtime. In recent months he'd exhibited the more erratic sleeping habits of older children. Some nights he seemed to possess the circadian rhythms of owls and bats. After being sluggish all day, he suddenly became alert and energetic at dusk, wanting to read long past midnight. For guidance, Agnes couldn't rely entirely on any of the child-rearing books in her library. Barty's unique gifts presented her with special parenting problems. Now, when he asked if he could stay up even later to read about John Thomas Stewart and Lummox, John's pet from another world, she granted him permission. At 11:45, on her way to bed, Agnes stopped at Barty's room and found him propped against pillows. The book was not particularly large as books went,
but it was big in proportion to the boy. Unable to hold it open with his hands alone, he rested his entire left arm across the top of the volume. "Good story?" she asked. He glanced up. "Fantastic," and returned at once to the tale. When Agnes woke at 1:50 a.m., she was in the grip of a vague apprehension for which she couldn't identify a source. Fractional moonlight at the window, the great oak in the yard sleeping in the breathless bed of the night, the house quiet, neither intruders nor ghosts afoot. Uneasy nevertheless. Agnes went down the hall to her son's room and found that he had fallen asleep sitting up while reading. She slipped the star beast out of the tangle of his arms, marked his place with the jacket flap, and put the book on the nightstand. As Agnes slipped excess pillows out from behind him and eased him down into the covers, Barty half woke, muttering about how the police were going to kill poor Lummox, who hadn't meant to do all that damage, but he'd been frightened by the gunfire, and when you weighed 6 tons and had 8 legs, you sometimes couldn't get around in tight places without knocking something over. "It's okay," she whispered. "Lummox will be all right." He closed his eyes again and seemed asleep, but then, as she clicked off the lamp, he murmured, "You have your halo again." In the morning, after Agnes showered and dressed, when she went downstairs, she discovered Barty already at the kitchen table, eating a bowl of cereal while riveted to the book. Finished with breakfast, he returned to his room, reading as he went. By lunch, he had turned the final page, and he was so full of the tale that he seemed to have no room for food. While his mother kept reminding him to eat, he regaled her with the details of John Thomas Stuart's great adventures with Lummox, as though every word that Heinlein had written were not science fiction, but truth. Then he curled up in one of the big armchairs in the living room and began the book again. This was the first time he had ever reread a novel, and he finished it at midnight. The following day, Wednesday, December 27, his mother drove him to the library, where he checked out 2 Heinlein titles recommended by the librarian, The Red Planet and The Rolling Stones. Judging by his excitement on the way home in the car, his response to previous mystery novel series had been a pleasant courtship, whereas this was desperate, undying love. Agnes discovered that watching her child be totally consumed by a new enthusiasm was an unparalleled delight. Through Barty, she had a tantalizing sense of what her own childhood might have been like if her father had allowed her to have one, and at times, listening to the boy exclaim about the spacefaring Stone family, or about the mysteries of Mars, she discovered that at least some part of a child still lived within her, untouched by either cruelty or time. Shortly before 3 o'clock, Thursday afternoon, in a state of agitation, Barty raced into the kitchen, where Agnes was baking buttermilk raisin pies. Holding Red Planet open to pages 104 and 105, he complained urgently that the library copy was defective. "There's twisty spots in the print, twisty funny letters, so you can't just exactly read all the words. Can we go buy our own copy? Go out and buy one right now?" After wiping her floury hands, Agnes took the book from him and, examining it, could find nothing wrong. She flipped back a few pages, then a few forward, but the lines of type were crisp and clear. "Show me where, honey." The boy didn't at once answer, and when Agnes looked up from Red Planet, she saw that he was staring oddly at her. He squinted, as if puzzled, and said, "The twisty spots just jumped off the page right up on your face." The formless apprehension with which she had awakened at 1:50 Tuesday morning had returned to her from time to time during the past couple days. Now here it came again, pinching her throat and tightening her chest, at last beginning to take form. Barty turned away from her, surveyed the kitchen, and said, "Ah, the twisty is me." Halos and rainbows loomed in her memory, ominous as they had never been before. Agnes dropped to one knee before the boy and held him gently by the shoulders. "Let me look."
He squinted at her. "Peepers open wide, kiddo." He opened them. Sapphires and emeralds, dazzling gems set in clearest white, ebony pupils at the center. Beautiful mysteries, these eyes, but no different now than they had ever been, as far as she could tell. She might have attributed his problem to eye strain from all the reading he'd done during the past few days. She might have put drops in his eyes, told him to leave the books alone for a while, and sent him into the backyard to play. She might have counseled herself not to be one of those alarmist mothers who detected pneumonia in every sniffle, a brain tumor behind every headache. Instead, trying not to let Barty see the depth of her concern, she told him to get his jacket from the front closet, and she got hers, and leaving the buttermilk raisin pies unfinished, she drove him to the doctor's office, because he was her reason to breathe, the engine of her heart, her hope and joy, her everlasting bond to her lost husband. Dr. Joshua Nunn was only 48, but he had appeared grandfatherly since Agnes had first gone to him as a patient after the death of her father more than 10 years ago. His hair turned pure white before he was 30. Every day off, he either worked assiduously on his 20-foot sport fisher, Hippocratic boat, which he scraped and painted and polished and repaired with his own hands, or puttered around Bright Bay in it, fishing as though the fate of his soul depended on the size of his catch. Consequently, he spent so much time in the salt air and sun that his perpetually tanned face was well wizened at the corners of his eyes, and as appealingly creased as that of the best of grandfathers. Joshua applied the same diligence to the preservation of a round belly and a second chin that he brought to the maintenance of his boat, and considering his wire-rimmed eyeglasses and bow tie and suspenders and the elbow patches on his jacket, he seemed to have intentionally sculpted his physical appearance to put his patients at ease, as surely as he had selected his wardrobe for the same purpose. Always he was good with Barty, and on this occasion he teased more than the usual number of smiles and giggles from the boy as he tried to get him to read the Snellen chart on the wall. Then he lowered the lights in the examination room to study his eyes with an ophthalmometer and an ophthalmoscope. From the chair in the corner where Agnes sat, it seemed that Joshua took an inordinately long time on what was usually a quick examination. Worry so weighed on her that the physician's customary thoroughness seemed this time to be filled with dire meaning. Finished, Joshua excused himself and went down the hall to his office. He was gone perhaps 5 minutes, and when he returned he sent Barty off to the waiting room, where the receptionist kept a jar of lemon and orange-flavored hard candies. "A few of them have your name on them, Bartholomew." The subtle distortions in his vision, which caused lines of type to twist, didn't appear to trouble Barty much otherwise. He moved as quickly and as surely as ever with his special grace. Alone with Agnes, the physician said, "I want you to take Barty to a specialist in Newport Beach, Franklin Chan. He's a wonderful ophthalmologist and ophthalmological surgeon, and right now we don't have anyone like that here in town." Her hands were locked together in her lap, gripped so tightly for so long that the muscles in her forearms ached. "What's wrong?" "I'm not an eye specialist, Agnes, but you have some suspicion. I don't want to worry you unnecessarily if—" "Please prepare me." He nodded. "Sit up here." He patted the examination table. She sat on the end of the table where Barty had sat, now at eye level with the standing physician. Before Agnes's fingers could braid again, Joshua held out his darkly tanned, work-scarred hands. Gratefully she held fast to him. He said, "There's a whiteness in Barty's right pupil, which I think indicates a growth. The distortions in his vision are still there, though somewhat different, when he closes his right eye. So that indicates a problem in the left as well, even though I'm not able to see anything there. Dr. Chan has a full schedule tomorrow, but as a favor to me, he's going to see you before his usual office hours, first thing in the morning. He'll have to start out early." Newport Beach was almost an hour's drive north along the coast. "And," Joshua continued, "you better prepare for a long day. I'm pretty sure Dr. Chan will want to consult with an oncologist." Cancer? She whispered, and superstitiously reproached herself for speaking the word aloud, as though thereby she'd given power to the malignancy and ensured its existence. We don't know that yet, Joshua said. But she knew. Barty, buoyant as ever, seemed not to be much worried about the problem with his vision. He appeared to expect that it would pass like any sneezing fit or cold. All he cared about was Red Planet and what might happen after page 103. He had carried the book with him to the doctor's office, and on the way home in the car he repeatedly opened it, squinting at the lines of type, trying to read around or through the twisty spots. Jim and Frank and Willis, they're in deep trouble. Agnes prepared a dinner to indulge him, hot dogs with cheese, potato chips, root beer instead of milk. She was not going to be as forthright with Barty as she had insisted that Joshua none be with her, in part because she was too shaken to risk forthrightness. Indeed, she found it difficult to talk with her son in their usual easy way. She heard a stiffness in her voice that she knew would sooner or later be apparent to him. She worried that her anxiety would prove contagious, that when her fear infected her boy, he would be less able to fight whatever hateful thing had taken seed in his right eye. Robert Heinlein saved her. Over hot dogs and chips, she read to Barty from Red Planet, beginning at the top of page 104. He had previously shared enough of the story with Agnes so that she felt connected to the narrative, and soon she was sufficiently involved with the tale that she was better able to conceal her anguish. To his room, then, where they sat side by side in bed, a plate of chocolate chip cookies between them. Through the evening, they stepped off this earth and out of all its troubles into a world of adventure, where friendship and loyalty and courage and honor could deal with any malignancy. After Agnes read the final words on the final page, Barty was drunk on speculation, chattering about what might have happened next to these characters that had become his friends. He talked non-stop while changing into his pajamas, while peeing, while brushing his teeth, and Agnes wondered how she would wind him down to sleep. He wound himself down, of course. Sooner than she expected, he was snoring. One of the hardest things that she had ever done was to leave him then, alone in his room, with the hateful something still quietly growing in his eye. She wanted to move the armchair close to his bed and watch over him throughout the night. If he woke, however, and saw her sitting vigil, Barty would understand how terrible his condition might be. And so Agnes went alone to her bedroom, and there, as on so many nights, sought the solace of the rock who was also her lamp, of the lamp who was also her high fortress, of the fortress who was also her shepherd. She asked for mercy, and if mercy was not to be granted, she asked for the wisdom to understand the purpose of her sweet boy's suffering. Chapter 59. Early Christmas Eve, gallery brochure in hand, Junior returned to his apartment, puzzling over mysteries that had nothing to do with guiding stars and virgin births. Beyond the windows, the winter night sifted sootily down through the twinkling city, as he sat in his living room with a glass of dry sack in one hand and the picture of Celestina White in the other. He knew for a fact that Seraphim had died in childbirth. He had seen the gathering of Negroes at her funeral in the cemetery the day of Naomi's burial. He had heard Max Bellini's message on the maniac cop's answerphone. Anyway, if Seraphim were still alive, she would be only 19 now, too young to have graduated from Academy of Art College. The striking resemblance between this artist and Seraphim, as well as the facts in the biographical sketch under the photo, argued that the two were sisters. This baffled Junior. To the best of his recollection, during the weeks that Seraphim had come to him for physical therapy, she had never mentioned an older sister, or any sister at all. In fact, though he strained hard to recall their conversations, he could dredge up nothing that Seraphim had said during therapy, as if he'd been stone deaf in those days. The only things he retained were sensual impressions, the beauty of her face, the texture of her skin,
the firmness of her flesh under his ministering hands. Again he cast his line of memory into murky waters nearly 4 years in the past, to the night of passion that he had shared with Seraphim in the parsonage. As before, he could recall nothing she'd said, only the exquisite look of her, the nubile perfection of her body. In the minister's house, Junior had seen no indications of a sister, no family photos, no high school graduation portrait proudly framed. Of course, he had not been interested in their family, for he had been all consumed by Seraphim. Besides, being a future-focused guy who believed that the past was a burden best shed, he never made an effort to nurture memories. Sentimental wallowing in nostalgia had none of the appeal for him that it had for most people. This dry-sack-assisted effort at recollection, however, brought back to him one thing in addition to all the sweet, lubricious images of Seraphim naked: the voice of her father on the tape recorder, the Reverend droning on and on as Junior pinned the devout daughter to the mattress. As kinky and thrilling as it had been to make love to the girl while playing the recorded rough draft of a new sermon that she had been transcribing for her father, Junior could now recall nothing of what the Reverend had said, only the tone and the timbre of his voice. Whether instinct, nervous irritation, or merely the sherry should be blamed, he was troubled by the thought that there was something significant about the content of that tape. He turned the brochure in his hands to look at the front of it again. Gradually he began to suspect that the title of the exhibition might be what had brought to mind the Reverend's unremembered sermon. This momentous day. Junior spoke the 3 words aloud and felt a strange resonance between them and his dim memories of Reverend White's voice on that long-ago night. Yet the link, if any actually existed, remained elusive. Reproduced in the 3-fold brochure were samples of Celestina White's paintings, which Junior found naive, dull, and insipid in the extreme. She imbued her work with all the qualities that real artists disdained: realistic detail, storytelling, beauty, optimism, and even charm. This wasn't art. This was pandering, mere illustration, more suitable for painting on velvet than on canvas. Studying the brochure, Junior felt that the best response to this artist's work was to go directly into the bathroom, stick one finger down his throat, and purge himself. Considering his medical history, however, he couldn't afford to be such an expressive critic. When he returned to the kitchen to add ice and sherry to his glass, he looked up White Celestina in the San Francisco phone directory. Her number was listed. Her address was not. He considered calling her, but he didn't know what he would say if she answered. Although he didn't believe in destiny, in fate, in anything more than himself and his own ability to shape his future, Junior couldn't deny how extraordinary it was that this woman should cross his path at this precise moment in his life, when he was frustrated to the point of cerebral hemorrhage by his inability to find Bartholomew, confused and nervous about the phantom singer and other apparently supernatural events in his life, and generally in a funk unlike any he had ever known before. Here was a link to Seraphim, and through Seraphim, to Bartholomew. Adoption records would have been kept as secret from Celestina as from everyone else, but perhaps she knew something about the fate of her sister's bastard son that Junior didn't know, a small detail that would seem insignificant to her, but that might put him on the right trail at last. He must be careful in his approach to her. He dared not rush into this. Think it through, devise a strategy. This valuable opportunity must not be wasted. With his refreshed drink, studying Celestina's photograph in the brochure, Junior returned to the living room. She was as stunning as her sister, but unlike her poor sister, she wasn't dead, and was, therefore, an appealing prospect for romance. From her he must learn whatever she knew that might help him in the Bartholomew hunt, without alerting her to his motive. At the same time, there was no reason that they couldn't have a fling, a love affair.
even a serious future together. How ironic it would be if Celestina, the aunt of Seraphim's bastard boy, proved to be the heartmate for whom Junior had been longing through the past few years of unsatisfying relationships and casual sex. This seemed unlikely, considering the jejune quality of her paintings, but perhaps he could help her to grow and to evolve as an artist. He was an open-minded man, without prejudices, so anything could happen after the child was found and killed. The sensual memories of his torrid evening with Seraphim had left Junior aroused. Unfortunately, the only female nearby was Industrial Woman, and he wasn't that desperate. He'd been invited to a Christmas Eve celebration with a satanic theme, but he hadn't intended to go. The party was not being thrown by real Satanists, which might have been interesting, but by a group of young artists, all non-believers who shared a wry sense of humor. Junior decided to attend the festivities after all, motivated by the prospect of connecting with a woman more pliant than the Bavo Porphyrion sculpture. Almost as an afterthought, as he was leaving, he tucked the brochure for this momentous day into a jacket pocket. There would be amusement value in hearing a group of cutting-edge young artists analyze Celestina's greeting card images. Besides, as the Academy of Art College was the premier school of its type on the West Coast, a few of the partygoers might actually know her and be able to give him some valuable background. The party raged in a cavernous loft on the third and top floor of a converted industrial building, the communal residence and studio of a group of artists who believed that art, sex, and politics were the three hammers of violent revolution, or something like that. A nuclear-powered sound system blasted out The Doors, Jefferson Airplane, The Mamas and the Papas, Strawberry Alarm Clock, Country Joe and the Fish, The Lovin' Spoonful, Donovan, unfortunately, the Rolling Stones, annoyingly, and the Beatles, infuriatingly. Megatons of music crashed off the brick walls, made the many-paned metal-framed windows reverberate like the drumheads in a hard-marching military band, and created simultaneously an exhilarating sense of possibility and a sense of doom, the feeling that Armageddon was coming soon, but that it was going to be fun. Both the red and the white wines were too cheap for Junior's taste, so he drank Dos Equis beer and got two kinds of high by inhaling enough second-hand pot smoke to cure the state of Virginia's entire annual production of hams. Among the 200 or 300 partiers, some were tripping on acid, some were wired on speed, some exhibited the particular excitability and talkativeness typical of cokeheads, but Junior succumbed to none of these temptations. Self-improvement and self-control mattered to him. He didn't approve of this degree of self-indulgence. Besides, he'd noticed a tendency among dopers to get maudlin, whereupon they sank into a confessional mood, seeking peace through rambling self-analysis and self-revelation. Junior was too private a person to behave in such a fashion. Furthermore, if drugs ever put him in a confessional mood, the consequence might be electrocution or poison gas or lethal injection, depending on the jurisdiction and the year in which he fell into an unbosoming frame of mind. Speaking of bosoms, everywhere in the loft were braless girls in sweaters and miniskirts, braless girls in T-shirts and miniskirts, braless girls in silk-lined rawhide vests and jeans, braless girls in tie-dyed sash tops with bared midriffs and calypso pants. Lots of guys moved through the crowd, too, but Junior barely noticed them. The sole male guest in whom he took an interest, a big interest, was Sklent, the one-name painter whose 3 canvases were the only art on the walls of Junior's apartment. The artist, 6'4" and 250 pounds, looked markedly more dangerous in person than in his scary publicity photo. Still in his 20s, he had white hair that fell limp and straight to his shoulders, dead white skin. His deep-set eyes, as silver-gray as rain with an albino pink undertone, had a predatory glint as chilling as that in the eyes of a panther. Terrible scars slashed his face, and red hash marks covered his big hands, as though he'd frequently defended himself bare-handed against men armed with swords. At the farthest end of the loft from the stereo speakers, voices nevertheless had to be raised in even the most intimate exchanges. The artist who had created In the Baby's Brain Lies the Parasite of Doom version 6, however, possessed a voice as deep, sharp-edged, and penetrating as his talent. Sklent proved to be angry, suspicious, volatile, but also a man of tremendous intellectual power. A profound and dazzling conversationalist, he rattled off breathtaking insights into the human condition, astonishing yet unarguable opinions about art, and revolutionary philosophical concepts. Later, except in the matter of ghosts, Junior would not be able to remember a single word of what Sklent had said, only that it had all been brilliant and really cool. Ghosts. Sklent was an atheist, and yet he believed in spirits. Here's how that works. Heaven, hell, and God do not exist, but human beings are as much energy as flesh, and when the flesh gives out, the energy goes on. We're the most stubborn, selfish, greedy, grubbing, vicious, psychotic, evil species in the universe, Sklent explained. And some of us just refuse to die. We're too hard-ass to die. The spirit is a prickly burr of energy that sometimes clings to places and people that were once important to us, so then you get haunted houses, poor bastards still tormented by their dead wives and crap like that. And sometimes the burr attaches itself to the embryo in some slut who's just been knocked up, so you get reincarnation. You don't need a god for all this. It's just the way things are. Life and the afterlife are the same place, right here, right now. And we're all just a bunch of filthy, scabby monkeys, tumbling through an endless damn series of barrels. For 2 years since finding the quarter in his cheeseburger, Junior had been searching for a metaphysics that he could embrace, that squared with all the truths that he had learned from Zed, and that didn't require him to acknowledge any power higher than himself. Here it was. Unexpected. Complete. He didn't fully understand the bit about monkeys and barrels, but he got the rest of it, and peace of a sort descended upon him. Junior would have liked to pursue spiritual matters with Sklent, but numerous other partiers wanted their time with the great man. In parting, sure that he would give the artist a laugh, Junior withdrew the brochure for This Momentous Day from his jacket, and coyly asked for an opinion of Celestina White's paintings. Based on the evidence, perhaps Sklent never laughed, regardless of how clever the joke. He scowled fiercely at the paintings in the brochure, returned it to Junior, and snarled, "Shoot the bitch." Assuming this criticism was amusing hyperbole, Junior laughed. But Sklent squinted those virtually colorless eyes, and Junior's laugh withered in his throat. "Well, maybe that's how it'll work out," he said, wanting to be on Sklent's good side. But he was at once sorry he'd spoken those words in front of witnesses. Using the brochure as an icebreaker, Junior circulated through the throng, seeking anyone who'd attended the Academy of Art College and might have met Celestina White. The critiques of her paintings were uniformly negative, frequently hilarious, but never as succinct and violent as Sklent's. Eventually, a braless blonde in shiny white plastic boots, a white miniskirt, and a hot pink T-shirt featuring the silk-screened face of Albert Einstein said, "Sure, I know her. Had some classes with her. She's nice enough, but she's kind of nerdy, especially for an Afro-American. I mean, they're never nerdy, am I right?" "You're right, except maybe for buckwheat." "Who?" she shouted, though they were perched side by side on a black leather love seat. Junior raised his voice even further. "In those old movies? The Little Rascals? Me, I don't like anything old. This white chick's got a real weird thing for old people, old buildings, old stuff in general. Like, she doesn't realize she's young. You want to grab her, shake her, and say, 'Hey, let's move on,' you know? The past is past." "It's what?" she shouted. "Past. So true. But my late wife used to like those Little Rascals movies. "You're married?" "She died." "So young?" "Cancer," he said, because that was more tragic and far less suspicious than a fall from a fire tower. In commiseration, she put a hand on his thigh. "It's been a tough few years," he said, "losing her, and then getting out of Nam alive." The blonde's eyes widened. "You were over there?" He found it difficult to make a painful personal revelation sound sincere when delivered in a shout, but he managed well enough to bring a shine of tears to her eyes. "Part of my left foot was shot off in this up-country sweep we did." "Oh, bummer. That sucks. Man, I hate this war." The blonde was coming on to him, just as a score of other women had done since his arrival, so Junior tried to balance seduction with information-gathering. Putting his hand over the hand with which she was gently massaging his thigh, he said, "I knew her brother in Nam. Then I got wounded, shipped out, lost touch. Like to find him." Bewildered, the blonde said, "Whose brother?" "Celestina White's." "She have a brother?" "Great guy. Do you have an address for her? A way maybe I could get in touch about her brother?" "I didn't know her well. She didn't hang out or party much, especially after the baby." "So she's married," Junior said, figuring that maybe Celestina wasn't his heartmate after all. "Could be. I haven't seen her in a while." "No, I mean, you said baby." "Oh, no, her sister. But then the sister died." "Yeah, I know, but so Celestina took it." "It? The kid thing, the baby." Junior forgot all about seduction. "And she adopted her sister's baby? Weird, huh?" "Little boy named Bartholomew?" he asked. "I never saw it." "But his name was Bartholomew. For all I know, it was Pissant." "What?" "I'm saying for all I know." She took her hand off his thigh. "What's all this about Celestina, anyway?" "Excuse me," Junior said. He left the party and stood in the street for a while, taking slow, deep breaths, letting the brisk night air clean the pot smoke out of his lungs. Slow, deep breaths. Suddenly sober in spite of the beer he'd drunk. Slow, deep breaths, as chilled as a slab of beef in a meat locker, but not because of the cold night. He was astonished that adoption records would be sealed and so closely guarded when a child was being placed with a member of its immediate family, with its mother's sister. Only two explanations occurred to him. First, bureaucracies slavishly follow the rules even when the rules make no sense. Second, the ugliest private detective in the world, Nolly Wolfstan, was an incompetent dunce. Junior didn't care which explanation was correct. Only one thing mattered. The Bartholomew hunt was at last nearing an end. On Wednesday, December 27, Junior met Google, the document forger, in a theater during a matinee of Bonnie and Clyde. As instructed earlier by phone, Junior purchased a large box of Raisinets and a box of Milk Duds at the refreshment stand, and then he sat in one of the last 3 rows in the center section, eating the Milk Duds, grimacing at the sticky noises his shoes made when he moved them on the tacky floor, and waiting for Google to find him. Packed full of aftermath, the movie was too violent for Junior's taste. He had wanted to meet at a showing of Dr. Dolittle or The Graduate. But Google, as paranoid as a lab rat after half a lifetime of electroshock experiments, insisted on choosing the theater. Although he related well to the theme of moral relativism and personal autonomy in a value-neutral world, Junior grew apprehensive about each impending scene of violence and closed his eyes against the prospect of blood. He resented having to endure 90 minutes of the film before Google finally settled into the seat beside him. The forger's crossed eyes glowed with reflected light from the screen. He licked his rubbery lips, and his prominent Adam's apple bobbled. "Like to drain my pipes in that Faye Dunaway, huh?" Junior regarded him with undisguised repulsion.
Google didn't realize that he was an object of disgust. He wiggled his eyebrows in what he evidently assumed to be an expression of male camaraderie, and he nudged Junior with one elbow. Only a few theater-goers attended the matinee. No one sat near, so Google and Junior openly swapped packages. A 5x6 manila envelope to Google, a 9x12 to Junior. The papermaker withdrew a thick wad of $100 bills from his envelope and, squinting, inspected the currency in the flickering light. "I'm leaving now, but you wait until the movie's over." "Why don't I go and you wait?" "'Cause if you try that, I'll ram a shiv through your eye." "It was just a question," said Junior. "And listen, if you leave too soon behind me, I've got a guy watching, and he'll put a hollow .38 in your ass." "It's just that I hate this movie." "You're nuts. It's classic." "Hey, you eat those Raisinets?" "Told you on the phone I don't like 'em." "Gimme." Junior gave the Raisinets to him, and Google left the theater with his candy and his cash. The slow-motion death ballet in which Bonnie and Clyde were riddled with bullets was the worst moment Junior had ever heard in a film. He didn't see more than a brief glimpse of it, because he sat with his eyes squeezed shut. 9 days previously, at Google's instructions, Junior had rented boxes at 2 mail-receiving services, using the name John Pinchbeck at one, Richard Gamminer at the other, and then he had supplied those addresses to the papermaker. These were the 2 identities for which Google ultimately provided elaborate and convincing documentation. On Thursday, December 28, employing forged driver's licenses and Social Security cards as identification, Junior opened small savings accounts and also rented safe deposit boxes for Pinchbeck and Gamminer at different banks with which he'd never previously done business, using the mailing addresses that he'd established earlier. In each savings account, he deposited $500 in cash. He tucked $20,000 in crisp new bills into each safe deposit box. For Gamminer, exactly as for Pinchbeck, Google had provided a driver's license that was actually registered with the California Department of Motor Vehicles, and that would, therefore, stand up to any cop's inspection, a legitimate Social Security card, a birth certificate actually on file with the cited courthouse, and an authentic, valid passport. Junior kept both forged driver's licenses in his wallet, in addition to the one that featured his real name. He stowed everything else in Pinchbeck's and Gamminer's safe deposit boxes, along with the emergency cash. He also concluded arrangements to open an account for Gamminer in a Grand Cayman Island bank and one for Pinchbeck in Switzerland. That evening he was filled with a greater sense of adventure than he'd felt since arriving in the city from Oregon. Consequently, he treated himself to 3 glasses of superb Bordeaux and a filet mignon in the same elegant hotel lounge where he had dined on his first night in San Francisco almost 3 years earlier. The glittering room appeared unchanged. Even the piano player seemed to be the man who'd been at the keyboard back then, though his yellow rose boutonniere and probably his tuxedo as well were new. A few attractive women were here alone, proof that social mores had changed dramatically in 3 years. Junior was aware of their hot gazes, their need, and he knew that he could have any of them. The stress that he currently felt wasn't the same that he so often relieved with women. This was an energizing tension, a not unpleasant tightening of the nerves, a delicious anticipation that he wanted to experience to its fullest, until the gallery reception for Celestina on the evening that her show opened January 12. This tension could not be released by intercourse, but only by the killing of Bartholomew. And when that long-sought moment arrived, Junior expected the relief he experienced would far exceed mere orgasm. He had considered tracking down Celestina and the bastard boy prior to her exhibition. The alumni office of her college might be one route to her, and further inquiries in the city's fine arts community would no doubt eventually provide him with her address. Following little Bartholomew's murder, however, people might remember the man who had been asking after the mother, Celestina.
Junior wasn't just any man, either. Irresistibly handsome, he left an indelible impression on people, especially on women. Inevitably, the cops would be knocking on his door sooner or later. Of course, he had the pinchbeck and Gammoner identities waiting, to escape hatches, but he didn't want to use them. He liked his life on Russian Hill, and he was loath to leave it. Since he knew where Celestina would be on January 12, there was no point in taking risks to find her sooner. He had plenty of time to prepare for their encounter, time to savor the sweet anticipation. Junior was paying his dinner check and calculating the tip when the pianist launched into "Someone to Watch Over Me." Although he'd expected it all evening, he twitched when he recognized the tune. As he'd proved to himself on his previous 2 visits, his first night in town and then 2 nights thereafter, this number was merely part of the pianist's repertoire. Nothing supernatural here. Nevertheless, when he signed the credit card form, his signature looked shaky. Junior hadn't suffered a paranormal experience since the early morning hours of October 18, when he'd drifted up from a vile dream of worms and beetles to hear the ghostly singer's faint a cappella serenade. Shouting at her to shut up, he had awakened neighbors. Now the hateful music unnerved him. He became convinced that if he went home alone, the phantom chanteuse, whether Victoria Bressler's vengeful ghost or something else, would croon to him once more. He wanted company and distraction after all. An exceptionally attractive woman, alone at the bar, stirred his desire. Glossy black hair, the tresses of night itself, shorn from the sky. Olive complexion, no less smooth than the skin of a Kalamata. Eyes as lustrous as pools, shimmering with the reflection of eternity and stars. Wow, she inspired the poet in him. Her elegance was appealing. A pink Chanel suit with knee-length skirt, a strand of pearls. Her figure was spectacular, but she didn't flaunt it. She was even wearing a bra. In this age of bold, erotic fashion, her more demure style was enormously seductive. Settling onto the empty stool beside this beauty, Junior offered to buy her a drink, and she accepted. Renee Vivi spoke with a silken southern accent, vivacious without being cloyingly coquettish, well-educated and well-read, but never pretentious, direct in her conversation without seeming either bold or opinionated. She was charming company. She appeared to be in her early 30s, perhaps 6 years older than Junior, but he didn't hold that against her. He wasn't any more prejudiced against older people than he was against people of other races and ethnic origins. Whether making love or killing, he was never guided by bigotry. A private little joke with himself, but true. He wondered what it would be like to make love to Renee and kill her. Only once had he killed without good reason, and that had been one of the infuriating Bartholomews, Prosser in Terra Linda, a man. On that occasion no erotic element had been involved. This would be a first. Junior Kane definitely was not a crazed sex killer, not driven to homicide by weird lusts beyond his control. A single night of sex and death, an indulgence never to be repeated, wouldn't require serious self-examination or a reconsideration of his self-image. Twice would indicate a dangerous mania. 3 times would be indefensible. But once was healthy experimentation, a learning experience. Any true adventurer would understand. When Renee, sweetly oblivious of her looming doom, claimed to have inherited a sizable industrial valve fortune, Junior thought she might be inventing the wealth, or at least exaggerating, to make herself more desirable. But when he accompanied her back to her place, he discovered a level of luxury that proved she wasn't a shop girl with fantasies. Escorting her home didn't require either a car or a long walk, because she lived upstairs in the hotel where he'd had dinner. The top 3 floors of the building featured enormous owner-occupied apartments. Stepping into her digs was like passing through a time machine into another century, traveling in space as well to the Europe of Louis XIV.
The expansive, high-ceilinged rooms overwhelmed the eye with the rich, somber colors and the heavy forms of Baroque art and furniture. Shells, acanthus leaves, volutes, garlands, and scrolls, often gilded, decorated the museum-quality antique Bombay chests, chairs, tables, massive mirrors, cabinets, and étagères. Junior realized that killing Renee this very night would be an unthinkable waste. Instead, he could marry her first, enjoy her for a while, and eventually arrange an accident or suicide that left him with all, or at least a significant portion of, her assets. This wasn't thrill-killing, which, now that he'd had time to think about it, he realized was beneath him, even if in the service of personal growth. This would be murder for good, justifiable cause. During the past few years, he had discovered that a lousy few million could buy even more freedom than he had thought when he'd shoved Naomi off the fire tower. Great wealth, 50 or 100 million, would purchase not only greater freedom and not just the ability to pursue even more ambitious self-improvement, but also power. The prospect of power intrigued Junior. He hadn't the slightest doubt that eventually he could romance Renee into marriage, regardless of her wealth and sophistication. He could shape women to his desire as easily as Sklent could paint his brilliant visions on canvas, easier than Roth Griskin could cast bronze into disturbing works of art. Besides, even before he had fully turned on his charm, before he had shown her that a ride on the Junior Kane love machine would make other men seem forever inadequate, Renee was so hot for him that it might have been wise to open a bottle of champagne to douse her when spontaneous combustion destroyed her Chanel suit. In the living room, the central and largest window framed a magnificent view, and swagged silk brocatelle draperies framed the window. An oversized, hand-painted and heavily gilded chaise longue, upholstered in an exquisite tapestry, stood against this backdrop of city and silk, and Renee pulled Junior down upon the chaise, desperate to be ravished there. Her mouth was as greedy as it was ripe, and her pliant body radiated volcanic heat, and as Junior slipped his hands under her skirt, his mind teemed with thoughts of sex and wealth and power, until he discovered that the heiress was an heir, with genitalia better suited to boxer shorts than to silk lingerie. He exploded off Renee with the velocity of high-powered rifle fire. Stunned, disgusted, humiliated, he backed away from the chaise longue, spluttering, wiping at his mouth, cursing. Incredibly, Renee came after him, slinky and seductive, trying to calm him and lure him back into an embrace. Junior wanted to kill her, kill him, whatever. But he sensed that Renee knew more than a little about dirty fighting, and that the outcome of a violent confrontation would not be easy to predict. When Renee realized that this rejection was complete and final, he, whatever, was transformed from well-sugared southern lady to bitter, venomous reptile. Eyes glittering with fury, lips twisted and skinned back from her teeth, she called him all kinds of bastard, stringing epithets together so effortlessly and colorfully that she enhanced his vocabulary more than had all the home study courses that he'd ever taken combined.
And face it, pretty boy, you knew what I was from the moment you offered to buy me a drink. You knew. And you wanted it, wanted me. And then, when we got right down to the nasty, you lost your nerve. Lost your nerve, pretty boy, but not your need. Backing off, trying to feel his way to the foyer and front door, afraid that if he stumbled over a chair, she'd descend upon him like a screaming hawk upon a mouse, Junior denied her accusation. "You're crazy. How could I know? Look at you. How could I possibly know? I've got an obvious Adam's apple, don't I?" she shrieked. Yes, she did. She had one, but not much of one. And compared to the Macintosh in Google's throat, this was just a bitty crab-apple, easy to overlook, not excessive for a woman. "And what about my hands, pretty boy, my hands?" she snarled. Hers were the most feminine hands he'd ever seen, slender, soft, prettier than Naomi's. He had no idea what she was talking about. Risking all, he turned his back on her and fled,
and in spite of his expectations to the contrary, she allowed him to escape. Later, at home, he gargled until he had drained half a bottle of mint-flavored mouthwash, took the longest shower of his life, and then used the other half of the mouthwash. He threw away his necktie, because in the elevator on the way down from Renee's penthouse, and again on the walk back to his apartment, he had scrubbed his tongue with it. On further consideration, he threw away everything that he had been wearing, including his shoes. He swore that he would throw away all memory of this incident as well. In Cesar Zed's best-selling How to Deny the Power of the Past, the author offers a series of techniques for expunging forever all recollection of those events that cause us psychological damage, pain, or even merely embarrassment. Junior went to bed with his precious copy of this book, and a snifter of cognac filled almost to the brim. There was a valuable lesson to be learned from the encounter with Renee Vivi. Many things in this life are not what they first appear to be. To Junior, however, the lesson was not worth learning if he had to live with the vivid memory of his humiliation. By the grace of Cesar Zed and Remy Martin, Junior eventually slipped into undulant currents of sleep, and as he drifted away on those velvet tides, he took some solace from the thought that, come what may, December 29 would be a better day than December 28. He was wrong about this. On the final Friday of every month, in sunshine and in rain, Junior routinely took a walking tour of the 6 galleries that were his very favorites, browsing leisurely in each and chatting up the galleries, with a 1 o'clock break for lunch at the St. Francis Hotel. This was a tradition with him, and invariably at the end of each such day he felt wonderfully cozy. Friday, December 29, was a grand day, cool but not cold, high scattered clouds ornamenting a Wedgwood blue sky. The streets were agreeably abustle, but not swarming like the corridors of a hive, as sometimes they could be. San Franciscans, reliably a pleasant lot, were still in a holiday mood, and therefore even quicker to smile and more courteous than usual. Following a splendid lunch, having just left the 4th gallery on his list and strolling toward the 5th, Junior didn't at once see the source of the quarters. Indeed, when the first 3 rapid-fire coins hit the side of his face, he didn't even know what they were. Startled, he flinched and looked down as he heard them ring off the sidewalk. Snap, snap, snap. 3 more quarters ricocheted off the left side of his face, temple, cheek, jaw. As the unwanted change pinged against the concrete at his feet, Junior, snap, snap, saw the source of the next 2 rounds. They spat out of the vertical pay slot on a newspaper vending machine. One hit his nose, and the other rang off his teeth. The machine, one in a bank of 4, wasn't filled with ordinary newspapers which cost only a dime, but with a raunchy tabloid aimed at heterosexual swingers. The slamming of Junior's heart sounded as loud to him as mortar rounds. He stepped back and sideways out of the vending machine's line of fire. As though one of the quarters had dropped into his ear and triggered a golden oldie in the jukebox of his mind, Junior heard Vanadium's voice in the hospital room in Spruce Hills on the night of the day when Naomi died. "And you cut Naomi's string, you put an end to the effects that her music would have on the lives of others and on the shape of the future." Another machine beside the first, stocked with copies of a sexually explicit publication for gays, fired a quarter that hit Junior's forehead. The next snapped against the bridge of his nose. "You struck a discord that can be heard, however faintly, all the way to the farthest end of the universe." Had Junior been chest-deep in wet concrete, he would have been more mobile than he was now. He had no feeling in his legs. Unable to run, he raised his arms defensively, crossing them in front of his face, though the impact of the coins wasn't painful. Volleys flicked off his fingers, palms, and wrists. "That discord sets up lots of other vibrations, some of which will return to you in ways you might expect." The vending machines were designed to accept quarters, not to eject them. They didn't make change. Mechanically, this barrage wasn't possible. "And some in ways you could never see coming,"
2 teenage boys and 1 elderly woman scrambled across the sidewalk, grabbing at the ringing rain of quarters. They caught some, but others bounced and twirled through their grasping fingers, rolling, spinning away into the gutter. Of the things you couldn't have seen coming, I'm the worst. In addition to these scavengers, another presence was here, unseen but not unfelt. The chill of this invisible entity pierced Junior to the marrow. The stubborn, vicious, psychotic, prickly burr spirit of Thomas Vanadium, maniac cop, not satisfied to haunt the house in which he died, not ready yet to seek reincarnation, but instead pursuing his beleaguered suspect even after death, capering, to paraphrase Sklent, like an invisible, filthy, scabby monkey here on this city's street in bright daylight. Of the things you couldn't have seen coming, I'm the worst. One of the coin-seekers knocked against Junior, jarring him loose of his paralysis. But when he stumbled out of the line of fire of the second vending machine, a third machine shot quarters at him. Of the things you couldn't have seen coming, I'm the worst. I'm the worst. I'm the worst. Mocked by the silvery ping-ting jingle of the maniac detective emptying his ghostly pockets, Junior ran. Chapter 60. Kathleen in the candlelight, her ginger eyes aglimmer with images of the amber flame. Icy martinis, extra olives in a shallow white dish. Beyond the tableside window, the legendary bay glimmered too, darker and colder than Kathleen's eyes, and not a fraction as deep. Nolly, telling the story of his day's work, paused as the waiter delivered 2 orders of the crab cake appetizer with mustard sauce. "Nolly, Mrs. Wolfstan, enjoy." For the first few bites of crab in a light cornmeal crust, Nolly suspended their conversation. Bliss. Kathleen watched him with obvious amusement, aware that he was savoring her suspense as much as he was the appetizer. Piano music drifted into the restaurant from the adjacent bar, so soft and yet sprightly that it made the clink of silverware seem like music, too. At last he said, "And there he is, hands in front of his face, quarters bouncing off him, these kids and this old lady scrambling around him to snare some change." Grinning, Kathleen said, "So the gimmick actually worked?" Nolly nodded. "Jimmy Gadget earned his money this time for sure." The subcontractor who built the quarter-spitting coin boxes was James Hunnicolt, but everyone called him Jimmy Gadget. He specialized in electronic eavesdropping, building cameras and recorders into the most unlikely objects, but he could do just about anything requiring inventive mechanical design and construction. "Couple quarters hit him in the teeth," Nolly said. "I approve of anything that makes business for dentists." "Wish I could describe his face. Frosty the Snowman was never that white. The surveillance van is parked right there, 2 spaces south of the vending machines.
A real ringside view.
So entertaining. I felt I should have paid for those seats. When the third machine starts whizzing coins at him, he bolts like a kid running a graveyard at midnight on a dare." Nolly laughed, remembering.
More fun than divorce work, huh?
"You should have seen this, Kathleen. He's dodging people on the sidewalk, shoving them out of his way when he can't dodge them. 3 long blocks Jimmy and I watched the creep till he turned the corner. 3 long blocks all uphill. And it's a hill that would kill an Olympic athlete, but he doesn't slow down once."
Man had a ghost on his butt.
I think he believed it.
"This is a crazy damn wonderful case," she said, shaking her head.
"Soon as Kane is out of sight, we yank up our tricky vending machines, then haul the real ones out of the van and bolt 'em down again. Slick, fast. People are still picking up quarters when we finish. And get this, they want to know where the camera is."
"You mean—"
"Yeah. They think we're with Candid Camera. So Jimmy points to this United Parcel truck parked across the street and says, 'The cameras are in there.'"
She clapped her hands in delight.
"When we pull away, people are waving across the street at the UPS truck, and the driver, he sees them, and he stands there, kind of confused. And then he waves back."
Nolly adored her laugh,
so musical and girlish. He would have made all sorts of a fool out of himself any time just to hear it. The busboy swept the empty appetizer plates away as the waiter arrived simultaneously with small salads. Fresh martinis followed. "Why do you think he's spending his money for all this tricky stuff?" Kathleen wondered, not for the first time.
"He says he has a moral responsibility."
"Yeah, but I've been thinking about that. If he feels some kind of responsibility, then why did he ever represent Kane in the first place?"
"He's an attorney, and this grieving husband comes to him with a big liability case. There's money to be made."
"Even if he thinks maybe the wife was pushed?"
Nolly shrugged. "He can't know for sure. And anyway, he didn't get the pushed idea until he'd already taken the case."
"Kane got millions. What was Simon's fee?"
20%. $850,000.
Deduct what he paid you, he's still close to 8 big ones ahead."
"Simon's a good man. Now that he pretty much knows Kane pushed the wife, he doesn't feel better about representing him just because the payoff was big. And in the current case, he's not Kane's lawyer. So there's no conflict of interest, no ethics problem. So he's got a chance to set things right a little."
In January 1965, Magazine had sent Kane to Nolly as a client, not sure why the creep needed a private detective. That had turned out to be the business about Seraphim White's baby. Simon's warning to be careful of Enoch Kane had helped to shape Nolly's decision to withhold the information about the child's placement. 10 months later, Simon called again, also regarding Kane. But this time the attorney was the client, and Kane was the target. What Simon wanted Nolly to do was strange, to say the least, and it could be construed as harassment. But none of it was exactly illegal. And for 2 years, beginning with the quarter in the cheeseburger, ending with the coin-spitting machines, all of it had been great fun. "Well," Kathleen said, "even if the money wasn't so nice, I'd be sorry to see this case end."
"Me too. But it's really not over till we meet the man."
2 weeks to go. I'm not going to miss that. I've cleared all appointments off my calendar." Nolly raised his martini glass in a toast.
"To Kathleen Clerkel Wolfstad, dentist and associate detective."
She returned the toast. "To my Nolly, husband and best ever boyfriend." God, he loved her. "Veal fit for kings," said their waiter, delivering the entrees, and one taste confirmed his promise. The glimmering bay and the shimmering amber candlelight provided the perfect atmosphere for the song that arose now from the piano in the bar. Although the piano was at some distance and the restaurant was a little noisy, Kathleen recognized the tune at once. She looked up from her veal, her eyes full of merriment.
"By request," he admitted. "I was hoping you'd sing."
Even in this soft light, Nolly could see that she was blushing like a young girl. She glanced around at the nearby tables.
"Considering that I'm your best ever boyfriend and this is our song."
She raised her eyebrows at "our song."
Nolly said, "We've never really had a song of our own, in spite of all the dancing we do. I think this is a good one. But so far, you've only sung it to another man."
She put down her fork, glanced around the restaurant once more, and leaned across the table. Blushing brighter, she softly sang the opening lines of "Someone to Watch Over Me." An older woman at the next table said, "You've got a very lovely voice, dear." Embarrassed, Kathleen stopped singing. But to the other woman, Nolly said,
"It is a lovely voice, isn't it? Haunting, I think."
Chapter 61. Northbound on the coastal highway, headed for Newport Beach, Agnes saw bad omens mile after mile. The verdant hills to the east lay like slumbering giants under blankets of winter grass, bright in the morning sun. But when the shadows of clouds sailed off the sea and gathered inland, the slopes darkened to a blackish green, as somber as shrouds, and a landscape that had appeared to be sleeping forms now looked dead and cold. Initially, the Pacific could not be seen beyond an opaque lens of fog. Yet later, when the mist retreated, the sea itself became a portent of sightlessness. Spread flat and colorless in the morning light, the glassy water reminded her of the depthless eyes of the blind, of that terrible, sad vacancy where vision is denied. Barty had awakened able to read. On the page, lines of type no longer twisted under his gaze. While always Agnes held fast to hope, she knew that easy hope was usually false hope, and she didn't allow herself to speculate, even briefly, that his problem had resolved itself. Other symptoms, halos and rainbows, had disappeared for a time, only to return. Agnes had read the last half of Red Planet to Barty just the previous night, but he brought the book with him to read it again. Although to her eyes the natural world had an ominous cast this morning, she was also aware of its great beauty. She wanted Barty to store up every magnificent vista, every exquisite detail. Young boys, however, are not moved by scenery, especially not when their hearts are adventuring on Mars. Barty read aloud as Agnes drove, because she'd enjoyed the novel only from page 104. He wanted to share with her the exploits of Jim and Frank and their Martian companion, Willis. Though she worried that reading would strain his eyes, worsening his condition, she recognized the irrationality of her fear. Muscles don't atrophy from use, nor eyes wear out from too much seeing. Through miles of worry, natural beauty, imagined omens, and the iron-red sands of Mars, they drove at last to Franklin Chan's offices in Newport Beach. Short and slender, Dr. Chan was as self-effacing as a Buddhist monk, as confident and as gracious as a Mandarin emperor. His manner was serene, and his effect was tranquility. For half an hour he studied Barty's eyes with various devices and instruments. Thereafter he arranged an immediate appointment with an oncologist, as Joshua Nunn had predicted. When Agnes pressed for a diagnosis, Dr. Chan quietly pleaded the need to gather more information. After Barty had seen the oncologist and had additional tests, he and his mother would return here in the afternoon to receive a diagnosis and counseling in treatment options. Agnes was grateful for the speed with which these arrangements were made, but she was also disturbed. Chan's expeditious management of Barty's case resulted in part from his friendship with Joshua, but an urgency arose as well during his examination of the boy, from a suspicion that he remained reluctant to put into words. Dr. Morley Scher, the oncologist, who had offices in a building near Hoag Hospital, proved to be tall and portly, although otherwise much like Franklin Chan, kind, calm, and confident. Yet Agnes feared him, for reasons similar to those that might cause a superstitious primitive to tremble in the presence of a witch doctor. Although he was a healer, his dark knowledge of the mysteries of cancer seemed to give him godlike power. His judgment carried the force of fate, and his was the voice of destiny. After examining Barty, Dr. Scher sent them to the hospital for further tests. There they spent the rest of the day, except for an hour break during which they ate lunch in a burger joint. Throughout lunch, and indeed during his hours as an outpatient at the hospital, Barty gave no indication that he understood the gravity of his situation. He remained cheerful, charming the doctors and technicians with his sweet personality and precocious chatter. In the afternoon, Dr. Scher came to the hospital to review test results and to re-examine Barty. When the early winter twilight gave way to night, he sent them back to Dr. Chan, and Agnes didn't press Scher for an opinion. All day she'd been impatient for a diagnosis, but suddenly she was loath to have the facts put before her. On the short return trip to the ophthalmologist, Agnes crazily considered driving past Chan's office building, cruising onward, ever onward, into the sparkling December night, not just back to Bright Beach, where the bad news would simply come by phone, but to places so far away that the diagnosis could never catch up to them, where the disease would remain unnamed, and therefore would have no power over Barty.
Mommy, did you know every day on Mars is 37 minutes and 27 seconds longer than ours? Funny, but none of my Martian friends ever mentioned it. Guess how many days in a Martian year? Well, it's farther from the sun, 140 million miles. So, 400 days? Lots more. 687. I'd like to live on Mars. Wouldn't you? Well, longer to wait between Christmases, she said, and between birthdays. I'd save a bunch of money on gifts. You'd never cheat me. I know you. We'd have Christmas twice a year and parties for half-birthdays. You think I'm a pushover, huh? Nope. But you're a real good mom. As if he sensed her reluctance to return to Dr. Chan, Barty had kept her occupied with talk of the Red Planet as they approached the office building, had talked her off the street, along the driveway, and into a parking space, where finally she relinquished the fantasy of an endless road trip. At 5:45, long past the end of office hours, Dr. Chan's suite was quiet. The receptionist, Rebecca, had stayed late just to keep company with Barty in the waiting room. As she settled into a chair beside the boy, he asked her if she knew what gravity was on Mars, and when she confessed ignorance, he said, "Only 37% what it is here. You can really jump on Mars." Dr. Chan led Agnes to his private office, where he discreetly closed the door. Her hands shook, her entire body shook, and in her mind was a hard clatter of fear like the wheels of a roller coaster rattling over poorly seamed tracks. When the ophthalmologist saw her misery, his kind face softened further, and his pity became palpable. In that instant, she knew the dreadful shape of the future, if not its fine details. Instead of sitting behind his desk, he settled into the second of two patient chairs beside her. This, too, indicated bad news. "Mrs. Lampion, in a case like this, I've found that the greatest mercy is directness. Your son has retinoblastoma, a malignancy of the retina." Although she had acutely felt the loss of Joey during the past 3 years, she had never missed him as much as she missed him now. Marriage is an expression of love and respect and trust and faith in the future. But the union of husband and wife is also an alliance against the challenges and tragedies of life, a promise that, with me in your corner, you will never stand alone. The danger, Dr. Chan explained, is that the cancer can spread from the eye to the orbit, then along the optic nerve to the brain. Against the sight of Franklin Chan's pity, which implied the hopelessness of Barty's condition, Agnes closed her eyes. But she opened them at once, because this chosen darkness reminded her that unwanted darkness might be Barty's fate. Her shaking threatened her composure. She was Barty's mother and father, his only rock, and she must always be strong for him. She clenched her teeth and tensed her body and gradually quieted the tremors by an act of will. "Retinoblastoma is usually unilateral," Dr. Chan continued, "occurring in one eye. Bartholomew has tumors in both." The fact that Barty saw twisty spots with either eye closed had prepared Agnes for this bleak news. Yet in spite of the defense that foreknowledge provided her, the teeth of sorrow bit deep. "In cases like this, the malignancy is often more advanced in one eye than the other. If the size of the tumor requires it, we remove the eye containing the greatest malignancy, and we treat the remaining eye with radiation." "I have trusted in thy mercy," she thought desperately, reaching for comfort to Psalms 13:5. "Frequently symptoms appear early enough that radiation therapy in one or both eyes has a chance to succeed. Sometimes strabismus, in which one eye diverges from the other, either inward toward the nose or outward toward the temple, can be an early sign, though more often we're alerted when the patient reports problems with vision." twisty spots. Chan nodded. Considering the advanced stage of Bartholomew's malignancies, he should have complained earlier than he did. The symptoms come and go. Today he can read. That's unusual, too, and I wish the etiology of this disease, which is exceedingly well understood, gave us reason to hope based on the transience of the symptoms. But it doesn't. Be merciful unto me according to thy word. Few people will spend the greater part of their youth in school, struggling to obtain the education required for a medical specialty unless they have a passion to heal. Franklin Chan was a healer, whose passion was the preservation of vision, and Agnes could see that his anguish, while a pale reflection of hers, was real and deeply felt. The mass of these malignancies suggest they will soon spread, or have already spread, out of the eye to the orbit. There is no hope that radiation therapy will work in this instance, and no time to risk trying it, even if there were hope. No time at all. No time. Dr. Schur and I agree. To save Bartholomew's life, we must remove both eyes immediately. Here, 4 days past Christmas, after 2 days of torment, Agnes knew the worst, that her treasured son must go eyeless or die, must choose between blindness or cancer of the brain. She had expected horror, although perhaps not a horror quite as stark as this, and she had also expected to be crushed by it, destroyed, because although she was able to survive any misery that might be visited upon her, she didn't think that she possessed the fortitude to endure the suffering of her innocent child. Yet she listened, and she received the terrible burden of the news, and her bones did not at once turn to dust, though unfeeling dust was what she now preferred to be. "Immediately," she said. "What does that mean?" "Tomorrow morning." She looked down at her clutched hands. Made for work, these hands, and always ready to take on any task. Strong, nimble, reliable hands, but useless to her now, unable to perform the one miracle she needed. "Barty's birthday is in 8 days. I was hoping—" Dr. Chan's manner remained professional, providing the strength that Agnes required, but his pain was evident when his gentle voice softened further. "These tumors are so advanced we won't know until surgery if the malignancy has spread. We may already be too late, and if we aren't too late, we'll have only a small window of opportunity. A small window. 8 days would entail too much risk." She nodded, and could not lift her gaze from her hands, could not meet his eyes, afraid that his worry would feed her own, afraid also that the sight of his sympathy would shake loose her perilous grip on her emotions. After a while, Franklin Chan asked, "Do you want me with you when you tell him?" "I think just me and him, here in my office." "All right. Would you like time by yourself before I bring him to you?" She nodded. He rose, opened the door. "Mrs. Lampion?" "Yes," she replied without looking up. "He's a wonderful boy, so very bright, so very full of life. Blindness will be hard, but it won't be the end. He'll cope without the light. It'll be so difficult at first, but this boy, eventually he'll thrive." She bit her lower lip, held her breath, repressed the sob that sought release, and said, "I know." Dr. Chan closed the door as he left. Agnes leaned forward in her chair, knees together, clasped hands resting on her knees, forehead against her hands. She thought that she already knew all about humility, about the necessity of it, about the power of it to bring peace of mind and to heal the heart. But in the following few minutes, she learned more about humility than she had ever known before. The shakes returned, became more violent than previously, and then once more passed. For a while she couldn't get enough air, felt suffocated. She drew great, raw, shuddering breaths, and thought that she would never be able to quiet herself, but quiet came. Worried that tears would frighten Barty, that indulging in a few would result in a ruinous flood, Agnes held back the salt tides. A mother's duty proved to be the stuff from which dams were built. She got up from the chair, went to the window, and raised the Venetian blind rather than look out between its slats. The night, the stars. The universe was vast, and Barty small. Yet the boy's immortal soul made him as important as galaxies, as important as anything in creation. This Agnes believed. She couldn't tolerate life without the conviction that it had meaning and design, though sometimes she felt that she was a sparrow whose fall had gone unnoticed. Barty sat on the edge of the doctor's desk, legs dangling, holding Red Planet, his place marked by an inserted finger. Agnes had lifted him to this perch. Now she smoothed his hair, straightened his shirt, and retied his loosened shoelaces, finding it even harder than she had expected to say what needed to be said. She thought she might require Dr. Chan's presence after all. Then, suddenly, she found the right words. More accurately, they seemed to come through her, for she was not conscious of formulating the sentences. The substance of what she said and the tone in which she said it were so perfect that it almost seemed as though an angel had relieved her of this burden by possessing her long enough to help her son understand what must happen and why. Barty's math and reading skills exceeded those of most 18-year-olds, but regardless of his brilliance, he was a few days shy of his 3rd birthday. Prodigies were not necessarily as emotionally mature as they were intellectually developed, but Barty listened with sober attention, asked questions, and then sat in silence, staring at the book in his hands, with neither tears nor apparent fear. At last he said, "Do you think the doctors know best?" "Yes, honey, I do." "Okay." He put the book aside on the desk and reached for her. Agnes drew him into her arms and lifted him off the desk and embraced him tightly, with his head on her shoulder and his face nestled against her neck as she'd held him when he was a baby. "Can we wait till Monday?" he asked. Some information she'd withheld from him, that the cancer might already have spread, that he might still die even after his eyes were removed, and that if it hadn't yet spread, it might soon do so. "Why Monday?" she asked. "I can read now? The twisties are gone?" "They'll be back." "But over the weekend maybe I could read a few last books." "Heinlein, huh?" He knew the titles that he wanted. Tunnel in the Sky, Between Planets, Starman Jones. Carrying him to the window, gazing up at the stars, the moon, she said, "I'll always read to you, Barty." "That's different, though." Yes, it is." Heinlein dreamed of traveling to far worlds. Prior to his death, John Kennedy had promised that men would walk on the moon before the end of the decade. Barty wanted nothing so grand, only to read a few stories, to lose himself in the wonderful private pleasure of books, because soon each story would be a listening experience only, no longer entirely a private journey. His breath was warm against her throat. "And I want to go back home and see some faces." "Faces? Uncle Edom, Uncle Jacob, Aunt Maria, so I can remember faces after, you know." The sky was so deep and cold. The moon shimmered and the stars blurred. but only briefly, for her devotion to this boy was a fiery furnace that tempered the steel of her spine and brought a drying heat to her eyes. Without Franklin Chan's full approval, but with his complete understanding, Agnes took Barty home. On Monday they would return to Hoag Hospital, where Barty would receive surgery on Tuesday. The Bright Beach Library was open until 9 on Friday evening. Arriving an hour before closing, they returned the Heinlein novels that Barty had already read and checked out the 3 that he wanted. In a spirit of optimism, they borrowed a 4th, Podkayne of Mars. In the car again, a block from home, Barty said, "Maybe you could just not tell Uncle Edom and Uncle Jacob until Sunday night. They won't handle it real well, you know?" She nodded. "I know. If you tell them now, we won't have a happy weekend." Happy weekend. His attitude amazed her, and his strength in the face of darkness gave her courage. At home, Agnes had no appetite, but she fixed Barty a cheese sandwich, spooned potato salad into a dish, added a bag of corn chips and a Coke, and served this late dinner on a tray in his room, where he was already in bed and reading Tunnel in the Sky. Edom and Jacob came to the house asking what Dr. Chan had said, and Agnes lied to them. "There are some test results we won't have until Monday, but he thinks Barty is going to be all right." If either of them suspected that she was lying, it was Edom. He looked puzzled, but he didn't pursue the issue. She asked Edom to stay in the main house, so Barty wouldn't be alone while she visited Maria Gonzalez for an hour or 2. He was pleased to oblige, settling down to watch a television documentary about volcanoes, which promised to include stories about the 1902 eruption of Mont Pelée on Martinique, which killed 28,000 people within minutes, and other disasters of colossal proportions. She knew Maria was at home, waiting for a call about Barty. The apartment above Elena's Fashions could be reached by a set of exterior stairs at the back of the building. The climb had never before taxed Agnes in the least, but now it took away her breath and left her legs trembling by the time she reached the top landing. Maria looked stricken when she answered the doorbell, for she intuited that a visit instead of a call meant the worst. In Maria's kitchen, still just 4 days past Christmas, Agnes let dissolve her stoic mask and wept at last. Later at home, after Agnes sent Edom back to his apartment, she opened a bottle of vodka that she had bought on the way back from Maria's. She mixed it with orange juice in a water glass. She sat at the kitchen table staring at the glass. After a while, she emptied it in the sink without having taken a sip. She poured cold milk and drank it quickly. As she was rinsing the empty glass, she felt as if she might throw up, but she didn't. For a long time she sat alone in the dark living room, in the armchair that had been Joey's favorite, thinking about many things, but returning often to the memory of Barty's dry walk in wet weather. When she went upstairs at 2:10 in the morning, she found the boy fast asleep in the soft lamplight, Tunnel in the Sky at his side. She curled up in the armchair, watching Barty. She was greedy for the sight of him. She thought she would not doze off, but would spend the night watching over him, yet exhaustion defeated her. Shortly after 6 o'clock Saturday morning, she stirred from a fretful dream and saw Barty sitting up in bed reading. During the night he had awakened, seen her in the chair, and covered her with a blanket. Smiling, pulling the blanket more tightly around herself, she said, "You look after your old mom, don't you? You make good pies." Caught unaware by the joke, she laughed. "Well, I'm glad to know I'm good for something. Is there maybe a special pie you'd like me to make today?" "Peanut butter chiffon, coconut cream, and chocolate cream." 3 pies, huh? You'll be a fat little piggy." "I'll share," he assured her. Thus began the first day of the last weekend of their old lives. Maria visited on Saturday, sitting in the kitchen, embroidering the collar and cuffs of a blouse, while Agnes baked pies. Barty sat at the kitchen table, reading Between Planets. From time to time, Agnes discovered him watching her at work or studying Maria's face and her dexterous hands. At sunset, the boy stood in the backyard, gazing up through the branches of the giant oak as an orange sky darkened to coral, to red, to purple, to indigo. At dawn, he and his mother went down to the sea to watch the rolling waves filigreed with foam and gilded with the molten gold of morning sun, to see the kiting gulls and to scatter bread that brought the winged multitudes to earth. On Sunday, New Year's Eve, Edom and Jacob came for dinner. Following dessert, when Barty went to his room to continue reading Starman Jones, which he had begun late that afternoon, Agnes told her brothers the truth about their nephew's eyes. Their struggle to put their sorrow into words moved Agnes, not because they cared so deeply, but because in the end they were unable to express themselves adequately. Without the relief provided by expression, their anguish grew corrosive. Their lifelong introversion left them without the social skills to unburden themselves or to provide solace to others. Worse, their obsessions with death, in all its many means and mechanisms, had prepared them to expect Barty's cancer, which left them neither shocked nor capable of consolation, but merely resigned. Ultimately, in great frustration, each twin was reduced to fragmented sentences, crippled gestures, quiet tears, and Agnes became the only consoler. They wanted to go up to Barty's room, but she refused them because there was nothing more they could do for the boy than they had done for her. He wants to finish reading Starman Jones, and I'm not letting anything interfere with that. We're leaving for Newport Beach at 7 in the morning, and you can see him then. Shortly past 9 o'clock, an hour after Edom and Jacob had gone, Barty came downstairs, book in hand. The twisties are back. For each of them, Agnes put 1 scoop of vanilla ice cream in a tall glass of root beer, and after changing quickly into their pajamas, they sat together in Barty's bed, enjoying their treats, while she read aloud the last 60 pages of Starman Jones. No weekend had ever passed so quickly, and no midnight had ever brought with it such dread. Barty slept in his mother's bed that night. Shortly after Agnes turned out the light, she said, "Kiddo, it's been 1 whole week since you walked where the rain wasn't, and I've been doing a lot of thinking about that." "It's not scary," he assured her again. "Well, it still is to me. But what I've been wondering, when you talk about all the ways things are, is there some place where you don't have this problem with your eyes?" "Sure. That's how it works with everything. Everything that can happen does happen, and each different way of happening makes a whole new place." "I didn't follow that at all." He sighed. "I know. Do you see these other places? Just feel 'em, even when you walk in them." "I don't really walk in them. I just sort of walk in the idea of them." "I don't suppose you could make that any clearer for your old mom, huh?" "Maybe someday. Not now." "So how far away are these places?" "All here together now. Other Bartys and other Agneses and other houses like this, all here together now." "Yeah." "And in some of them, your dad's alive." "Yeah." "And in some of them, maybe I died the night you were born and you live alone with your dad." "Some places it has to be like that." "And some places it has to be that your eyes are okay?" "There's lots of places where I don't have bad eyes at all, and then lots of places where I have it worse or don't have it as bad but still have it some." Agnes remained mystified by this talk. About a week before, in the rain-swept cemetery, she had learned there was substance to it. She said, "Honey, what I'm wondering is,
Could you walk where you don't have bad eyes, like you walked where the rain wasn't, and leave the tumors in that other place? Could you walk where you have good eyes and come back with them? It doesn't work that way. Why not?
He considered the issue for a while.
I don't know. Will you think about it for me? Sure, it's a good question.
She smiled.
Thanks. I love you, sweetie. I love you, too. Have you said your silent prayers? I'll say them now.
Agnes said hers, too. She lay beside her boy in the darkness, gazing at the covered window, where the faint glow of the moon pressed through the blind, suggesting another world thriving with strange life just beyond a thin membrane of light. Murmuring on the edge of sleep, Barty spoke to his father in all the places where Joey still lived.
Good night, Daddy.
Agnes's faith told her that the world was infinitely complex and full of mystery, and in a peculiar way, Barty's talk of infinite possibilities supported her belief and gave her the comfort to sleep. Monday morning, New Year's Day, Agnes carried 2 suitcases out of the back door, set them on the porch, and blinked in surprise at the sight of Edom's yellow and white Ford Country Squire parked in the driveway in front of the garage. He and Jacob were loading their suitcases into the car. They came to her, picked up the luggage that she had put down, and Edom said, "I'll drive." "I'll sit up front with Edom," Jacob said. "You can ride him back with Barty." In all their years, neither twin had ever set foot beyond the limits of Bright Beach. They both appeared nervous, but determined. Barty came out of the house with the library copy of Podkayne of Mars, which his mother had promised to read to him later in the hospital.
Are we all going?
He asked.
Looks that way, said Agnes. Wow.
Exactly. In spite of major earthquakes pending, explosions of dynamite hauling trucks on the highway, tornadoes somewhere churning, the grim likelihood of a great dam bursting along the route, freak ice storms stored up in the unpredictable heavens, crashing planes and runaway trains converging on the coastal highway, and the possibility of a sudden violent shift in the Earth's axis that would wipe out human civilization, they risked crossing the boundaries of Bright Beach and traveled north into the great unknown of territories strange and perilous. As they rolled along the coast, Agnes began to read to Barty from Podkayne of Mars. All my life I've wanted to go to Earth. Not to live, of course, just to see it. As everybody knows, Terra is a wonderful place to visit, but not to live. Not truly suited to human habitation. In the front seat, Edom and Jacob murmured agreement with the narrator's sentiments. Monday night, Edom and Jacob booked adjoining units in a motel near the hospital. They called Barty's room to give Agnes the phone number and to report that they had inspected 18 establishments before finding one that seemed comparatively safe. In regard for Barty's tender age, Dr. Franklin Chan had arranged for Agnes to spend the night in her son's room, in the second bed, which currently wasn't needed for a patient. For the first time in many months, Barty didn't want to sleep in the dark. They left the door of the room open, admitting some of the fluorescent glow from the hallway. The night seemed to be longer than a Martian month. Agnes dozed fitfully, waking more than once, sweaty and shaking from a dream in which her son was taken from her in pieces, first his eyes, then his hands, then his ears, his legs. The hospital was eerily quiet, except for the occasional squeak of rubber-soled shoes on the vinyl floor of the corridor. At first light, a nurse arrived to perform preliminary surgical prep on Barty. She pulled the boy's hair back and captured it under a tight-fitting cap. With cream and a safety razor, she shaved off his eyebrows. When the nurse was gone, alone with his mother as they waited for the orderly to bring a gurney, Barty said, "Come close." She was already standing beside his bed. She leaned down to him. "Closer," he said. She lowered her face to his. He raised his head and rubbed noses with her. Eskimo. Eskimo, she repeated. Barty whispered, "The North Pole Society of Not Evil Adventurers is now in session." "All members present," she agreed. "I have a secret. No member of the society ever violates a secret confidence," Agnes assured him. "I'm scared." Throughout Agnes's 33 years, strength had often been demanded of her, but never such strength as was required now to rein in her emotions and to be a rock for Barty. "Don't be scared, honey. I'm here." She took one of his small hands in both of hers. "I'll be waiting. You'll never be without me. Aren't you afraid?" If he had been any other 3-year-old, she would have told a compassionate lie. He was her miracle child, however, her prodigy, and he would know a lie for what it was. "Yes," she admitted, her face still close to his. "I'm afraid. But Dr. Chan is a fine surgeon, and this is a very fine hospital." "How long will it take?" "Not long." "Will I feel anything?" "You'll be asleep, sweetie." "Is God watching?" "Yes, always." "It seems like he isn't watching." "He's here as sure as I am, Barty. He's very busy, with a whole universe to run, so many people to look after, not just here, but on other planets, like you've been reading about." "I didn't think of other planets." "Well, with so much on his shoulders, he can't always watch us directly, with his fullest attention every minute. But he's always at least watching from the corner of his eye. You'll be all right. I know you will." The gurney, one wheel rattling, the young orderly behind it dressed all in white, and the nurse again. "Eskimo," whispered Barty. "Eskimo," she replied. "This meeting of the North Pole Society of Not Evil Adventurers is officially closed." She held his face in both hands and kissed each of his beautiful jewel eyes. "You ready?" A fragile smile. "No." "Neither am I," she admitted. "So let's go." The orderly lifted Barty onto the gurney. The nurse draped a sheet over him and slipped a thin pillow under his head. Having survived the night, Edom and Jacob were waiting in the hall. Each kissed his nephew, but neither could speak. The nurse led the way, while the orderly pushed the gurney from behind Barty's head. Agnes walked at her son's side, tightly holding his right hand. Edom and Jacob flanked the gurney, each gripping one of Barty's feet through the sheet that covered them, escorting him with the same stony determination that you saw on the faces of the Secret Service agents who bracketed the President of the United States. At the elevators, the orderly suggested that Edom and Jacob take a second cab and meet them on the surgical floor. Edom bit his lower lip, shook his head, and stubbornly clung to Barty's left foot. Holding fast to the boy's right foot, Jacob observed that one elevator might descend safely, but that if they took two, one or the other was certain to crash to the bottom of the shaft, considering the unreliability of all machinery made by man. The nurse noted that the maximum weight capacity of the elevator allowed all of them to take the same cab if they didn't mind being squeezed a little. They didn't mind, and down they went in a controlled descent that was nevertheless too quick for Agnes. The doors slid open, and they rolled Barty corridor to corridor, past the scrub sinks, to a waiting surgical nurse in green cap, mask, and gown. She alone effected his transfer into the positive pressure of the surgery. As he was wheeled head-first into the operating room, Barty raised off the gurney pillow. He fixed his gaze on his mother until the door swung shut between them. Agnes held a smile as best she could, determined that her son's final glimpse of her face would not leave him with a memory of her despair. With her brothers, she adjourned to the waiting room. where the three of them sat drinking vending machine coffee, black from paper cups. It occurred to her that the knave had come, as foretold by the cards on that night long ago. She had expected the knave to be a man with sharp eyes and a wicked heart, but the curse was cancer, and not a man at all. Since her conversation with Joshua Nunn the previous Thursday, she'd had more than 4 days to armor herself for the worst. She prepared for it as well as any mother could while still holding on to her sanity. Yet in her heart, she wouldn't relinquish hope for a miracle. This was an amazing boy, a prodigy, a boy who could walk where the rain wasn't, already himself a miracle. And it seemed that anything might happen. That Dr. Chan might suddenly rush into the waiting room, surgical mask dangling from his neck, face aglow with news of a spontaneous rejection of the cancer. And in time the surgeon did appear, bearing the good news that neither of the malignancies had spread to the orbit and optic nerve. But he had no greater miracle to report. On January 2, 1968, 4 days before his birthday, Bartholomew Lampion gave up his eyes that he might live, and accepted a life of blindness with no hope of bathing in light again until, in his good time, he left this world for a better one.
Chapter 62. Paul Damascus was walking the northern coast of California, Point Reyes Station to Tamales, to Bodega Bay, on to Stewart's Point, Gualala, and Mendocino. Some days he put in as little as 10 miles, and other days he traveled more than 30. On January 3, 1968, Paul was fewer than 250 miles from Spruce Hills, Oregon. He wasn't aware of that town's proximity, however, and he didn't, at the time, have it as his destination. With the determination of any pulp magazine adventurer, Paul walked in sunshine and in rain. He walked in heat and cold. Wind did not deter him, nor lightning. In the 3 years since Perry's death, he had walked thousands of miles. He hadn't kept a record of the cumulative distance, because he wasn't trying to get into Guinness or to prove anything. During the first months, the journeys were 8 or 10 miles, along the shoreline north and south of Bright Beach, and inland to the desert beyond the hills. He left home and returned the same day. His first overnight journey in June of '65 was to La Jolla, north of San Diego. He carried too large a backpack and wore khaki pants when he should have worn shorts in the summer heat. That was the first, and until now the last, long walk he made with a purpose in mind. He went to see a hero. In a magazine article about the hero, passing mention was made of a restaurant where occasionally the great man ate breakfast. Setting out after dark, Paul had walked south, following the coastal highway. He was accompanied by the windy rush of passing traffic, but later only the occasional cry of a blue heron, the whisper of a salty breeze in the shore grass, and the murmur of the surf. Without pushing himself too hard, he reached La Jolla by dawn. The restaurant wasn't fancy, a coffee shop, aromatic bacon sizzling, eggs frying, the warm cinnamony smell of fresh pastries, the bracing scent of strong coffee, clean, bright surroundings. Luck favored Paul. The hero was here, having breakfast. He and 2 other men were deep in conversation at a corner table. Paul sat by himself at the far end of the restaurant from them. He ordered orange juice and waffles. The short walk across the room to the hero's table looked more daunting to Paul than the trek he'd just completed. He was nobody, a small-town pharmacist who missed more work each month, who relied increasingly on his worried employees to cover for him, and who would lose his business if he didn't get a grip on himself. He had never done a great deed, never saved a life. He had no right to impose upon this man, and now he knew he hadn't the nerve to do so either. Yet, with no recollection of rising from his chair, he found that he had shouldered his backpack and crossed the room. The 3 men looked up expectantly. With every step through the long night walk, Paul had considered what he would say, must say, if this encounter ever took place. Now all his practiced words deserted him. He opened his mouth but stood mute, raised his right hand from his side,
worked his fingers in the air as though the needed words could be strummed from the ether. He felt stupid, foolish. Evidently the hero was accustomed to encounters of this nature. He rose, pulled out the unused fourth chair. "Please, sit with us." This graciousness didn't free Paul to speak. Instead, he felt his throat thicken, trapping his voice more tightly still. He wanted to say, "The vain, power-mad politicians who milk cheers from ignorant crowds, the sports stars and preening actors who hear themselves called heroes and never object, they should all wither with shame at the mention of your name. Your vision, your struggle, the years of grueling work, your enduring faith when others doubted, the risks you took with career and reputation, it's one of the great stories of science, and I'd be honored if I could shake your hand." Not a word of that would come to Paul, but his frustrating speechlessness might have been for the best. From everything he knew about this hero, such effusive praise would embarrass him. Instead, as he settled into the offered chair, he withdrew a picture of Perry from his wallet. It was an old black-and-white school photograph, slightly yellow with age, taken in 1933, the year he'd begun to fall in love with her, when they were both 13. As if he'd been presented with many previous photos under these circumstances, Jonas Salk accepted the picture. "Your daughter?" Paul shook his head. He presented a second picture of Perry, this one taken on Christmas Day, 1964, less than a month before she died. She lay in her bed in the living room, her body shrunken, but her face so beautiful and alive. When finally he found his voice, it was rough-sawn with a blade of grief. "My wife, Perry. Paris Jean. She's lovely. Married 23 years. "When was she stricken?" Salk asked. "She was almost 15, 1935. A terrible year for the virus." Perry had been crippled 17 years before Jonas Salk's vaccine had spared future generations from the curse of polio. Paul said, "I wanted you. I don't know, I just wanted you to see her. I wanted to say... Words eluded him again, and he surveyed the coffee shop as if someone might step forward to speak for him. He realized people were staring, and embarrassment drew a tighter knot in his tongue. "Why don't we take a walk together?" the doctor asked. "I'm sorry I interrupted, made a scene." "You didn't at all," Dr. Salk assured him. "I need to talk to you. If you would give me a little of your time." The word need, instead of want, moved Paul to follow the doctor across the coffee shop. Outside, he realized he hadn't paid for his juice and waffles. When he turned back to the coffee shop, he saw, through one of the windows, an associate of Salk's picking up the check from his table. Putting an arm around Paul's shoulders, Dr. Salk walked with him along a street lined with eucalyptuses and Tory pines to a nearby pocket park. They sat on a bench in the sunshine and watched ducks waddle on the shore of a man-made pond. Salk still held the two photographs. "Tell me about Perry." She died. "I'm so sorry. 5 months ago. I really would like to know about her." Whereas Paul had been confounded in his desire to express his admiration for Salk, he was able to speak about Perry at length and with ease. Her wit, her heart, her wisdom, her kindness, her beauty, her goodness, her courage were the threads in a narrative tapestry that Paul could have continued weaving for all the rest of his days. Since her death, he hadn't been able to talk about her with anyone he knew, because his friends tended to focus on him, on his suffering, when he wanted them only to understand Perry better, to realize what an exceptional person she had been. He wanted her to be remembered after he was gone, wanted her grace and her fortitude to be recalled and respected. She was too fine a woman to leave without a ripple in her wake, and the thought that her memory might pass away with Paul himself was anguishing. "I can talk to you," he said to Salk. "You understand? She was a hero, the only one I ever knew till I met you. I've read about them all my life, in pulp magazines and paperbacks. But Perry, she was the real thing. She didn't save tens of thousands, but hundreds of thousands of children like you've done. Didn't change the world as you've changed it. But she faced every day without complaint, and she lived for others, not through them, for them. People called her to share their problems, and she listened and cared. And they called her with their good news because she took such joy in it. They asked her for advice, and though she was inexperienced, really, so short of experience in so many ways, she always knew what to say, Dr. Salk. Always the right thing. She had great heart and natural wisdom, and she cared so much. Studying the photos, Jonas Salk said, I wish I'd known her. She was a hero, just like you. I wanted you to see her and to know her name. Perry Damascus. That was her name. I'll never forget it, Dr. Salk promised. With his attention still on Perry's pictures, he said, But I'm afraid you give me far too much credit. I'm no Superman. I didn't do the work alone. So many dedicated people were involved. Well, I know, but everyone says and you give yourself far too little credit, Salk continued gently. There's no doubt in my mind that Perry was a hero, but she was married to a hero as well. Paul shook his head. Oh, no. People look at our marriage and they think I gave up so much, but I got back a lot more than I gave. Dr. Salk returned the photos, put a hand on Paul's shoulder, and smiled. But that's always the way, you see. Heroes always get back more than they give. The act of giving assures the getting back. The doctor rose, and Paul rose with him. A car waited at the curb in front of the park. Dr. Salk's two associates stood beside it and seemed to have been there a while. Can we give you a ride anywhere? The hero asked. Paul shook his head. I'm walking. I'm grateful that you approached me. Paul could think of nothing more to say. Consider what I told you, Dr. Salk urged. Your Perry would want you to think about it. Then the hero got in the sedan with his friends, and they drove away into the sun-splashed morning. Too late, Paul thought of one more thing he had wanted to say. Too late, he said it anyway. God bless you. He stood watching until the car cruised out of sight, and even after it dwindled to a speck and vanished in the distance, he stared at the point in the street where it had last been, stared while a breeze turned playful, tossing eucalyptus leaves around his feet, stared until at last he turned and began the long walk home. He had been walking ever since, 2.5 years, with brief respites in Bright Beach. Admitting to the likelihood that he would never again devote himself seriously to his business, Paul sold it to Jim Kessel, long his good right hand and fellow pharmacist. He kept the house, for it was a shrine to his life with Perry. He returned to it from time to time to refresh his spirit. During the rest of that first year he walked to Palm Springs and back, a round trip of more than 200 miles, and north to Santa Barbara. In the spring and summer of '66 he flew to Memphis, Tennessee, stayed a few days, and walked 288 miles to St. Louis. From St. Louis he hiked west 253 miles to Kansas City, Missouri, and then southwest to Wichita. From Wichita to Oklahoma City. From Oklahoma City east to Fort Smith, Arkansas, from whence he rode home to Bright Beach on a series of Greyhound buses. He slept outdoors rarely and otherwise stayed in inexpensive motels, boarding houses, and YMCAs. In his light backpack he carried one change of clothes, spare socks, candy bars, bottled water. He planned his journeys to be in a town every nightfall, where he washed one set of clothes and donned the other. He traveled prairies and mountains and valleys, passed fields rich in every imaginable crop, crossed great forests and wide rivers. He walked in fierce storms when thunder crushed the sky and lightning tore it, walked in wind that skinned the bare earth and sheared green tresses from trees,
and walked also in sun-scrubbed days as blue and clean as ever there had been in Eden. The muscles of his legs grew as hard as any of the landscapes that he trod. Granite thighs, calves like marble, roped with veins. In spite of the thousands of hours that Paul was afoot, he seldom thought about why he walked. He met people along the way who asked, and he had answers for them, but he never knew if any answer might be the truth. Sometimes he thought he walked for Perry, using the steps she had stored up and never taken, giving expression to her unfulfilled yearning to travel. At other times he thought he walked for the solitude that allowed him to remember their life in fine detail, or to forget, to find peace or seek adventure, to gain understanding through contemplation, or to scrub all thought from his mind, to see the world or to be rid of it. Perhaps he hoped that coyotes would stalk him through a bleak twilight, or a mountain lion set upon him on a hungry dawn, or a drunk driver run him down. In the end, the reason for the walking was the walking itself. Walking gave him something to do, a needed purpose. Motion equaled meaning. Movement became a medicine for melancholy, a preventative for madness. Through fog-shrouded hills forested with oaks, maples, madronas, and pepperwoods, through magnificent stands of redwoods that towered 300 feet, he arrived in Wiat on the evening of January 3, 1968, where he stayed the night. If Paul had any northernmost goal for this trip, it was the city of Eureka, almost 50 miles farther, and for no reason other than to eat Humboldt Bay crabs at their origin, because that was one of his and Perry's favorite foods. From his motel room he telephoned Hannah Ray in Bright Beach. She still looked after his house on a part-time basis, paid the bills from a special account while he traveled, and kept him informed about events in his hometown. From Hannah he learned that Barty Lampion's eyes had been lost to cancer. Paul recalled the letter he had written to Reverend Harrison White a couple of weeks after the death of Joey Lampion. He'd carried it home from the pharmacy on the day that Perry died to ask for her opinion of it. The letter had never been mailed. The opening paragraph still lingered in his memory because he had crafted it with great care. "Greetings on this momentous day. I'm writing to you about an exceptional woman, Agnes Lampion, whose life you have touched without knowing, and whose story may interest you." His thought had been that Reverend White might find in Agnes, Bright Beach's beloved pie lady, a subject who would inspire a sequel to the sermon that had so deeply affected Paul, who was neither a Baptist nor a regular churchgoer when he had heard it on the radio more than 3 years ago. Now, however, he was thinking not about what Agnes's story might mean to Reverend White, but about what the minister might be able to do to provide at least a small degree of comfort to Agnes, who spent her life comforting others. After supper in a roadside diner, Paul returned to his room and studied a tattered map of the western United States, the latest of several he'd worn out over the years. Depending on the weather and the steepness of the terrain, he might be able to reach Spruce Hills, Oregon, in 10 days. For the first time since walking to La Jolla to meet Jonas Salk, Paul planned a journey with a specific purpose. Many nights his sleep wasn't half as restful as he would have wished, for he often dreamed of walking in a wasteland. Sometimes desert salt flats stretched in all directions, with here and there a monument of weather-gnarled rock, all baking under a merciless sun. Sometimes the salt was snow, and the monuments of rock were ridges of ice, revealed in the hard glare of a cold sun. Regardless of the landscape, he walked slowly, though he had the desire and the energy to proceed faster. His frustration built until it was so intolerable that he woke, kicking in the tangled sheets, restless and edgy. This night in Wiat, with the high solemn silence of the redwood forests out there now and waiting to embrace him in the morning, he slept without dreams. Chapter 63. After the encounter with the quarter-spitting vending machines, Junior wanted to kill another Bartholomew. Any Bartholomew. Even if he had to drive to some far suburb like Terra Linda to do it. Even if he had to drive farther and stay overnight in a Holiday Inn and eat steam table food off a buffet
crawling with other diners' cold germs and garnished with their loose hairs. He would have done it, too, and risked establishing a pattern that police might notice. But the still small voice of Zed guided him now, as so often before, and counseled calm, counseled focus. Instead of immediately killing anyone, Junior returned to his apartment on the afternoon of December 29 and went to bed, fully clothed, to calm down, to think about focus. Focus, Caesar Zed teaches, is the sole quality that separates millionaires from the flea-ridden, sore-pocked, urine-soaked winos who live in cardboard boxes and discuss vintages of Ripple with their pet rats. Millionaires have it, winos don't. Likewise, nothing but the ability to focus separates an Olympic athlete from a cripple who lost his legs in a car wreck. The athlete has focus, and the cripple doesn't. After all, Zed notes, if the cripple had it, he would have been a better driver, an Olympic athlete, and a millionaire. Among Junior's many gifts, his ability to focus might have been the most important. Bob Chicane, his former instructor in matters meditative, had called him intense and even obsessive, following the painful incident involving meditation without seed. But intensity and obsession were false charges. Junior was simply focused. He was focused enough, in fact, to find Bob Chicane, kill the insulting bastard, and get away with it. Hard experience had taught him, however, that killing someone he knew, while occasionally necessary, didn't release stress. Or, if it did briefly release stress, then unforeseen consequences always contributed to even worse future stress. On the other hand, killing a stranger like Bartholomew Prosser relieved stress better than sex did. Senseless murder was as relaxing to him as meditation without seed, and probably less dangerous. He could have killed someone named Henry or Larry without risk of creating a Bartholomew pattern that would prickle like a pungent scent in the hound dog nostrils of Bay Area homicide detectives, but he restrained himself. Focus. Now he had to focus on being ready for the evening of January 12, the reception for Celestina White's art show. She had adopted her sister's baby. Little Bartholomew was in her care, and soon the kid would be within Junior's reach. If killing the wrong Bartholomew had broken a dam in Junior and released a lake of tension, whacking the right Bartholomew would set loose an ocean of pent-up stress, and he would feel free as he'd not felt since the fire tower, freer than he'd been in his entire life. When he killed the Bartholomew, this haunting would finally end too. In Junior's mind, Vanadium and Bartholomew were inextricably linked, because it was the maniac cop who first heard Junior calling out Bartholomew in his sleep. Did that make sense? Well, it made more sense at some times than at others, but it always made a lot more sense than anything else. To be rid of the dead but persistent detective, he must eliminate Bartholomew. Then it would stop. The torment would stop, surely. His sense of drift, of sliding aimlessly through the days, would lift from him, and he would find purpose once more in determined self-improvement. He would definitely learn French and German. He would take cooking classes and become a culinary master. Karate, too. Somehow, Vanadium's malevolent spirit was also to blame for Junior's failure to find a new heartmate, in spite of all the women he'd been through. Undoubtedly, when Bartholomew was dead and Vanadium vanquished with him, romance and true love would bloom. Lying on his side in bed, clothed and shod, knees drawn up, arms folded across his chest, hands pressed under his chin like a precocious fetus dressed and waiting for birth, Junior tried to recall the chain of logic that had led to this long and difficult pursuit of Bartholomew. That chain led 3 years into the past, however, which to Junior was an eternity, and not all the links were still in place. No matter. He was a future-focused man. The past is for losers. No, wait, humility is for losers. The past is the teat that feeds those too weak to face the future. Yes, that was the line from Zed that Junior had stitched on a needlepoint pillow. Focus.
Prepare to kill Bartholomew and anyone who tries to protect Bartholomew on January 12. Prepare for all contingencies. Junior attended a New Year's Eve party with a nuclear holocaust theme. Festivities were held in a mansion usually hung with cutting-edge art, but all the paintings had been replaced with poster-sized blow-ups of photos of ruined Nagasaki and Hiroshima. An outrageously sexy redhead hit on him as he selected from an array of bomb-shaped canapes on a tray held by a waiter dressed as a ragged and soot-smeared blast survivor. Myrtle, the redhead, preferred to be called Scamp, which Junior entirely understood. She wore a day-glow green miniskirt, a spray-on white sweater, and a green beret. Scamp had fabulous legs, and her bralessness left no doubts about the lusciousness and authenticity of her chest. But after an hour of conversation about something or other, before suggesting that they leave together, Junior maneuvered her into a reasonably private corner and discreetly put a hand up her skirt just to confirm that his gender suspicions were correct. They spent an exciting night together, but it wasn't love. The phantom singer didn't sing. When Junior cut open a grapefruit for breakfast, he didn't find a quarter in it. On Tuesday, January 2, Junior met with the drug dealer who had introduced him to Google, the document forger, and he arranged to purchase a 9mm handgun with custom-machined silencer. He already had the pistol he had taken from Frida Bliss's collection, but it didn't come with a sound suppressor. He was preparing for all contingencies. Focus. In addition to the firearm, he placed an order for a lock-release gun. This device, which could automatically pick any lock with just a few pulls of its trigger, was sold strictly to police departments, and its distribution was tightly controlled. On the black market, it commanded such a high price that Junior could have bought the better part of a small squint painting for the same bucks. Preparation, details, focus. He woke several times that night, instantly alert for a ghostly serenade, but he heard no otherworldly crooning. Scamp spent Wednesday ravishing him. It wasn't love, but there was comfort in being familiar with his partner's equipment. On Thursday, January 4, he used his John Pinchbeck identity to purchase a new Ford van with a cashier's check. He leased a private garage space in the Pinchbeck name near the Presidio and stored the van there. That same day, he dared to visit 2 galleries. Neither of them had a pewter candlestick on display. Nevertheless, Thomas Vanadium's hostile ghost, that terrible, prickly burr of stubborn energy, wasn't done with Junior yet. Until Bartholomew was dead, the cop's filthy, scabby monkey spirit would keep coming back, and it would surely grow more violent. Junior knew that he must remain vigilant and focused until January 12 had come and gone. 8 days to go. Friday brought Scamp again, all of Scamp, all day, every way, wall-to-wall Scamp, so on Saturday he hadn't enough energy to do more than shower. Sunday, Junior hid out from Scamp, using his answerphone to screen her calls, and worked with such astonishing focus on his needlepoint pillows that he forgot to go to bed that night. He fell asleep over his needles at 10 o'clock Monday morning. Tuesday, January 9, having cashed out a number of investments during the past 10 days, Junior made a wire transfer of $1.5 million to the Gaminer account in the Grand Cayman Bank. In a pew of Old St. Mary's Church in Chinatown, Junior took delivery of the lock-release gun and the untraceable 9mm pistol with the custom-machined silencer, as previously arranged. The church was deserted at 10 o'clock in the morning. The shadowy interior and the menacing religious figures gave him the creeps. The messenger, a thumbless young thug whose eyes were as cold as those of a dead hitman, presented the weapon in a bag of Chinese takeout. The bag contained 2 waxed white chipboard cartons, mugu gai pan, steamed rice, 1 large bright pink box filled with almond cookies, and on the bottom, a second pink box containing the lock-release gun, the pistol, the silencer, and the leather shoulder holster, to which was tied a gift tag bearing a hand-printed message. "With our compliments, thanks for your business. At a gun shop, Junior purchased 200 rounds of ammunition. Later, that many cartridges seemed excessive to him. Later still, he purchased another 200. He bought knives, and then sheaths for the knives. He acquired a knife-sharpening kit and spent the evening grinding blades. No quarters, no singing, no phone calls from the dead. Wednesday morning, January 10, he wired $1.5 million from the Gaminer account to Pinchbeck in Switzerland. Then he closed out the account in the Grand Cayman Bank. Aware that his tension was building intolerably, Junior decided that he needed Scamp more than he dreaded her. He spent the remainder of Wednesday until dawn Thursday with the indefatigable redhead, whose bedroom contained a vast collection of scented massage oils in sufficient volume to fragrantly lubricate half the rolling stock of every railroad company doing business west of the Mississippi. She left him sore in places that had never been sore before. Yet he was more stressed out on Thursday than he'd been on Wednesday. Scamp was a multi-talented woman, with smoother skin than a depilated peach, with more delicious roundnesses than Junior could catalogue. But she proved not to be the remedy for his tension. Only Bartholomew, found and destroyed, could give him peace. He visited the bank in which he maintained a safe deposit box under the John Pinchbeck identity. He withdrew the $20,000 in cash and retrieved all the forged documents from the box. In his car, currently a Mercedes, he made 3 trips between his apartment and the garage in which he'd stored the Ford van under the Pinchbeck name. He took precautions against being followed. He stashed 2 suitcases full of clothes and toiletries, plus the contents of Pinchbeck's safe deposit box, in the van, and then added those precious items that he'd be loath to lose if the hit on Bartholomew went wrong, forcing him to leave his Russian Hill life and flee arrest. The works of Caesar Zed, Sklent's 3 brilliant paintings, the needlepoint pillows to which he'd colorfully applied the wisdom of Zed, constituted the bulk of this collection of bare essentials. 102 pillows in numerous shapes and sizes, which he had completed in just 13 months of feverish stitchery. If he killed Bartholomew and got away clean, as he expected that he would, then he could subsequently return everything in the van to the apartment. He was just being prudent by planning for his future, because the future was, after all, the only place he lived. He would have liked to take Industrial Woman as well, but she weighed a 1/4 ton. He couldn't manage her alone, and he dared not hire a day worker, not even an illegal alien, to assist him, and thereby compromise the Pinchbeck van and identity. Anyway, and curiously, Industrial Woman increasingly looked to him like Scamp, as various abraded and inflamed mucous membranes constantly reminded him he'd had more than enough of Scamp for a while. At last the day arrived, Friday, January 12. Every nerve in Junior's body was a tautly strung trigger wire. If something set him off, he might explode so violently that he'd blow himself into a psychiatric ward. Fortunately, he recognized his vulnerability. Until the evening reception for Celestina White, he must spend every hour of the day in calming activities, soothing himself in order to ensure that he would be cool and effective when the time came to act. Slow, deep breaths. He took a long shower, as hot as he could tolerate, until his muscles felt as soft as butter. For breakfast he avoided sugar. He ate cold roast beef and drank milk laced with a double shot of brandy. The weather was good, so he went for a walk, though he crossed the street repeatedly to avoid passing newspaper vending machines. Shopping for fashion accessories relaxed Junior. He spent a few hours browsing for tie chains, silk pocket squares, and unusual belts. Riding the up escalator in a department store between the 2nd and 3rd floors, he saw vanadium on the down escalator 15 feet away. For a spirit, the maniac lawman appeared disturbingly solid. He wore a tweed sports jacket and slacks that, as far as Junior could tell, were the same clothes he'd worn on the night he died. Apparently, even the ghosts of Sklent's atheistic spiritual world were stuck for eternity in the clothes in which they had perished. Junior glimpsed vanadium first in profile,
and then, as the cop rode down and away, only the back of his head. He hadn't seen this man in almost 3 years, yet he was instantly certain that this was no coincidental look-alike. Here went the filthy, scabby monkey spirit itself. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Junior ran to the head of the down escalator. The stumpy ghost departed the sliding stairs at the 2nd floor and walked off into women's sportswear. Junior descended the escalator 2 steps at a time, not content to let it carry him along at its own pace. When he reached the 2nd floor, however, he found that Vanadium's ghost had done what ghosts do best: faded away. Abandoning his search for the perfect tie chain, but determined to remain calm, Junior decided to have lunch at the St. Francis Hotel. The sidewalks were crowded with businessmen in suits, hippies in flamboyant garb, groups of smartly attired suburban ladies in town to shop, and the usual forgettably dressed rabble, some smiling and some surly and some mumbling but as blank-eyed as mannequins who might be hired assassins or poets for all he knew, eccentric millionaires in mufti or carnival geeks who earned their living by biting heads off live chickens. Even on good days, when he wasn't hassled by the spirits of dead cops and wasn't prepping himself to commit murder, Junior sometimes grew uncomfortable in these bustling crowds. This afternoon he felt especially claustrophobic as he shouldered through the throng, and admittedly paranoid, too. He warily surveyed those around him as he walked, and looked over his shoulder from time to time. On one of these backward glances he was unnerved but not surprised to see Vanadium's specter. The ghost cop was 40 feet behind him, beyond ranks of other pedestrians, every one of whom might as well have been faceless now, smooth and featureless from brow to chin, because suddenly Junior could see no countenance other than that of the walking dead man. The haunting vision bobbed up and down as the grim spirit strode along, vanishing and reappearing, and then vanishing again among all the bobbing and swaying heads of the intervening multitudes. Junior picked up his pace, pushing through the crowd, repeatedly glancing back, and although he caught only quick squints of the dead cop's face, he could tell that something was terribly wrong with it. Never a candidate for matinee idol status, Vanadium looked markedly worse than before. The port wine birthmark still pooled around his right eye. His features were not merely pan-flat and plain as they had been before, but were distorted, bashed. His face appeared to have been bashed, pewter-pounded. At the next corner, instead of continuing south, Junior angled aggressively in front of oncoming pedestrians, stepped off the curb, and headed east, traversing the intersection against the advice of a "Don't Walk" sign. Horns blared, a city bus nearly flattened him, but he made the crossing unscathed. As he stepped out of the street, "Don't Walk" shortened to "Walk," and when he checked for pursuit, he found it. Here came Vanadium, who would have been shivering in want of a topcoat if his flesh had been real. Junior continued east, weaving through the horde, convinced that he could hear the ghost cop's footsteps distinct from the tramping noise made by the legions of the living, penetrating the grumble and bleat of traffic. Hollow, the dead man's tread echoed not only in Junior's ears, but also through his body, in his bones. Part of him knew this sound was his heartbeat, not the footfalls of an otherworldly pursuer, but that part of him wasn't dominant at the moment. He moved faster, not exactly running, but hurrying like a man late for an appointment. Every time Junior glanced back, Vanadium was following his wake through the throng, stocky but almost gliding, grim and grimmer, hideous and closer. An alley opened on Junior's left. He stepped out of the crowd into this narrow service-way shaded by tall buildings, and walked even more briskly, still not quite running, because he continued to believe that he possessed the unshakable calm and self-control of a highly self-improved man. At the midpoint of the alleyway, he slowed and looked over his shoulder. Flanked by dumpsters and trash cans, through steam rising out of grates in the pavement, past parked delivery trucks, here came the dead cop, running. Suddenly, even in the heart of a great city, the alleyway seemed as lonely as an English moor,
and not a smart place to seek asylum from a vengeful spirit. Casting aside all pretense of self-control, Junior sprinted for the next street, where the sight of multitudes swarming in winter sunshine filled him not with paranoia or even uneasiness anymore, but with an unprecedented feeling of brotherhood. Of the things you couldn't have seen coming, I'm the worst. The heavy hand would come down on his shoulder. He would be spun around against his will, and there before him would be those nail-head eyes, the port wine stain, facial bones crushed by a bludgeon. He reached the end of the alleyway, stumbled into the stream of pedestrians, nearly knocked over an elderly Chinese man, turned and discovered no vanadium. Vanished. Dumpsters and delivery trucks hulked against the building walls. Steam billowed out of street grates. The gray shadows were no longer disturbed by a running shade in a tweed sports jacket. Too rattled to want lunch at the St. Francis Hotel or anywhere else, Junior returned to his apartment. Arriving home, he hesitated to open the door. He expected to find vanadium inside. Nobody was waiting for him except industrial woman. Needlepoint, meditation, and even sex had not recently provided him with significant relief of tension. The paintings of Sklent and the works of Zed were packed in the van, where he couldn't at the moment take solace from them. Another milk and brandy helped, but not much. As the afternoon waned toward a portentous dusk and toward the gallery reception for Celestina White, Junior prepared his knives and guns. Blades and bullets soothed his nerves a little. He desperately needed closure in the matter of Naomi's death. That was what these past 3 years and these supernatural events were all about. As Sklent so insightfully put it, some of us live on after death, survive in spirit, because we are just too stubborn, selfish, greedy, grubbing, vicious, psychotic, and evil to accept our demise. None of those qualities described sweet Naomi, who had been far too kind and loving and meek to live on in spirit after her lovely flesh failed. Now, at one with the earth, Naomi was no threat to Junior, and the state had paid for its negligence in her death, and the whole matter should have been brought to closure. There were only 2 barriers to full and final resolution. First, the stubborn, selfish, greedy, grubbing, vicious, psychotic, evil spirit of Thomas Vanadium. And second, Seraphim's bastard baby, little Bartholomew. A blood test might prove that Junior was the father. Accusations might sooner or later be made against him by bitter and hate-filled members of her family, perhaps not even with the hope of sending him to prison, but solely for the purpose of getting their hands on a sizable part of his fortune, in the form of child support. Then the police in Spruce Hills would want to know why he had been screwing around with an underage Negro girl if his marriage to Naomi had been as perfect, as fulfilling, as he claimed. Unfair as it seems, there is no statute of limitations on murder. Closed files can be dusted off and opened again. Investigations can be resumed. And although authorities would have little or no hope of convicting him of murder on whatever meager evidence they could dig up, he would be forced to spend another significant portion of his fortune on attorney fees. He would never allow himself to be bankrupted and made poor again. Never. His fortune had been won at enormous risk, with great fortitude and determination. He must defend it at any cost. When Seraphim's bastard baby was dead, evidence of paternity would die with it, and any claim for child support. Even Vanadium's stubborn, selfish, greedy, grubbing, vicious, psychotic, evil spirit would have to recognize that all hope of bringing Junior down was lost, and it would at last either dissipate in frustration or be reincarnated. Closure was near. To Junior Kane, the logic of all this seemed unassailable. He prepared his knives and guns, blades and bullets. Fortune favors the bold, the self-improved, the self-evolved, the focused. Chapter 64. Nolly sat behind his desk, suit jacket draped over the back of the chair,
pork pie hat still squarely on his head, where it remained at virtually all times except when he was sleeping, showering, dining in a restaurant, or making love. A smoldering cigarette, usually dangling aslant from one corner of a hard mouth set in a cynical sneer, was standard issue for tough guy gumshoes. But Nolly didn't smoke. His failure to develop this bad habit resulted in a less satisfyingly murky atmosphere than the clients of a private dick might expect. Fortunately, at least the desk was cigarette-scarred, because it came with the office. It had been the property of a skip tracer named Otto Zelm, who'd made a good living at the kind of work Nolly avoided out of boredom, tracking down deadbeats and repossessing their vehicles. On a stakeout, Zelm fell asleep in his car while smoking, thereby triggering the payoff of both life and casualty insurance policies and freeing the lease on this furnished space. Even without the dangling cigarette and without the cynical sneer, Nolly had an air of toughness worthy of Sam Spade, largely because the face that nature had given him was a splendid disguise for the sentimental sweetie who lived behind it. With his bull neck, with his strong hands, with his shirt sleeves rolled up to expose his lovely hairy forearms, he made a properly intimidating impression, as if Humphrey Bogart, Sidney Greenstreet, and Peter Lorre had been put in a blender and then poured into one suit. Kathleen Clerkel, Mrs. Wolfstan, sitting on the edge of Nolly's desk, looked diagonally across it at the visitor in the client's chair. Actually, Nolly had 2 chairs for clients. Kathleen could have sat in the second. However, this seemed to be a more appropriate pose for a Hawkshaw's dame. Not that she was trying to look cheap. She was thinking Myrna Loy as Nora Charles in The Thin Man, worldly but elegant, tough but amused. Until Nolly, Kathleen's life had been as short on romance as a saltless saltine is short on flavor. Her childhood and even her adolescence were so colorless that she'd settled on dentistry as a career because it seemed, by comparison to what she knew, to be an exotic and exciting profession. She'd dated a few men, but all were boring, and none was kind. Ballroom dancing lessons, and ultimately competitions, promised the romance that dentistry and dating hadn't provided, but even dancing was somewhat a disappointment until her instructor introduced Kathleen to this balding, bull-necked, lumpy, utterly wonderful Romeo. Whether or not the visitor in the client's chair had ever known much romance, he unquestionably had experienced too much adventure and more than his share of tragedy. Thomas Vanadium's face was a quake-rocked landscape, cracked by white scars like fault lines in a strata of granite. The planes of brow, cheeks, and jaws canted in odd relationships to one another. The hemangioma that surrounded his right eye and discolored his face had been with him since birth, but the awful damage to his bone structure was the work of man, not God. In the noble ruin of his face, Thomas Vanadium's smoke-gray eyes were striking, filled with a beautiful sorrow, not self-pity. He clearly didn't regard himself as a victim. This, Kathleen felt, was the sorrow of a man who had seen too much of the suffering of others, who knew the evil ways of the world. These were eyes that read you at a glance, that shone with compassion if you deserved it, and that glared with a terrifying judgment if compassion wasn't warranted. Vanadium hadn't seen the man who had clubbed him from behind and who had smashed his face with a pewter candlestick. But when he spoke the name Enoch Kane, the quality in his eyes was not compassion. No fingerprints had been left, no evidence in the aftermath of the fire at the Bressler house or in the Studebaker hauled from Quarry Lake. "But you think it was him," Nolly said. "I know." For 8 months following that night, until late September of 1965, Vanadium had been in a coma, and his doctors had not expected him to regain consciousness. A passing motorist had found him lying along the highway near the lake, soaked and muddy. When, after his long sleep, he awakened in the hospital, withered and weak, he'd had no memory of anything after walking into Victoria's kitchen, except a vague, dreamlike recollection of swimming up from a sinking car. Although Vanadium had been morally certain about the identity of his assailant, intuition without evidence was not sufficient to stir the authorities into action, not against a man whom the state and county had settled $4,250,000 in the matter of his wife's mortal fall. They would appear either to be incompetent in the investigation of Naomi Kane's death, or to be pursuing Enoch in the new matter out of sheer vindictiveness. Without stacks of evidence, the political risks of acting on a policeman's instinct were too great. Simon Magasin, capable of representing the devil himself for the proper fee, but also capable of genuine remorse, visited Vanadium in the hospital soon after learning that the detective had awakened from a coma. The attorney shared the conviction that Kane was the guilty party, and that he'd also murdered his wife. Magasin considered the assaults on Victoria and on Vanadium to be hideous crimes, of course, but he also viewed them as affronts to his own dignity and reputation. He expected a felonious client, rewarded with $4.25 million instead of jail time, to be grateful and thereafter to walk a straight line. "Simon's a funny duck," Vanadium said, "but I like him more than a little and trust him implicitly. He wanted to know what he could do to help. Initially, my speech was slurred. I had partial paralysis in my left arm, and I'd lost 54 pounds. I wasn't going to be looking for Kane for a long time, but it turned out Simon knew where he was."
"Because Kane had called him to get a recommendation of a PI here in San Francisco," said Kathleen, "to find out what happened to Seraphim White's baby."
Vanadium's smile, in that tragically fractured face, might have alarmed most people, but Kathleen found it appealing because of the indestructible spirit it revealed. "What kept me going these past 2.5 years was knowing that I could get my hands on Mr. Kane when I was finally well enough to do something about him." As a homicide detective, Vanadium had a career-spanning 98% closure and conviction record on the cases he handled. Once convinced he had found the guilty party, he didn't rely solely on solid police work. He augmented the usual investigative procedures and techniques with his own brand of psychological warfare, sometimes subtle, sometimes not, which frequently encouraged the perpetrator to make mistakes that convicted him. "A quarter and a sandwich," Nolly said, because that was the first stunt that Simon Magasin had paid him to perform. Magically, a shiny quarter appeared in Thomas Vanadium's right hand. It turned end over end, knuckle to knuckle, disappeared between thumb and forefinger, and reappeared at the little finger, beginning its cross-hand journey once more. "Once out of the coma and stabilized for a few weeks, I was transferred to a hospital in Portland where I had to undergo 11 surgeries." He either detected their well-concealed surprise or assumed they would be curious as to why, in spite of extensive surgery, he still wore this Boris Karloff face. "The doctors," he continued, "needed to repair damage to the left frontal sinus, the sphenoidal sinus, and the sinus cavernous, which had all been partially crushed by that pewter candlestick. Frontal, malar, ethmoid, maxillary, sphenoid, and palatine bones had to be rebuilt to properly contain my right eye, because it it dangled. That was just for starters, and there was considerable essential dental work as well. I elected not to have any cosmetic surgery." He paused, giving them a chance to ask the obvious question, and then he smiled at their reticence. "I was never Cary Grant to begin with," said Vanadium, still ceaselessly rolling the quarter across his fingers. "So I had no big emotional investment in my appearance. Cosmetic surgery would have added another year of recuperation time, probably much longer. I was anxious to get after Kane. It seemed to me this mug of mine might be just the thing to scare him into an incriminating mistake, even a confession."
Kathleen expected this would prove to be true. She herself was not frightened by Thomas Vanadium's appearance.
But then she had been prepared for it before she first saw him. And she wasn't a murderer, fearful of retribution, to whom this particular face would seem like judgment personified. Besides, I still live by my vows as much as possible, though I've had the longest continuing dispensation on record. A smile on that cracked countenance could be touching, but an ironic look now worked less well. It gave Kathleen a chill. Vanity is a sin I've more easily been able to avoid than some others. Between his surgeries and for many months thereafter, Vanadium had devoted his energies to speech therapy, physical rehabilitation, and the concoction of periodic torments for Enoch Kane, which Simon Magasin was able to implement every few months through Nolly and Kathleen. The idea wasn't to bring Kane to justice by torturing his conscience, since he'd allowed his conscience to atrophy a long time ago, but to keep him unsettled and thereby magnify the impact of his first face-to-face encounter with the resurrected Vanadium. I got to admit, Nolly said, I'm surprised these little pranks have rattled him so deeply. He's a hollow man, Vanadium said. He believes in nothing. Hollow men are vulnerable to anyone who offers them something that might fill the void and make them feel less empty. So? The coin stopped turning across his knuckles, and, as though with volition of its own, it slipped into the tight curve of his curled forefinger. With a snap of his thumb, he flipped the quarter into the air. I'm offering him cheap and easy mysticism. The instant he flipped the coin, he opened both hands, palms up, fingers spread, with a distracting flourish. A relentless pursuing spirit, a vengeful ghost. Vanadium dusted his hands together. I'm offering him fear. As though Amelia Earhart, the long-lost aviatrix, had reached out of her twilight zone and snared the two bits, no tumbling coin glinted in the air above the desk. Sweet fear, Vanadium concluded. Frowning, Nolly said, What, it's up your sleeve? No, it's in your shirt pocket, Vanadium replied. Startled, Nolly checked his shirt pocket and withdrew a quarter. It's not the same one. Vanadium raised his eyebrows. You must have slipped this one in my pocket when you first came in here, Nolly deduced. Then where's the coin I just tossed? Fear? Kathleen asked, more interested in Vanadium's words than in his prestidigitation. You said you're offering fear to Kane, as if that was something he would want. In a way he does, Vanadium said. When you're as hollow as Enoch Kane, the emptiness aches. He's desperate to fill it, but he doesn't have the patience or the commitment to fill it with anything worthwhile. Love, charity, faith, wisdom. Those virtues and others are hard won, with commitment and patience. We acquire them one spoonful at a time. Kane wants to be filled quickly. He wants the emptiness inside poured full, in quick, great gushes, and right now. Seems like a lot of people want that these days, said Nolly. Seems like, Vanadium agreed. So a man like Kane obsesses on one thing after another. Sex, money, food, power, drugs, alcohol. Anything that seems to give meaning to his days, but that